Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, and today I have two very special guests. Only one that you'll be able to see due to Google being stupid and destroying Hangouts on air, but that is Phil from the Dollhouse. How's it going, man?
It's good. How are you?
I'm terrific. I am really excited for this show in particular. And the other guest here is Drexel, who is off camera in whiteface.
I am. Well, hello, everybody. Happy 2020. Because it's been a while since I've been here.
Yeah. What gives?
You know, I mean, I don't like you or your kids.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a given.
Well, I don't like me either.
So yeah. Well, you know what? I think the last time I was here was right before Halloween, right? And then the holiday, travel holidays. So, yeah.
It's a mess.
I'm back now. But, Phil, I can't stress to you how much I'm anxious to finally get to meet the legend, because obviously, like I told Nick earlier, first time I ever heard of you was on TFM, and then I heard about you on RPM's channel, Sandman's channel. So I've heard, because as Nick knows, I am a strong advocate for tonight's topic, which is planned obsolescence. So
well, that was
excellent.
To be fair, that was a cheeky topic title for me to put on there. But no, I think that,
what is the title?
No, that's the title.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's coming. Phil, I want you to spearhead this shit. Start in the black community. Please start in the black community.
I mean, one of TFM's guys, actually, in his Discord server, he's already ordered from me, and he's done a review. Serious black guy. I don't know if you know him, but he's a big advocate of waifus now.
Oh, yeah. Well, he always talks about Celestina, of course, but please start in the black community. Erase them. Because I'm starting my own channel this year. I told Nick, the total eradication of black females. It is going to be cancel black chicks.
That's,
cancel them.
Do you know how many people have asked me, when's Drexel's podcast? When's Drexel's channel?
It's coming. Don't worry. Nick, I think, I was going to say Valentine's Day, but regardless, I want to make sure I get Phil on there, because Phil, I am you're one of your biggest fans. I mean, I want dolls. I'm going to have a doll sitting with me in the car, a doll sitting with me on the air. You know, what can you, what can and can't you do?
You're a harem anime.
But I love it, because, I mean, Phil, you're a legend. I'm saying, like, a lot of channels talk about you. You know, they're like, in the San Antonio Dollhouse and all that stuff, and Phil, you hear about Phil and the Dollhouse, obviously TFM. But Phil, I saw you did a stream with Nick. It was about 2 months ago, right? About a month and a half, 2 months ago,
somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm. And I tuned in for a bit of that. And I have a question for you, Phil. I'm sure you probably answered this on the other stream, but I would assume it'd be married men. But who is your number one customer when they order dolls?
We want names. We want addresses.
You mean in terms of like a demographic?
Correct. Like, who's your number one demographic? I'm kind of curious.
Well, everyone would expect this more than likely to be a sort of late 20s, perhaps incel type, still living with parents, that type of thing. And it's not. It tends to be 40s to 50s, because these guys have got more money to spend, because these things aren't cheap, of course.
Correct.
About 50% divorced, 50% not. And none of them seem to have like a burning hatred of women, which I tend to find is more of a young man's thing. These guys are just looking for a risk-free alternative.
Mm-hmm.
And so they tend to come back and they'll do sort of like between sort of 2 and 3, or in some cases 7 to 9 dolls. Some guys really do have a harem at home.
Wait, 7 to 9 dolls?
Oh God, yes. I mean, some of them have more.
Are they Mormon?
The exception. No.
Oh, they're not? Oh, well, damn.
Well, it's cheating, but not cheating, if you see.
Yeah, right? I like it. I endorse this.
Do you have a lease option?
You're wrong for that. Yeah, so, Phil, I'm curious about that. So, are there dudes out there who are like, yeah, Phil, I mean, you got to use what I can get on the cheap? Like, I hope that's not a thing.
Did I tell you?
Oh, Jesus.
When I was in, I told Phil this, when I was in Hawaii, I was at this really weird shop in Maui where the guy goes, and it's Hawaii, so there's a bunch of rich people, and when they die, they've got all this crap on an island that they can't, it's harder to get rid of. So this guy goes and he buys up estates and just sells like everything. And in these people's estates, there'll be eccentric collectors. Like one of the things that was at this place that was really cool, there's a wing from an old like single person airplane, like a famous one. Not like the Spirit of St. Louis, but that sort of thing. Like it was a named airplane that people knew. And this wing had been made into a dining room table, for example. I'm in there, in the back, and there's a doll sitting on a stool. And I'm like, wait, though. But
obviously.
Well, I mean, there wasn't evidence of the use, but I can only assume. But no, Phil, you when you were on the show last time, you mentioned that you do sort of take in and rehabilitate and resell dolls. Is that right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people's initial reaction to this is like, seriously, you sell second-hand dolls? I mean, I do go to great lengths to make sure they're clinically sterilized. But even with that, some people, it sends shivers down their spine. And my only reaction to these people is that, every girl that you have a relationship with is a virgin then, right? Because otherwise...
Right. I was actually just thinking that.
Yeah, it seems weird at first, but like when you think about it, it's like, well, but I mean, enough.
Well, I guess because most people would say like, well, a human can go and clean themselves, blah blah blah. Like now, obviously, like Phil is saying,
and if you aren't cleaning that doll, that's gross.
But that's what I'm saying, because like a human basically has to clean themselves, right? Like there's not really a choice. Like you can't have sex on January 1st and then March 13th you still haven't showered or cleansed yourself. You know
Listen,
what I mean?
Don't tell that to Matt Jarbo. That's all I'm saying. We're just gonna leave it at that. We're just gonna leave it at that.
Well, you would think, actually, being in the industry, that there would be a few kind of real weirdos or sickos that would like surface from time to time, and perhaps ask for a non-cleaned doll. The sort of like weird sort of cuckold types. I've never met any yet. Everyone's been kind of normal.
My wife left me for the bull. Can you give me a doll that I can clean up?
Nick, I'm over here fighting what remains of this cold, and you are going with all this stuff, man. You're killing me. That's a disturbing thought when you think about it. So Phil, I'm curious. You have these, everyone comes from different walks of life. Different people want dolls, or whatever. And before we got on the air, we were talking about the cucketry that is the UK. How do you deal with all this over legislation? All this, everything is bad. Like, are people even happy in the UK? Like when you just walk around in general, do you kind of get a sense that everyone's just kind of like, 1984 misery, V for Vendetta, Margaret Thatcher kind of look?
I think if I try and speak for the general populace of the UK, they've all been born into it. It's always kind of been this way. It's just getting worse now, and people are starting to get a bit hacked off. But the British, and certainly the English, aren't the type to really rise up and revolt against the government. So we just kind of shrug our shoulders and just go, oh, that's just our lot in life. Whereas the likes of me, I'm tending to think, the line in the sand was crossed sort of like 5-6 years ago. Mm-hmm. So I'm starting to think to try and get out of the UK. I'd rather come to the US, but it's a bitch trying to get into your country. It really is.
I don't know. Like, there's a couple of ways to get in.
I know a single dude who will marry you right now.
Oh, God. Phil, there's been lots of backdoor ways that people have gotten into the U.S. You've heard about that, Nick, right? Like, because certain passports are more valuable, certain documentation, as a naturalized citizen.
Sure.
They'll say like, so trying to come from country A, like if you're trying to come from Haiti, it's harder to get into U.S. than if you went, say, Japan, because Japan has the best passport in the world. So
what you need to do is get naturalized in Sierra Leone first, and then come here. Because of how we do like visa distribution, it's got to be. We have this great old Supreme Court ruling that basically says we have to give the same amount of visas out to every country, which doesn't make much sense when you think of how many people come from like Mexico or India.
Correct.
You're on a 20-year waiting list. or you go to Cote d'Ivoire and you come tomorrow.
Yep.
Because they're like, please, we got to get visas.
Phil, it's actually kind of well known that like there's backdoor ways to get into you. Like you don't go the direct route, especially when you're coming from a country that is getting shittier and shittier. You know what I mean? Oh, can they see my shirt now?
Yeah, they can see your shirt. I can manually switch you.
The thing is, look, I got that made. My chick, that Dominican chick I told you about.
Yeah.
That was my Christmas gift. Is that she got me? She knows Little Mac is my Smash Bros main.
Yeah.
So she said, I got a surprise for you when you get here, and it wasn't just that ass.
So
it was also this.
You play Smash Bros in whiteface?
Oh Jesus.
I mean, I'm just saying.
I would.
Listen, when I play NBA Live, I play as Larry Bird, even retired Larry Bird. I tried to play as James Harden, and I got in trouble.
Oh, you ain't right. You're so wrong for that, but I like it.
I saw a clip of James Harden the other day where he was mad, and he took the ball, and he just slammed it to the ground.
Did it? Did he actually get hurt, or was it just kind of like ow?
It was
He just got more mad? Yeah. That's great.
Oh, my God. I got to fix these cameras. Go on. I'm working things behind the scenes.
Oh, well, he's working. So Phil, I'm curious. I don't know if you guys talked about it in the last stream. I assume you did. But how did you get into the business? I'm kind of curious about that. Like, how did you, how did you become the de facto guy? Like, what was your your path?
Well, for a good decade and a half, I was in IT. I was a typical nerd programmer. And after a good while of working for the man, I just decided, I keep on talking about taking some time off. I had money in the bank, so I just took a year off and just sat on my ass. Now, after about a year, I thought, I need to start to get some money, and I don't want to work for anyone again, so I'm going to have to start a business. And I already had a doll just sat there in the living room, sort of like looking at me. And the idea just dropped into my head. And of course, you ask yourself, can I really be a peddler of large sex toys?
Yes.
And I just thought, let's do a quick bit of market research on the internet. It took me 5 minutes. There was one guy selling them in the UK. And I thought, really, that's an opportunity just waiting to happen. I can't pass that by. And I thought, what's my parents going to say? And my mother would be absolutely appalled with it. And then I thought, right, that's it, doing it. That's going to be the thing to do. And from there, I essentially did the usual things, marketed the new business in the usual ways, like within the doll community. And then I saw the opportunity with TFM. I thought, is it worth actually spending a couple of grand actually on this guy? Because he'll either love it or he'll hate it. It's an expensive mistake if I don't. And literally TFM on one of his shows was saying, I tried to get a sex doll so you guys can actually see what it's all like, but they couldn't send it to me because I would have to dox myself. And I was like, oh, piss and shit. I've missed the boat. I thought, what's worth an email? So I sent him an email and he said, if you can get it to me where I don't have to dox myself, which I didn't know how to do that, then we're on. I thought, oh, superb. And it was through that and getting into the MGTOW community as such. I mean, I'm already a MGTOW card carrier myself, but I kind of went through, because I think dolls and the MGTOW community are like strawberries and cream. They just go together. And I used that to make the Dollhouse brand somewhat ubiquitous. Everyone in the MGTOW community thinks dolls, oh, Phil, the Dollhouse.
You're right.
That's what I was going for.
So here's a question. We kind of talked about this a little bit when you were on last time, but I was thinking about this in light of our guest. I know there's caution in the size and shape of dolls because of the ambiguity about children dolls, right?
Yeah.
We talked about that. But do you make, or do they make midget dolls? Like where it's clearly not a child, there's...
Oh, at the risk of being somewhat offensive, just to use the term which I've heard so much of by Americans, do you mean like short stack dolls?
I don't know. Last short stack I heard of was a pancake thing. So, but yes, whatever that means.
Miniature arms and legs, yeah, we do them. They're about like 3.5 foot tall.
Okay, because
but they have the same size head.
Can you order them with tattoos?
Yeah, we can have that done. That's not a problem.
Drexel. I can solve your problem right now.
Phil, I don't know if Nick has told you where this little tidbit comes from. So I was talking to some guys, and we were talking about this. This would have been 2 years ago. I think this is about, I want to say it was like 2018. And the thought came to mind. I don't remember what, I don't know if I was just on Pornhub and I just went down the wrong path. But somehow
you were on point.
No. I know what it was.
On the wrong path already.
Nick, it was the midget in Thailand that gave me the idea.
You need the path to Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior. What?
I missed that boat long ago. Once I came up with this idea. So Phil, it is now a thing where I got to make this happen. I told Nick, everyone has like New Year's resolutions. Well, my resolution for this year is to get that 2.5-some. It's gonna be me, a regular sized chick, and the midget. And Phil, the amount of combinations you can do with a midget, with a regular sized chick, because you need the regular sized chick because your brain has to be familiar, right, Nick? You can't just walk in and be like, "Oh, I got a midget," because
I'm your word
6'7". So Phil, as a I don't know how tall you are though, Phil, but as a taller man, when you get to that point, Nick, where you kind of look over, you're like, that chick is really short. Like even short women, I'm just kind of like, regular size women. I'm just kind of like, anything below like 5'5", I'm kind of like, she's kind of short. So I thought to myself, Phil, if I can just get me a regular chick, and I told Nick about the chick from the gym. So Phil, now midgets have weird dimensions, right?
Oh my God.
And so the dimensions. So all midget chicks have, especially if they work out, because this chick is at my gym, right? You got to see these cakes, Phil. I showed them to Nick. And when you see her plump derriere, Phil, it gives you like a new appreciation. Like when you start imagining things, right? Like you start thinking, could I drizzle honey?
Oh my God.
Could I rub, because Nick, I told you about, you got to go ahead and get the warm oil inside of the super soap, the super soaker, right? So pump action and you squirt warm oil on
This is taking everything in my power to not just die.
Why do you always look at me like that? So you put the warm oil inside the super soaker. I keep saying scope. I was playing Smash Bros. I got Super Scope 6. So you put the warm oil in there, pump action, and you start blasting warm oil on asses.
Okay.
And with the midget, especially if she's twerking, and so Phil, I sent Nick. No, I think I showed Nick the pics and videos of me at Blue Flame in Atlanta. They got some epic twerk houses out there, man. I don't know what kind of strip clubs you guys got in the UK, but Phil, if you ever come out here, man, you let me know. We got places to bring you, man. I mean, things go down, literally, and not crime rates or STD rates.
Crime rates are down.
Are they?
Yeah, they've been.
Not in Chicago.
Well,
Chirac.
That's only if you're of a certain proclivity for gang violence, right?
Correct.
Like, because generally speaking, most people, as long as you're not in the wrong part of Chicago, and also in the wrong community, it's like if you stumble in
South Side and West Side, Chicago is the bad parts.
You have a chance to walk away most of the time because they don't want a dead rando on the streets.
Correct.
So, but,
so I look at Phil's situation with the dolls, and so Phil, let me ask you this: how many I don't know if I would say emails, but just how much negative press have you gotten from either females or like beta cuck legislator kind of guys being like, these dolls are they're evil because all the things, Nick, like it's going to promote rape, which it doesn't. There's no evidence to that.
Look,
there's been studies that say it would be less rapes.
I've never heard of hate mail ever.
All right.
Well, weirdly, I expected to get an absolute hate mob from feminism and the trad conservatives. The nearest I get with the trad conservatives is maybe the odd comment. If I say leave a comment on one of TFN's videos or something, I want to sandmans, and there'll be one person who's saying that, oh no, this is going against God's way or something. But so it's not truly offensive. And as for the feminists, I've actually had a few feminist students doing a master's thesis or something like that. And they've come down, they've interviewed me, photographed the dolls and gone through everything. And even they haven't asked me too much in the way of leading questions, and they've been quite positive by it. I think what they were looking for is perhaps if everything was all very seedy, and so they could anchor onto that and then just plow their way into me. But I'm very open about the whole business. People can come down and see exactly how I do stuff. So I believe with feminism, if you've got nothing to hide, they don't go after you. But that's just a theory of mine because they haven't really gone for me.
So, Phil, I wanted to, you brought up trad conservatives, and I wanted to bring up this, there was, what was last month or whatever, there was this massive push, a very short burst of it, but it was everybody on the trad conservative side pushing against pornography. Did you catch wind of that?
I did. I caught wind of it by a fellow Brit, Paul Joseph Watson. I don't know if you caught him online.
I'm familiar with him. I don't check out his stuff always, but
well, I came across that, and my only thoughts were, where has this come from? I wouldn't expect this person coming from this perspective, and as you say, it all blew up in a storm all very quickly, and then just dissipated as quickly. So I don't know if there was some sort of agenda behind it. I really don't know, but I certainly wasn't with it.
Yeah, it was really weird. I had a debate with a guy. Oh God, I forgot his name, and that's rude. But we were on the kill stream, just kind of talking about the limits of speech, and it was just this idea baffled me that we now have a segment on the right who are wanting to really clamp down on speech in today's day. Like, people are after you guys for your speech all the time, and now you want to clamp down on someone else's. It's wild. I didn't know if you had gotten any particular blowback over that just in that time period, because it was like 2 weeks where it was like everybody that I'm familiar with was talking about it, and then poof, ghosted.
Yeah, it seemed to be much like that over here. I mean, it didn't really impact me as such. I think with dolls being kind of all over social media on the internet, and it's even broken into the mainstream media, because I've been interviewed by a few of the newspapers and so forth. With that being the case, people are starting to think this isn't depravity, like in a maximal sort of way. So perhaps it's a bit more acceptable, and people are just kind of, oh, you've got a doll, and they'll just kind of shrug their shoulders, even if they disagree with you now, and just say, oh, okay, live and let live.
Sure.
So I think people are a bit better about it now, but had it not been in the mainstream media, that might be somewhat different.
Can we come to agreement with the tradcons then over doll porn being acceptable?
They won't go for it. Well, I've actually seen there's a kind of a rise on that. Like, so a dude will be with a regular chick and a doll. Like, I saw that and I was like, looks creepy, but it's because you're not used to seeing it, right? So, yeah. But so Phil, here's one of the things that's funny. You're saying that there's kind of like a certain level of social acceptance, but yeah. What I have found is that I remember hearing about the Dollhouse. They wanted to open up the brothel in Toronto, shut it down. San Antonio, shut it down. And we all know who's trying to so leftists and right-wing people, they're flip sides of the same coin, Nick. So the right will say stuff like, sex dolls are bad, sex dolls are bad. Do you know what they want you to do? Here's what the trad conservative really does. They want men to sacrifice, right? Because the marriage rates are falling, right? The relationships between men and women are at an all-time low. All time, right? Nick, birth rates in the shitter. Marriage rate in the shitter. Japan, I think it's called like the Hokimori. They don't even come out of their little apartment.
You're just going to say Japan was in the shitter in general.
It is. So Phil, have you talked to anyone in Japan and they told you real facts? They went, let's say, an hour without seeing a single couple. Not one. Like, walking by, like, because that is, Nick. And Phil, you know this. Even in the UK, wherever you go, you see people like you can tell that a heterosexual couple is intimate, right? Like, oh, that's a boyfriend, girlfriend, or husband, wife. Nick, I shit you not. You can go to Japan right now, right? My cousin was stationed out there. Yeah. And here I am thinking, like, oh, you're in Kyoto. That's the Nintendo HQ. Oh my God, aren't you excited? Yeah. I'm like, eh. And sure enough, the couples, they don't exist. So the right needs people, well, men, to basically, that's why I'm so critical of like Jordan Peterson, Stephen Molyneux, right? They just want men to be like this. I see all the laws are shitty, right? Everything's against men. All you hear is men ain't shit all day. But we just need you to suck it up, men. Suck it up and just marry these used up thoughts. The left says what, Phil?
That's an exact quote from Stephen Molyneux. Right
it is. Fuck that dude,
if I'm not mistaken.
And so Phil, you've seen the left, right? Well, Nick, we've talked about this. So the right wants to, ban pornography. They don't like pornography, right? Yet the same right is quicker to go to war. I would say the right wing people are quicker to say I declare war than leftists.
Yeah, I mean the interesting thing is,
okay to kill, but you can't jerk off on your phone.
Well, don't jerk off on your phone.
Well, with your phone.
Get a protective screen on there first.
Well, of course. In a tube sock.
Put the raincoat on there. That's not good.
Yeah, well, neither the right nor the left will actually address the true problem, though, will they?
They won't. They won't address the biased family court. They won't address that, like, so they won't address feminism. They just keep on, we know nothing that's going on. Nick, feminism has infected everything so badly that like I said, I started seeing dudes. There's a guy I work with who actually has a doll, right? Mm-hmm. And there are guys who are making fun of him.
Please
right?
click Drexel saying I started seeing dudes.
So this guy has a doll, right? And to my knowledge, he's the only one that I work with that does. And so there were guys kind of be like, oh, that's kind of lame or whatever, right? And I know a lot of guys that travel over to the Far East to get it in. And it's the women, and I'm sure you've dealt with this, Phil, because it's very similar to what happened. I do a lot of research on what's going on in, like, Sweden and all that stuff, and more white men. There was an article, Nick. These white men are going to get all these Asian women, right? Yeah. So the same women that say that their men are toxic, they ain't shit, right? When the white men go, okay, we're going to get blamed for everything. We're so bad. We're going to get divorce rate. We're going to go get different women. And then who was the first one to Those same women. Yeah. And so now they expose their racism. Because remember what I told you, Nick? And Phil, I don't know if you agree, but I have always said racism on either side has always been about sexual competition. Because when women show their true colors, Nick, we're talking these white Swedish women, right? They didn't have a problem with whatever men were doing as long as they controlled the sexual marketplace, right? The moment those Swedish men started getting Asian women, here comes the women reeing. Because now they don't have access to their money, right? Remember I said it was about sex and resources.
Sure.
And that's what the left and right is doing. The left sees, man, if we have a bunch of trans people running around and no one's, getting married anymore, I don't know if you feel this way, Phil, and Nick, you're a lawyer. You would definitely know this. I say within this decade, common law marriage will go into effect on a federal level. I can see that coming. Because no one's getting married. So they need the family court to survive, right? So sure. could you see that, Phil? Like I don't know.
Yeah,
give her a UK
absolutely.
perspective.
They just want to shoehorn men back into the old traditional way of taking responsibility for the whole family.
Correct.
But a lot of men do still want to get married and have a family, but it's just so toxic these days. Guys, in order to retain any sort of quality of life, have to take a step back and say, I can't get involved with that. I use the sort of metaphor that a tiger's a majestic creature, but I don't want to get within harm's reach of one. And that's how I feel about women. They're just too dangerous these days. It's just simply not worth it. And then so you start to see guys, they start to get a doll. Like this guy that you were talking about at work. And, guys are sort of like ribbing him somewhat for having a doll. But like, I bet he's a happy guy.
He is.
He's got no risk, no worries, no nothing.
None.
He goes, she's always at home. She's always up for it. And no complaining. Fantastic, best of all worlds.
I thought of a joke today just for you, Phil.
Go on, then. This should be good.
No, someone sent me an article, and it was 2020 is the decade of the sex robot, was the article. Basically, talking about we're going to see massive advances, and that dolls and robots are... the article is predicting roughly that by the end of the decade, there'll be you won't even be able to tell the difference between a woman and a robot. Now, whether that seems like an exaggeration to me still, but maybe
stationary, I would say yes.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I think stationary, that's true.
But my thought was, well, but can it make me coffee? And then I realized that the only reason guys made robots that could make coffee was because they wanted to eventually have sex with it. That was it. So it's not really much of a joke. It's like, I got to make this coffee making robot so that when I do have sex with robots, it will still
make
be
coffee.
able to make coffee after.
Well, you know what's sad? Now, Phil, here's what's sad is I've said it on Nick's channel a few times, and obviously Nick and I have known each other for so long, and I've told Nick about, he's been married for so long that, with Lady Rackets, but I said, Nick, the dating market is done. You know that, Phil, right? Dating is done. It's over.
Oh, God, yeah.
Done.
It's finished.
Fucking done, right? So I said, hookup culture replaced dating. So now women are miserable. A lot of the men are miserable. The family unit, if what's left of it, is miserable. So I said, and I told Nick this, Phil, and I'm sure you can co-sign, which is, if you were to ask any woman, what do you bring to the table other than sex? They will. I kid you not, Nick. They have a blank fucking stare.
They got nothing.
And I remember you were saying, remember, your wife homeschools the kids. You see what I'm saying? She has value. But we're not talking about Lady Rackets. We're talking about you meet a girl, man, she looks pretty. And Phil, you see this in the UK also, right? Where there are places in the UK that have a single motherhood of 80%. You heard about that, right? There's these places.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm kind of old enough to easily remember before any of this Me Too nastiness kind of raised its head and the whole feminism thing. But even back when I was a younger guy and actually had like a live-in lover sort of thing, so we had a 5-6 year relationship. And even then, for things like wifely duties, and like we were equally splitting the household chores and stuff, I was better at cooking. I was better at cleaning. I had to show the woman how to iron, all of these things. And, and that's back then. I presume it's 10 times worse now. So as you said, what do you bring to the table? If it's other than sex, it's like, you've got nothing. Like, guys are fully domesticated these days. And for those that aren't truly domesticated, we have machines that will do that. So I don't understand what they can possibly offer.
What do you bring to the table? A sandwich.
I'm not even joking.
I know, but that's the correct answer. Because if they answer that, at least then they know, right? Yeah. Like, then there's hope.
No, but Phil, in the UK, Nick, we've talked about this. Your average man can cook better, like what Phil just said. They can cook better, right?
Sure.
Your average man, whether let's just say Western man, I don't know too many Eastern men. Your average Western man today is a better cook than the woman he may date. He is a better, like I said, he can do household chores. He makes his own money. So everything that he brings to the table, he's basically taken on both roles. When women say, I'm the mother and the father, but they're always using government assistance or child support or alimony. The men of today, Nick, have all of the skill set.
Is this because of... So this is weird. So when we were going to school, right, we were required to take home economics.
I think I failed. I got a D-. I'm not even joking.
We were required to take home economics in some... you're required to take some sort of basic cooking in high school, which is weird. But okay.
Same teacher almost failed that too.
Best class is cooking class because you get to eat. That's all I care about.
I did packets. Fuck you. I'm not joking.
You should have taken the cooking too.
Oh, yeah.
That was the elective one. We made everything. But anyway, so this obviously was brought about by a cultural deconstruction of gender roles, right? Which, interesting. So they wanted to destigmatize cooking, cleaning as the woman's place in the home. Because if you look at a 50s home economics textbook, it's literally like, be home for your man when he gets home from work and have coffee hot and listen to his day because it was really important. But
his day is 2 minutes. Or it's a grunt, right?
Yeah, but that's what the textbook actually said.
Wow.
That's the funny thing. Or it's the big joke is when you go on like Facebook and they'll have the post. This is an actual 1950s home economics textbook for women. And then, but they wanted to destigmatize that and put that. So they trained men in how to do all these things, but at the same time they had to break down the female gender role in the same way that they're trying to break down the male gender role. So they de-emphasized all these skills that women had traditionally brought to the table. And so I wonder if there's a cumulative effect of that, where now we're seeing guys who do have these skills in the home, whereas previous generations, guy cooking was like, maybe it was the steak, but everything else.
True. Yeah, guys always handle the meat, right? Like a lot of
Yeah.
guys would smoke their meats, and like I'm sure that was kind of the thing that you saw in the UK, right, Phil? Like most men,
absolutely.
let's say like your dad's age, right? Would maybe he was kind of like in charge, like the real hands-on nitty gritty, but like your mom did everything that was over a stove.
Your dad handled the open fire. Your
open
mom
fire.
did everything
pretty much.
else.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Because my dad didn't bake anything. My mom, whenever it was something to bake or like desserts, it was my mom.
Yeah.
But anything that involved meat, like you said, open flame, my dad was on.
Right.
Always. These women can't do anything. Go ahead and get
But
the super chats.
with that cumulative effect, though, that we're all seeing and discussing, there's another side to it as well. Whereas the female role was kind of being broken down, so men these days can cook, clean, iron, do all of those wifely chores, as we would traditionally know. But I haven't seen an uptake on the younger women actually taking up any roles of like being able to change a plug socket or do some DIY and stuff. Now, some can, but not en masse the way most men can actually cook and clean and do all of those sorts of things.
Right, because
so it's kind of very typical of women cherry picking. Like, oh, I don't want to do that, but I'll choose to do this.
Yeah,
like I want to go out and work, but I don't want to do any sort of like responsibilities in the home.
And I think it is women cherry picking, because if we look at the education system, Stefan Molyneux, if you want, he'll talk quite a bit about how the education system is like 85% women, right? Women run education.
Well, the curriculum is designed for them.
Right. And so what you're saying, Phil, makes sense, because they didn't want to do these tasks. Instead, it's this focus on STEM, which is ephemeral. It's this, sure, it's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but it's not mechanics. It's mathematics. It's not learning to code. It's just general science and tech that they're trying to sort of push the academic area, but not the practical area. Where with men, they were pushing practical applications.
True.
So it's kind of weird.
Think about it though. I think that because pair bonding is not a thing, because men and women aren't in traditional relationships anymore, Nick. Well, think of it like this. Phil, you've seen this, I'm sure, in the UK, is because more men can know how to cook, right? The flip side of that is that because women have lost every ounce of their femininity to try to act like men, they lost the ability to cook, Nick. So now what happens is that's why all women want to do what, Phil? Let's go out to eat. Where are we going to go to eat, babe? They can't cook. So they always want to go out. So a lot of women, Nick, don't even have money. I kid you not. I know women out there making six figures, broke, whether it be the credit card debt, student loan debt, and they eat out for every meal.
Oh, yeah, that'll
every meal. And it's like, you can't cook anything? Nothing. Nothing.
I think give
right?
American women a certain thing there, because over in the US, it's, I would say, relative to the UK, certainly, it's very cheap to go out and eat. So it's a viable thing to do. Whereas in the UK, to go out for like at least one meal a day and eat out will be prohibitively expensive. And yet, as you said, they still want to do that as when it's somebody else's money.
Correct.
Okay, I have two things. Phil, question for you. Do you mind if I take the camera off of Drexel for you, so I can put the camera up on all three of us for the audience? Is that okay?
Of course, yeah.
Okay,
You're the boss.
I feel it feels weird to make you talk to an icon where we all get to see you. So I didn't want to do that without some.
I came
clearance.
to see Phil.
You can't see Phil?
No, I said I came to see Phil.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we don't care about you, Nick. We see you every night, man.
Well, what I can't do is, never mind. Don't worry about it. We're gonna.
For everyone else, I've seen in a number of the comment streams of your shows that a lot of people were commenting, saying we need to get Phil and Drex on the same show. So I think everyone feels the same way.
Yeah, I'll be working in the background here if you two. Well, here I'll get the first question here.
I was gonna say you gotta give us a super chat because we're always horrible about that.
Yeah, I know. And
you are, but I'm great about it.
Well, here I'll go back to the first question, I'll read the first couple and then I'll fix the cameras so that you guys are both on stream. As soon as we get a topic where you two are talking, then give me a minute to work.
Oh, okay.
So let's see. Sakaki Onsai says, 1, rip Neil Peart, drummer for Rush, who just died of brain cancer.
Ooh,
as Tom Sawyer will never be the same. Number 2, I bet the folks at Jukin Media today are rubbing their asses with the amount of pounding they got recently. And 3, Redbreast 12-year, good or bad, # whiskey. I've heard lots of good about Redbreast, but I don't typically drink Irish whiskey, so I haven't had it. But probably good. I don't know. I hear.
Actually,
like I said,
speaking of whiskey, Nick, are you drinking tonight?
I'm about to. Look, I got this. Oh, you can't see me, can you? Dang it. Hold on.
I can wait. No hurry.
Yeah, hold on. Well, I'll fix this real quick, and then just to show you my. Look at this. Look at this mug I got.
What can they see?
Hooray! Oh yes, this was on the last stream.
Can they see it?
They can't. But the audience saw it yesterday. But just so Phil can see. But yes, I'll be drinking whiskey out of my own face in just a moment. So that'll be fantastic.
I'll join you. I've got some of the world's finest dark rum with me.
Ooh, I'm gonna go with a UK whiskey. Well, it's a Scotch, Iliac, the Iliac, which is good. An Islay Scotch. I don't know.
So that's a KY whiskey rather than KEY.
Right. Okay, so the next question is Dustin Fritzfar says, # this gonna be good. Been waiting for the stream since Phil came on last time. I think it's the only one I've watched more than once start to finish because it was so fascinating. That's cool. 18 and me says, Drexel has finally achieved enlightenment and become a voice disconnected from this corporeal realm. And then Drexel podcast when? So yeah, Drexel, when is the podcast coming? You said 2020.
It's 2020. Don't worry. So Nick, I told you that I'd been asking you questions about equipment and stuff. So we'll have to talk about equipment stuff because I want to make sure I get it right. I'm gonna have you as my first guest, obviously. But yeah,
little presumptuous. You haven't even asked.
That's a given. Yeah, that was it. I thought you were about to go to the more super chats. I saw you had quite a bit of them.
Yeah, I do, but I just didn't know if you had more to say. Why the video? Oh wait, I'm ruining everything here. I'm trying to work this stupid camera. There we go. There's something. You're giant.
Now Phil's gone.
Don't worry, I'm working on it.
Oh man,
I said I'm working on it.
It is so hot in here, man.
Will you?
It could be this Little Mac
quit
sweatshirt.
whining?
I mean, Little Mac is terrible, Nick. But
if you
he's great
take
to
off
play.
your shirt on my show, I'll kill you.
I know. Well, I did that last time, and you dislike went away. Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
Oh wait, now you're squished. This is a disaster.
Oh god.
I'm working on it. I'm working on the. We'll get them. Everything is ruined.
Wow.
Stop it. Okay, let me read the next one. Then we'll continue breaking everything.
He says put it on the top right. Oh yes, that makes sense, right?
Oh yeah.
Underneath.
That's
Streamlabs
brilliant.
Rekieta Law, right?
The chat is so much smarter than me. Don't worry, it's coming. That one?
Yeah. Ha! Look at that.
There we go.
We're good.
Okay, I'll make it a little bit bigger. Okay,
Smooth.
the next one. Sorry about that. Frank Casamento says, well, Nikki, this is for you because I just got suspended on Twitter for saying pedophiles should be castrated.
Wow. Yeah. So
I
you know
know
what's funny?
it's somewhat violent, but what's wrong with that sentiment?
So Phil, do you? Okay,
just
so
an
this
opinion.
is more of a leftist point, right? So when you talk about whether it be castration of pedophiles, right? You always go like this. So what should happen? NAMBLA, all these other little organizations, they co-sign on that, Nick. Like this whole man boy love. Do you notice they never go that direction with girls though? Have you ever noticed that? Anytime they're referring to any kind of like pedophilia or any kind of stuff that's very inappropriate between adults and children, they never ever have you noticed that, Phil? They never go with women or young girls. It's always like, oh, someone's preying on boys, like these female teachers. They always, well, I mean, it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's
There's
always called
no
like
push.
an affair.
Correct, right? Like even the trans push, Nick. The trans push is only trying to really push for boys to become girls, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
There's no real push for girls to become boys.
We just want to get all the sports records.
Oh God, I can't wait. Now, hey, Phil, I'm curious. Now, I am a huge proponent of the total eradication of feminism. So, One of the ways that I've always said, and TFM has talked, a lot of people have talked about it, Nick, we've talked about it, which is the trans community is the trump card. And so now due to intersectionality, basically intersectionality politics, because, someone says, oh, I identify as this, hence the South Park episode with Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yeah.
Which is epic, right? So, Phil, what do you think about more and more dudes figuring out the cheat code and being like, oh, I identify as a woman. When the draft comes, Nick, I want World War III. I want it to happen. Because I'm like, nope, can't draft me. I identify as, I'm going to just, whatever. Because what do you think about that, Phil?
If that was to happen, I think then the governments involved would just see straight through that and then, no, we need you, you're going to war. I don't know if they would end up drafting women as well. But to get back to your original question, the intersectional and trans community, all the rest of it, is as, I don't know if you ever listened to Marcus from the groundwork for the metaphysics of MGTOW. He saw this at least a year and a half ago, and he said that the intersectional area of feminism will start to eat itself, and that's what we're starting to see now. So they're tearing each other apart because the trans community is higher up on the progressive stack than feminism. Correct. So that's why the TERFs are all like losing the war every time they have this TERF argument.
Well, I'm all for it.
I don't think we need to do anything. We could jump on the bandwagon, but we could just sit back with popcorn and enjoy the show.
I'm happy either way, because now, Phil, I just took my daughter to her first professional basketball game. I took her to a T-Wolves game, right? And I'm out there, you're watching grown men go against other grown men. Okay, fair enough. But Nick, Phil, there was a part of me that felt sad.
That they weren't playing a WNBA team? T-Wolves on the Lynx?
No, I don't want to see that.
I do.
No, but here's why. If you just have men versus women, right? One side of men, one side of women, that's not entertaining, right? But what is entertaining is women versus women, but a couple of trannies mixed in that are clearly dudes, right? Because now it's entertaining, because you're like,
it's carnage, isn't it?
No, I saw
it's pure carnage. I mean, it's mayhem.
But I showed you that one chick, and that's not a trans
Gabby Garcia?
Hold
on. Be fair. Phil, do you know who Gabby Garcia is?
The name doesn't ring a bell.
Look down at your phone and Google her.
Gabi Garcia. Type in Gabby Garcia MMA.
Yeah, she'll pop up.
And she will pop up.
All 226 pounds of all muscle. Like,
she is a monster.
Well, Nick, did you notice her earlier pictures? She didn't have all that extra weight, right?
I didn't look at her earlier pictures.
No, she was.
Oh my God! I've just seen pictures.
So Phil, smash or pass?
I think if I went for it, she would smash me.
Phil, so Nick sends me that. I'm like, who the hell is Gabby Garcia? I see her. I think she judo or jiu-jitsu, right? Yeah, she's Brazilian, so jiu-jitsu. I see the pictures of her, but so Phil, when you pulled up the images, did you notice that some of the pictures, she's much smaller, right? She's still very fit, like very,
Yeah, there seems to be a spread in terms of
size, right?
Yeah.
But Nick,
she went from she was supposed to enter that fight, that weigh-in I sent you. She was supposed to be 209, and she was 237.
Dude, I'm 250, bro.
I know. She's my height.
Yeah. She's not short. Like,
it's a big chick.
I saw her. She did Brazilian Dances with the Stars with Chris Cyborg. And now Chris Cyborg has a face that only a mother could love, right? And I'm not gonna lie, Nick. Gabby Garcia, I'd hit. I'd smash. No lie. Look, I know. Look, listen. I want her when she had the smaller body before
her shoulders are bigger than yours.
I know. Listen, I don't like her with the dude body. When she was just was super fit.
Yeah.
That Gabby, you seen her husband, right?
No.
Oh, some super beta pussified soccer player.
It has
soft. He's like 5'5".
He's a pro soccer player?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, well, every pro soccer player is like 5'5" to 5'9". They're in good shape, though.
Yeah, but she's going to overwhelm him. What's he going to do? He's going to toss her around? Come on.
No, he'll just flop around on the ground and wait for the ref to help.
Oh, God, that guy, man.
She's got to be on What did she just wake up and eat creatine?
No, I'm gonna do a little research on Gabby because she goes from being like a normal in terms of the standard of like, you know, a super fit, like because she could have passed for like a fitness type chick, right?
A normal like 6'1".
Correct. Like you'd be like, whoa, she's really, you know, like damn, she's really fit. Like she, because in some of those pictures, Phil, did you notice she looked like maybe about 190, right? About 190, right? Like a super fit, you know, like I said, but she still looked like a woman, right? She still looked feminine. Once she added all that, it's the bulk that makes her look like a trans, right?
Makes her look weird, man.
It makes her look weird because when you see her, you're kind of like, why would you do that? You went from having like a buff but still feminine body to a man body.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, but I guess if you're trying to do MMA,
but you don't need to compete at that size.
this is your Gabby Garcia here, is what you're saying.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. She still looks like a woman, right? Like if she were in the gym, you would say, yeah, okay. Because Chris Cyborg, her face looks so hideous that you couldn't smash. Whereas Gabby Garcia has a face you can look like this. Yeah, she still looks like a woman. Once she adds that bulk to her body, like in Phil, have you seen that in the UK where women will adopt like I don't know if the CrossFit thing is big over there, but like some women take it to that extreme where it's all projection, right? Like they're like, this is what men want. I'm going to embody what men want. And so Phil, have you ever talked to? You see this with a lot of feminists where they have this blind spot. I call it the projection blind spot, where they do everything men do, obviously not as well, of course. So they do everything a man does. They're like, Phil, do you know that I have 2 master's degrees? Phil, did you know that when I graduate from university, I start my own company? Phil, did you know that I make X amount? And the guy's like, we don't care, right? They have this blind spot.
But men do that as well, of course. We project to women. That's why you get
that's the nice guy,
forms.
right? Yeah. So Phil, every nice guy you have ever met, right? And if you start to ask them about women, if they were not raised by a single mom, you know, because single moms just raise simps. So when you talk to these guys, Phil, have you noticed they have a common thread, right? They think being nice and soft and accommodating to women and listening to all their problems, everything. They're like, Nick, it's pure projection. I've seen this with my own eyes. I have seen dudes who are like these nice, soft men, right? And then who do they become, Phil? They become the shoulder to cry on after the girl gets her heart broken by the next dude, right? Everyone's like, they call them Chads and Tyrones, who smash them, discard them, and then they're like, oh my God, another one. I got my heart broken again. The guy's like, oh, there. Because eventually he'll get his turn, right? But it's like, dude, the reason why she's not sexually attracted to you is because you give off feminine energy. So conversely, I
heard from alpha male Billy.
Oh, guy, here you go.
Billy J from Green Day, lead singer.
Billy Joe.
Billy Joe, yeah. He had that song, "Nice Guys Finish Last."
Always, they always finish last. Mm-hmm. And yet there's dudes. So,
but he's an alpha. He knows.
Stop. You better stop. So Phil, you've seen this. Most musicians, actors, everything. Like Tom Cruise is like 5'5". These guys, now Tom Cruise isn't like pussy, but most of these dudes, Phil, you know this. They would get no play if they weren't rich and famous. Zero.
Yeah, they have to have some sort of notoriety to kind of stand out.
Phil, Nick, you've seen some of these dudes, right? Like Ed Sheeran, some of these other guys I've seen. Like
Ed Sheeran, he says that God made him sing and play guitar as well as he does because he's so freaking ugly.
Yeah, it's accurate.
He owns it.
He owns it. He's like, I know I'm not hot, but I believe he's married like his high school sweetheart, like, you know, the only girl that saw potential in him. And someone said like she gives him like a hall pass, an annual hall pass.
Looks aren't that big a deal actually for guys.
You're correct. You could be fugly.
I mean, it's nice if you do look like Henry Cavill. But like a woman will just say, oh, well, that's a bonus. But I'd rather you had like a massive muscular wallet and bank balance.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And well, not a Corvette, because if you have a Corvette, you're 65. And I unironically want one.
Do you?
Yeah.
You can fit? I got in one and I did not fit.
Have you tried the new one? They redesigned them.
Oh, did they? I couldn't shift.
This year, they redesigned them. They made them a mid-engine. Anyway, they're like, they changed the whole layout of the Corvette. So maybe you can fit now. Probably not.
But probably not.
Speaking of cars, it's there's a stereotypical thing which happens with cars. You've got your sports car, whether it's a Corvette or one of the others. and you're getting into serious realms of relationship with your girl, and maybe have a baby on the way, and now it's time to get rid of the sports car, and she tells you that's got to go because we've got a family. And then she ends up buying one of these multi-person vehicle things, which looks like a minibus. It's the most ugly thing on the road.
I got a full size.
Phil, you should see
all
Nick's.
her female friends, look at the equipment I must buy because I have such a family. And it's the same sort of projection as the sports car from the guy's perspective. He just wants to show off to his guy friends. But it's always the guy that has to lose out in the relationship. So that's one more of those things that guys just have to lose out on.
Phil, so the thing is that I've always said that guys always lose. Like there are no guys that are in relationships with women that I believe are winning, because if there is a threat of her taking you to court for anything, whether it's domestic violence, Me Too, divorce, rape, whatever it may be. So Phil, it's funny. On my way here, I was actually the same girl who gave me this Little Mac sweatshirt. She said she's talking to a dude. And he is the GM, right? So he's a GM at her job. And his situation is he was that guy who was, into some trouble, into drugs, all that stuff. Complete 180, right? Turned his life around. At some point, he met whoever this woman is, got married, has a kid, beautiful little girl, 3 years old. And what happened, though, Nick? Why am I talking about this dude? Because she's telling me here he is talking about, oh, hey, if you guys, I'll take you out for lunch, blah, blah, blah. And she's kind of like, I thought you were married. Then he dumps all the story on her, right? Phil, he says, maybe sex, maybe once a month, only missionary, right? And so this kind of goes into what you talk about with your clientele, right? So, Nick, imagine this. She basically denies him sex, right? It's a sexless marriage, because I think sexless marriage is defined as like, it's like one sexual encounter between like every 1 and 2 months or something is defined as a sexless marriage. So Phil, what was so bad is that this is why I say guys always lose. He's like, I'm not happy. This situation is toxic. So what does he do? He pushed for the divorce, right? Now, Phil, do you know what she said to him? Looks at it and goes like this. If you even think about it, Nick, going forward with this, guess what she said she's going to do? Go right down there to the court, bring up all of his old, drug conviction, like basically his old life. He goes, you'll never see this. You'll never see your kid again. So now so basically he got cucked. So now if she's only, now Phil, you know this, if a woman is only having sex one time, missionary for a matter of minutes, every 1 to 2 months, that means she already has a guy on the side, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Always.
Plus he's set a precedent there. As soon as that starts to happen, because now you can't cut off any of the income to your wife,
I was
girlfriend,
just thinking
whatever
that.
it is. Otherwise, that's economic domestic violence.
Yep.
But I've been in that situation, and straight away I've said, right, if that's the case, there's no intimacy at all. I'm not going to hold your hand. I will walk 3 feet in front of you when we're outside, and everyone will know. Every time I even glance at you, I will look at you with hate. Mm-hmm. And that she can't stand. So if you're not going to have sex with me, give me what I want. I'm not going to give you what you want, and I can make your life hell. But for the guy that you just given the tail of, he's got to go hardcore on that one. And his response should have been, well, that's only going to work while you're alive.
Yep. Put her in check.
Yeah.
And so Phil, with what you do with the dolls, obviously the title of tonight's show being Obsolescence. So
it was supposed to be a joke, but I knew the conversation would go there.
Because it should.
I want them replaced. It's just a matter of time.
So Phil, let me ask you this. How long do you think before it is, like, I don't want to say mainstream, but like it becomes a thing where, like, you've seen this, right? As more and more men check out of the dating market, right? They check out of dating, they check out of hookup culture. Eventually they go like this, I'm just fucking done. So what I'm going to do, Nick, is I'm going to go to work, come home to my doll. Phil, how long do you think you'll see? Do you believe you'll see that within the 2020s?
Yes.
Like on a mass scale.
The moment they pass the law where it's rape to not have sex with a girl.
Wait, say that again?
You don't. The moment they pass that law that it becomes rape when she wants sex and you don't want to have anything to do with it, and you don't even have a relationship with it, then that becomes some sort of sexual assault to rape. Then the guys en masse are just going to say, fuck it, it's way too much hassle. Give me a doll. Where's Phil? Show me where Phil is.
Right? Yeah, I can see. Look, Nick, I kid you not. I could honestly see a time where Phil could have ads running, like on mainstream stuff, right? Like whether it be, I'm not gonna say Super Bowl commercial, but you know what I'm saying? Like you're watching mainstream TV, you're watching a FIFA match, and here's a commercial break, and men, we know a lot of you are watching right now. Here's a doll, right? Like I could see that happening within the 2020s. Because remember, so Phil, there are people out there who say, like, Drex, you're crazy, but Phil, let me ask you this. 10, 20 years ago, if you talked about where we would be as a society, people would say that there's no way, right? They would say, oh, you're crazy, right? What do you mean, me too? What do you mean you can get accused of something? There's not even evidence you were there, physically present, and your life can be ruined. If you had said that to someone even 10 years ago, you wouldn't have believed it, right? No one would have believed that. Like, oh, come on, that's going too far. So now that we're here, I don't, like you said, I don't see any stopping what's going on, Nick. I'm telling you, it's going to be, and so ultimately, Phil, I'm sure you've told women this, feminism, and this has been said by actual, like, the founders of like the modern feminist movement. They go, feminism is only good for women under 30. Yes. After that, Nick, I've seen it. It's horrible. Like I said, as a married man, Nick, you live in a different world. I see a lot of single women, and Phil, I'm sure you see that in the UK, right? The single women the divorced women, they divorce their husbands, right? They think, oh, I'm going to test myself on the marketplace. So what do? They go on, all these dating apps, hookup apps, show themselves, slutting around in the pubs, right? And then they try to, they get quick hookups and it validates them, right? That's all they're seeking is attention and validation. And all of a sudden, Nick, it's like, last call. It's like, it just ends. And all of a sudden, like that chick remember, Nick, she's not unattractive. She's just too old. When you're 46, still trying to, dress slutty, you know what I'm saying? You just look desperate, right? Guys can see that. And the only thing you're going to get is a one night stand. And you've seen this, haven't you, Phil, is that more and more women, there was a study, 41% of white American women, Nick, are on antidepressants. That's just confirmed. So we're not talking about the ones who never, talked about, because, most of these women are going to lie, right? I'm not even joking. I believe that number is closer to 60 to 70% are on anti-anxiety or antidepressants. 70% is my educated guess.
Wouldn't surprise me at all.
You see it though, right, Phil, with a lot of older women?
Yeah, I see a lot of these older women who are dressing like sort of 18 to 21-year-olds and still think they're full of all that. And as a guy who is that old, like I'm 47 now, like I look at some of these women and like, you're not this young, sweet chick anymore. You've got to think of something else. I mean, you may have a decent set of legs still, but I mean, at my age, I suppose I would be age appropriate for you, but I'm looking at the sort of like 28 to 32-year-olds, and I'm not looking to settle down. I'm just one of those guys. But if I was, I'm certainly not looking for a 45-year-old.
Absolutely. Well, and they're pissed. Like, so Phil, have you kind of seen that with like just the way that the dating market goes? Is that the older women? I'm sure you've seen this too, Nick. Even to obviously to a lesser degree as a married man, but like the older women are bitter and they give the worst relationship advice to young women. So they're like, men ain't shit, and then you just got to get the bag. So they give these young girls horrible advice.
If you're taking now. This goes both ways, but if you're taking relationship advice from an older single person who's angry,
true,
just stop.
True,
immediately stop.
Well, saying that, I've seen the distinction because like when I'll go on vacation, I'm on my own, so I'll bump into various singles and so forth, young and old, and for the ones approximating to my age, I've met guys who you would say perhaps are a little bitter, and they've just generally said, I'm not going to have anything to do with women again. They've never heard of MGTOW or the Red Pill or anything like that, but they're just, I kind of got burned, I've rebuilt my life, and he's made peace with himself, and he's okay. But the women, they are full of hellfire and brimstone, and there's nothing bad enough from the men on this planet, and they're full of bitterness and hate. I mean, I try and say to the younger or new MGTOW, when they come into the community, let go of the hate. It's not going to help you now. You need to progress your own life, and you can't do that built on hate.
Yeah. Well, see, and that's why I really wanted to be clear on the angry part of it, because you can take advice from older single people who aren't angry, because it might not be their life, or they could have any number of reasons. But if they've got that anger and that hatred, and they're trying to teach you how to be in a relationship with someone. It's like, not so sure. Like asking someone who, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
Do you know what I've noticed though?
No.
Is
What have you noticed?
here's the thing: when it comes to women,
Yeah.
due to their solipsism and narcissism, Nick, when they are giving advice to younger women, that's why they hate younger women so much, because they're not them, right? Like they lost their chance to get the man they really wanted, right? So now they're bitter. The flip side is, I think that, and I'm sure you believe this too, Phil, men have a general sense of, we don't want men to, fall for the same mistakes that we fell for, right? So men have like this natural sense of like duty to be like this. Hey man, don't get with this kind of woman. Hey man, don't go this route. Hey, did you ever consider this before you get married? Like, I think we have a natural sense of that. You ever get that feeling, Phil?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a sense of honor, a sense of justice, and you, especially if you've fallen down in life and can't get back up, you would warn other men, don't do what I did. True. Whereas the reciprocal is with women. Once they've fallen down, they want every other woman to fall into the pit with them.
True. Well, Nick, there was one of my guys, Red Supreme, did a video about that, and he said he was talking about a bum. He said a lot of people will look at a bum on the street like, man, there's nothing I can learn from a bum. He ain't shit, right?
Yeah.
And Red Supreme was saying, hey man, this is really sad, because he's out in gangland, out in South Los Angeles or South California, right? And he says the bum was telling this group of young guys like, hey man, your rivals look for you because you guys have the same routine, right? Because they were walking back and forth to the store at this particular time in this particular block, right? Yeah. He said the cops are looking, they're looking for guns on you young kids. So he was warning them, right? And they don't take heed, right? It kind of goes back to mythology. In mythology, and if you ever read, I'm sure you've read it, Phil, which is Joseph Campbell's Hero of a Thousand Faces, and George Lucas talks about this with Yoda, Nick. The Yoda, so Yoda's role.
Did we just go from gangland bum to Yoda?
Right? we go places on this show. So in his Hero of a Thousand Faces, he talks about in mythology when during the hero's journey, he'll stumble across a weird person, right? Just someone that seems insignificant, right? So, Phil, do you remember when Luke meets Yoda in Empire Strikes Back? Remember, Yoda pretends that he's not Yoda, right?
Yeah.
He just seems like some weird little green creature, not knowing he's the guy. So Luke and Lucas says this in the commentary, like, but by being nice to this weird dude, you get the magic that you need to progress in your story.
Yeah.
And these young dudes out in South LA, they didn't listen to this bum, because remember, the bum had lived his life and messed up, like Phil was saying, and he's now trying to warn them.
The bum was Bill Gates.
Was it right?
And was gonna give them all $1 million, right? But now he's not gonna.
He put it right back in his pocket.
He donated it to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Oh, but he said that the dude ended up getting killed, though, for real. One of the guys in that crew, ended up getting killed. I believe it was by a rival. So had he listened to these dudes, because he told them, go during the day when basically the eyes aren't on you, right? Go during the day, go together, watch your back, you're good. Yeah, you can't tell me nothing. And Phil, have you noticed, like, with a lot of women is, Nick, I've gotten criticism for this. Like, oh, Drex, you say these things, but then you're still smashing thoughts. Phil, have you gotten this sense that even when you tell women, I'm sure you pull women to the side, right? And you've told them the dangers of their behavior, right? And they will not listen. Nick, none of them. You can sit there and go, don't slut around. I have told women, be traditional, be this. If you do these things, you'll get the man that you really want, right?
Drexel recruiting for the alt-right.
Yeah, right.
What is even happening?
It's because
I've tried to show the reciprocal to women. Often when they find out what I do and say, why do you do what you do? And I just say, it's just a business thing. I'm not trying to be King MGTOW or anything. But I said, so why do you hate women? That's the first thing they always come out with, right? And I said, well, look, let's say we get together and I really give you a good hiding. So like break your nose, smash a cheekbone, that sort of thing, teeth falling out of your face. and then I get to pick up the phone, call the police, and they kick you out of the house, throw you in jail, then one more phone call, you never get to see your kids again unsupervised, like some sort of paedophile, to quote Robin Williams. How would you feel? Do you think you would go into that relationship? And they all say, no, God, no. So, well, why do you want me to do it? Think about this from the guy's perspective. And I don't think it's something they can do. It doesn't come naturally to them. Whereas we learn this as like teenagers or adolescents to appreciate it from the other person's perspective, or it gets drilled into us from a father figure.
So I've taken heat from women I know, Nick, when I've said that women are incapable of possessing empathy. They can possess sympathy, not empathy. And I've had people say, "Oh, that's not true, Drex," and they try to give me examples. I said, think about this for a second. How can a woman possess empathy if you would ever want to divorce rape a man and then make sure he never sees his kids again? Because if you really loved your kids, you can't say that, they always say women are nurturers, right? Oh, Phil, they're nurturers. You can't say that you're a nurturer if you are trying to cut off contact from a father who is not, like I said, I can see the guy is an actual abusive, asshole, right?
Yeah.
But provided he is not
hashtag all men.
Yeah, right. So provided he is not a physical or sexual abuser, provided that's not the case, how can you go into court and twist your mouth to say some insane shit to make sure he never sees his kids again? Like,
because
that is demonic.
They're the queens of spite. To compound on what you were saying with the empathy thing as well, I think women empathize really well with other women. Anything that is not an adult woman, they don't really empathize with, which is why they often project adult things onto children. I can remember, like Christmas and birthday as a small child. Because my birthday is very close to Christmas, all my female members of my family would say, you get to go out in the January sales and buy lots of clothes. And I'm like a 9-year-old boy. I was like, I've got no interest in that. I'm looking for tech. Yep. So January sales mean nothing to it. And they would just look puzzled. They can't empathize with anything else other than an adult woman.
Phil, what's funny about you say that is I actually had this happen, Nick, right before the holidays. Is that, once again, the same chick who gave me the little Max sweatshirt. She has 3 boys and was stressing over what to get them for Christmas, right?
Yeah.
And so she asked me, I'm like, I don't know your kids. They're boys. You have life on easy mode. And this kind of goes back to what Phil was saying. Phil, as men, we like to listen. What do you want? We try to appease, right?
Yeah.
So one of the reasons why I think that all men want boys, it's not just because we can relate easier to them, but I think like we know deep down there is a simplicity and an honesty, Nick, that like that if your son says, Dad, I want the new PlayStation 5 with the new Fortnite, for a fact that you give it to him.
If he says
stop.
Fortnite?
Oh,
no,
come
get out.
on. Here you go. It's what all the kids play.
Well, how much Fortnite do you play, Drexel?
I play none. I don't play Fortnite.
Oh, yeah. Why is it good enough for my kids, but not
here you go. Well, my daughter plays Roblox. It's just as terrible.
My kids all play Roblox.
Oh, do they? Yeah, I remember that. But Phil, you know this. If a boy asks for the new PlayStation, right, with Fortnite, if you get him that, he's content, right?
Yeah, he's done. He's
done. Done. If a girl says, I want blank, you get it for him, what happens, Nick? Invariably, what happens?
Not the right thing.
It's not good enough. I want to play his PS5 now. The guy's like, but wait a minute. You got what you wanted. Why are you invading my space? And then she's going to invade and then break his shit it's not, the game is cheating. It's like, wait a minute. It doesn't matter what you get women. They're always going to be dissatisfied. It doesn't matter.
I believe, and it's just a hypothesis of mine, and this harks back to biblical writings, that women speak with forked tongue. I believe it's almost an inherent quality for women. They can't tell the direct truth. They've got to tell an indirect truth. So you have to read between the lines all the time. So
true.
That's why it's never easy to understand what they want.
Well, so Phil, have you noticed that like you think about a lot of relationships with between men and women, both sides project. It's the reason why when a guy does something for a woman that she says that she wants, and then she says that she's not happy, the guy is still going like this. I don't. What did I do wrong? Like this is what you said. And then on the flip side, because women project, when a man says what he wants, she does what you always hear women say. I think too much. I read into things too much. You don't hear men say that because, Nick, I kid you not, I have said things to women. They were convinced. I was like, like basically kind of talking around the issue. Like, so one of the ways that I think men and women kind of have like this double speak. Phil, do you remember back in the day when people would say like, hey, you want to come over and watch a movie? That was always code for we're going to shack up, right?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
And now it is evolved into Netflix and chill, right? So Phil, do you know what happens when you just are blunt with it? Like, hey, look, I'm just looking to smash. A chick is like, he's just funny. He must really mean something else. So
it's like they soften the impact for themselves.
Yeah, right. Like so Phil, I've told Nick before. I said the one group of people who has the absolute best hold on the dating and hookup culture is gay men, because you have two entities.
Neil Gaiman.
It's so stupid. so Phil, think about this for a second.
Nick, gay man. Neil Gaiman?
Oh my God.
Phil.
Neil Gaiman.
So lame.
I just ruined your. No, I just so thoroughly dismantled you with my dad joke that you had to go talk to Phil. You were talking to me. Now,
You're so awful.
Now I'm cucked out of my own conversation.
As you should be. Go sit more. Well, Phil, you look at obviously men and women, yin and yang. They're agents of chaos. We're builders. But here's what happens when it comes to communication. If you have two entities that have direct communication and are simple by nature and are satisfied by nature, right? No one has a better market than gay men, because they go like this. Think about it. So here's what's funny, Phil. Women don't know what their role is, right? They want to change their role at every given second, right? Do you ever notice my cousin's gay, and so he came, Nick, one of those people who comes out, yet everyone's like, yeah, dude, we always knew, right? So he was with his boyfriend in LA Vegas. That's right, because they're visiting my parents, right? So a lot of my family members went down to Vegas to go visit. And here's what's funny though, is that regardless of how everyone feels about this, gay men have designed roles, right? Phil, the guy goes, I'm the top, this guy's the bottom, right? So Nick, they have a defined role. When it comes to men and women, the woman keeps shifting the role, like Phil said, like you just said. They pick and choose when they want to be something. Whereas, at least with dudes, if dudes go like this, I want to smash. The other guy's like, I want to smash too. It's not indirect communication. It's direct. So that's why, like, in gay culture, Phil, back in the day, obviously when the AIDS outbreak and stuff, gay men were able to just go like this. They were the true hookup culture, because there was no, even with what's his face, Nick, when Jeffrey Dahmer was luring his victims. He was able to lure them so easily because with two men, it's like this. Hey, I like, how you're looking, blah, blah, blah. Let's go. And they just go, yeah, let's go. Because men don't go like this. Women say things like, I got to really get to know you, because you could be a serial killer. Right? You could hurt me. So women want to vet a little more because they are physically inferior. Whereas men don't go around thinking like, I think a guy's going to overpower me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I guess.
So when
how many of these conversations do you have a week?
Oh God, you're so lame. So
look, I'm just asking. You seem to be an expert in the field.
Well, the thing is that you think about these things because Phil, did you see that article that came out that said, talking about lesbian couples, right? I think it was published in the UK. Did you hear about that? Like lesbian things that we already knew, right? Highest level of domestic violence, lowest level of sex. Nick, the divorce rates for lesbian couples are now skyrocketing, right?
Yeah.
And someone goes, "Why is that?" And it gives all these bullshit reasons about why there's I think women have unrealistic expectations for relationships.
Well, I think lesbians were fooled like all of us when they watched Showtime. Right? They're like, look at how hot these other lesbians.
I've got a bit of a theory on the whole lesbian breakup thing, divorce thing, but maybe it sounds a bit hateful. But there's no one in the relationship to do the shit that needs to be done. So both of them on both sides are just waiting for somebody to do the shit.
I just think they looked at their partner and were like, God, that's a lumberjack.
Yeah, when you look at it, if you notice, Phil, there's usually one that tries to be like the butch, right? Like the more masculine figure.
No, I'm noticing that it's usually both of them. That's the weird thing.
Really? I usually see when the lesbian couples I've seen, there's always one that's a little more masculine. You know what I'm saying?
So maybe is Ellen DeGeneres looking like a 12-year-old boy more masculine, or Portia de Rossi looking like a stone-faced bitch more masculine? Who's out duding the other one?
No, but remember so look, let's just think about Ellen in general. Has Ellen ever worn a dress?
No, Portia's obviously the more
she's the feminine one.
I was just trying to make a joke.
Well, I know. I mean, you're terrible at it because they both look horrible.
Did you see Ricky Gervais at the Golden Globes?
I did.
I did.
Did you see Ellen? Though she looked like King Joffrey from Game of Thrones.
Well, she always looks horrible.
Yeah.
I like how Tom Hanks with his smug ass he was like this the whole time.
Do you remember when he used to be funny?
I do, a long time ago.
I don't think he remembers that he was a funny man.
I don't think in the big days when he was in Big.
Joe versus the Volcano.
What was the one with Daryl Hannah, the mermaid?
It was Splash.
Splash, yeah.
I have fond memories of watching Splash as a child.
I bet you do. Daryl Hannah was hot, and then you saw him kill Bill. Like, what the fuck did you do to your face? And
she's also kind of a badass. Some guy tried to take her purse, and she chased him down and kicked his ass and took it back, like back in the 80s.
Oh, okay, I can see that. I can see that.
Back when she was athletic and
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, she aged bad, man. She hit that fucking wall hard.
She lost that eye too. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, that was bad. But I don't know. So Phil, I'm curious. When you look at the situation that's going on in the UK, and like I said, Ricky Gervais is a hero because you're seeing this pushback of not only woke culture, but like what I think you're seeing more now, Phil, is I think more and more women are starting to gravitate toward MGTOW channels, IBMore channels, SYSBN channels.
Yeah.
You're starting to see it, right?
Everywhere.
Because what you're starting to see is, Phil, I think that some of these women are starting to figure out that like, so this is it. Like this is as far as feminism will get me, right? Like they kind of look around like, so I'm just going to be hooking up because I don't know how it is with in terms of like demographics in the UK, Phil, but here in America, we have a lot of women who seem to be at that age where like they're approaching 30, right? Like 30 is kind of like the because Nick, think about it. If you were a woman, you ever wonder like women panic when they hit 30. And remember, do you know who panics? It's the women who don't have kids and aren't married, right?
Well, yeah.
Because if a woman's already married with kids, you ever notice that, Phil? She's kind of like, oh, I'm 30. She kind of shrugs her shoulders like, well, I'm married. I got 2 kids, 3 kids. I'm good. When you see an unmarried, or whether she's a single mom or she has no kids at all, Nick, I have seen the panic. Because what happens is they know, like, shit, I'm not getting that attention I used to get. Like, I'm not the hot chick anymore. And all of a sudden,
you've got 4 years.
You see that window close, and Phil, do you see how it just and it closes so quick? And like what's shocking, Phil, is that they're starting to feel it. Like I've had women. Have you had any women ask you, Phil, like, what do men like? Like, how do I get a man? Because remember, they always ask, how do I get a man? And I'm like this. How do I keep a man? Have you ever had more women kind of ask you like advice on how to get a man? Have you been getting that?
I've often, all the time, but I've often had to be a bit diplomatic about it because my answer usually is words around the topic, bag a man at the age of 25 to 28. And you're already sort of like 29 to 31. So I think that they don't realize when they're approaching the end of their 20s, they've already passed the finish line.
Yep.
They've just got a little bit of an epilogue of the race left. But they still think they're in the middle of the race and got plenty of time and distance to go.
I feel I see girls. Obviously, you guys call it university over there. We got college over here, and one of the things I see is I see these girls staying in college way too damn long, right? Staying in university too long. And did you hear about your girl Emma Watson says that she's self-partnered, right? These are coping mechanisms. Have you heard about that shit, Nick?
No,
it's pure cope, man. That's cope.
Do you know, I didn't see that one, but Miley Cyrus found out she was hetero. Did you see that article?
Here we go.
What a surprise.
When she's like, I realized that not all men are bad. She got a good dicking.
Yeah, she got dick down. Proper.
It was pretty funny. Like, she's like, I realized that I wasn't actually a lesbian and I was actually hetero and that not all men are bad. And I was like, this is the funniest article, and I bet there's a bunch of women out there right now who just hate it, like the real frothy types.
Well, but though, Phil, have you noticed? And now, Nick, now you know my opinion is I have always said, Phil, that lesbianism is a myth. It does not exist in any form or fashion. I've had I've even had lesbians try to argue with me, and I said, so Phil, think about this for a second. Venezuela. Socioeconomic collapse. How many lesbians are in Venezuela right now?
Oh God, yeah, and I agree with you because I tend to think it's social parading.
Thank you.
You've got a guy's instant attention when you start to get it on with another girl.
Absolutely.
All the guys, like in the club, the pub, the bar, wherever you are, all the guys are watching. Oh, I want to be in the middle of that, and that's why they're doing it. That's
Absolutely.
why Miley Cyrus has had this like years-long thing as being a lesbian, and all of a sudden, then when she wants to be settled down and be looked after, all of a sudden she's hetero.
Correct. Yeah. Well, Phil, you know what's crazy about that is it kind of goes back to the situation I told you about earlier with same-sex relationships. So think about this for a second. You've never met a lesbian in your life who's never been, who hasn't been with a man, right? She's like, oh, I'm a lesbian. It's like, have you ever been with men sexually? Yeah, but I found out I was a lesbian, right? With gay men, Nick, they've always been gay. Like you don't hear dudes be like, yeah, I was, like, we're not talking about those guys who are, I was married for 17 years, like Jessica Simpson's dad, and all of a sudden, I'm a gay man.
I know a guy like that. Got a family and everything. It's wild. It was really weird to watch. Really kind of.
I think it was just watching porn, man. I think, look. Okay, let me think about this, Nick.
No, I wasn't watching porn. I was watching someone I know.
Well, no, it's about him.
Their marriage break down, and
he's like, I'm gay, and that was that, right?
Well, it was weird. No, it was like there was like a gay relationship, and then they tried to work through it.
You can't work through gay. you never go full gay. I mean, you can't work through that.
This is not my issue, so I'm with you. But it was really like it's heartbreaking to watch, right? Because like their family is just shredding apart in front of over this issue, and it's like, but what do you do?
Even the Bruce Jenner thing. Do you notice, Phil? Bruce Jenner didn't do any of that stuff until like the kids were older, right? If he would have gone through all this transition when the kids were young, Nick, the family's done. I mean,
yeah, those Jenner kids would have gotten real messed up if he did that.
Yeah. Well,
are you guys convinced by him? Because I sort of look at the guy and I tend to.
He just wanted attention.
He looks like Willem Dafoe with a wig.
And he had the media limelight, and now all of a sudden he's kind of figured all you have to be is female and pretty, and you get all the attention in the world as per his children. So all of a sudden, I want to be a woman, and it's like, I mean, it's just such a bad decision because there aren't too many Blair Whites of the world, like guys who can like become good-looking women.
Correct.
And he still looks like a man in drag to me.
Blair White.
No, that's always bad. If you have a penis or ever had a penis, the answer is always no. But Phil, you talk about this though is with
I'm pressing X to doubt. That's all.
Okay, there you go. Well, my big issue with lesbians, Phil, is that obviously it's like a three-pronged thing, right? So issue one, socioeconomic issues, right? If a societal collapse happens, Nick, there's no lesbians because women don't sacrifice, so they aren't going to provide for another woman just sitting at home, right? That's number one. Number two, Phil, same-sex relationships. Why is it that when two women get into the bedroom, they're doing everything they can to emulate a man being there, right? The dildos, the strap-ons, like the toys.
True penis envy.
It's penis envy. Now, when two gay men get in the room together, Nick, you have never heard gay men be like, yeah, we always bring in pocket pussies. Never. Gay men don't go into the bedroom to emulate women. So now here's what women say. Here's what lesbian women say. They go like this. No. We don't like men or anything. We don't like penis. It's just a sensation because remember, it's still penetrating. I go like this. But you can say the same thing about two gay men. Pussy feels good. Wars have been started over the vag. So if that's true,
name one.
Helen of Troy.
Name two. Recently.
You know
what I'm saying? Like, so Phil, most of the arguments and fights you've seen between men involved a woman, right?
There's always a woman involved.
It's always.
Whether directly or indirectly.
Yeah, directly or indirectly, Nick. So think about this for a second. When it comes to the men aren't trying to emulate the
unification of Denmark. Oh God, I'm dying. I love the chat. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, you look at these things, and then that's number two. Number three, and Phil, I know you've seen this before. It is well known in the lesbian community that lesbians are on the down low on hookup sites looking for men to smash them.
Yeah, weirdly, I think I do have one lesbian customer, And I don't know if there's a bit of a hookup problem there. She seems like a very nice girl, but she wanted a female doll just so she could get it on herself.
But
unless maybe she's experienced the domestic violence and maybe it's just too dangerous.
It's not a futa doll, right?
Nope. Now, it was a straight girl I've sold a doll to, and she got the female doll, but then got the footer attachment, which kind of makes sense.
So, are you, I think I asked this last time, but I forgot the answer. Are you noticing a market for anime-themed dolls?
There's a lot of people that ask about anime dolls, but like as you'll know, there's like quite a spread if we go to like the original moe anime to the more modern anime, and everyone has their particular thing, so nothing is ever quite right. So
Sure.
I think this is why it's been very difficult to market anime dolls.
It's the
never
mass
exactly what
manufacturing
somebody's
problem.
going for. And if you're paying like $2,000 plus, you need it to be exactly right. So I think it's a bit too difficult to do. But the market's there.
Who's your waifu? Who's your anime waifu?
Me personally,
If you could have any anime doll, who would you pick?
I don't really do anime, to be honest.
That was racist to me.
Hey, Phil, I'm curious.
Who's your anime waifu?
Well, I don't watch it. I haven't seen anime since back in the old day, like early.
Well, look,
2000s.
I know she's 40 now, but she wasn't then.
Okay, so everyone like Faye Valentine from Cowboy Bebop, stuff like that.
Faye's a good one.
You know, Faye was a good one. Like, but see, like the anime look.
I was hoping you'd pick a minor. God damn. It was definitely a trap.
Well, the problem is that okay, so maybe it's a cultural thing, right? But for me, when I looked at anime, obviously, you know, Phil, they always, you know, they make sure they always have, you know, gratuitous bounce and jiggle and you know, exposure. But it's like when I see someone that I know is not a woman, and their features are over exaggerated, right? They have like the huge eyes and all that stuff, the manga style, right? Like when you're in that style, Nick, it's so far removed from what a true human looks like that it's like I can't be sexually like that's why I never understood hentai. I'm like, so why would I be looking at cartoons having sex? That's
Have you
just
ever
me.
seen that show Ancient Aliens?
I'm aware of it.
You know the meme of the guy though, like aliens, whatever that guy.
I didn't know there's a meme for that.
This isn't gonna be funny then. Never mind.
You're killing me. Well, you know my brother would record that show.
Your lack of cultural sophistication is killing me.
You're unbelievable. First of all, who watches? Other than my brother, who watches Ancient Aliens?
I've watched like 2 episodes, but I still know
There's
the
like
meme.
100 of them.
Yeah, but
There's
I
like
know
seasons.
I know the meme because I'm a man of culture and distinction.
Fucking Ancient Aliens. but Phil, so I'm curious. What is the number one, or I say number one? What is like the most popular doll type? Like, you know, is it Eurasian? Is it a white chick? Is it Asian? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it tall, short?
Oh,
Kinda
what's her name again? I'll look it up and show Drexel.
There's an actual like set.
Well,
doll type?
the popular doll changes from time to time. When I started out, there was very much a Pamela Anderson / Barbie kind of look-alike. And a lot of guys went with that. And I think they had the doll for about 9 months to a year and then thought, no, I want something a bit more realistic. And now the big seller now is a WM 166 centimeter C cup, which you'll know on my website as Francesca. And that's kind of a supermodel sort of look without massive breasts. It's got like a pretty realistic face, wonderful body. I mean, could go walking down the catwalk easy if, you know, she was animate. But that's the doll of the moment.
I'm pulling her up for you.
Oh, nice.
I think this is the same doll as last time. Wait, you said 166?
Yeah.
All right. I'm not gonna pull it up on stream. I can't.
Wait, what?
Drexel,
It's not naked, right?
these are lewd photos.
But the doll's not naked.
Yeah, the doll is absolutely naked. Check it out.
If you've got to Francesca, the first few
I can see why guys
images
would
should
go
be
for that.
clothed.
Well, it's hard for me to pull it up on stream anyway. But you know, so I might
get
as
it.
well just show him a nude one anyway.
Yeah, Phil's right. Yeah, Phil. You're right on the market. So she's like considered like a hot girl, but like you said, she's still really like attainable. Like she could realistically be like a girl that like, oh, I go to school with this girl that's really hot, and you know she rock climbs. You know she's, but because like you said, Pamela Anderson's dimensions, Nick, and Phil, have you seen this yourself, especially with the girls who get the augmentations, right? Is that they age bad, man, like real bad.
Yeah.
Because I think more. Are you starting to see more of a push toward like the natural? Because I've heard women say, "But Drex, all these Instagram girls, these Instagram thoughts, right?" But Phil, have you noticed those girls? They never get boyfriends. They never get married. They just get smashed by pro athletes and simps, right? And flown out by rich guys in Dubai. But like they don't get commitment.
I've even noticed with customers who are getting dolls. I mean, they go for the fantastical things, which if they're breast men, leg men, or something. They go for all that, and then for the second or third dolls, that they're going for something with sort of like bigger hips, more of a pear sort of shape.
Correct.
Which you would think, if you're going for your ideal woman, surely you're going for a Victoria's Secret model or something like that. But like a lot of guys actually, I think, as they hit middle age, get a lot more realistic about what they actually really want.
Well, I've always believed that, women were always the far more superficial ones because the things they look for in a man, you know this, Phil, and you know this, Nick, looks on a woman to a man can only get her in the door. That's why we have smash or pass, is because a woman does not have to be a 10 for us to say, yes. If she's a strong 6, we're like this. She has all these qualities. So now in our mind, she's our 10. You see what I'm saying? Like, whereas women want the 10 to be every other woman's 10. Like, when I show off my guy and he's David Beckham, I want all women to wish they were with David Beckham. Whereas guys go like this. Like that's why, Nick, you've seen that guys with like fat chicks. They're like, she works for me. Like,
what was really funny about that is I saw this. Using popular media, I can illustrate this. I saw a clip of Modern Family the other day where the 2 teenage boys are in the hot tub, and they had convinced Courtney Cox to get in the hot tub with them. I don't remember the.
As in from Friends?
Yeah.
Right.
Now Courtney Cox is still a decent looking woman. She's still in shape, still good looking.
Hit the wall.
Who does she bring in the hot tub with her though? Is David Beckham.
Oh, of course.
And David Beckham, that's a handsome dude.
He's a handsome dude.
There's no way around it.
Correct.
And he looks better than Courtney Cox does.
Correct.
But it was funny because like they're passing Courtney Cox off as this like mega hot woman, and she's good looking, but I mean she's not Courtney Cox of Friends era or Scream or any of these things.
Look how, first of all, okay, so
but David Beckham looks better now than he probably did in the past 20 years.
We grow into our looks, right?
Yeah.
So Phil, think about it like this. I'll give you a prime example. I was watching the original Terminator with Linda Hamilton, right? So Linda Hamilton, when she's young, but the styles of the mid '80s is what made Linda Hamilton not look hot, right? But when we saw her in Terminator 2, when she was more physical, right? We're like, damn, she's hot. Then we see her in like Dante's Peak was on TV with her and Pierce Brosnan, and that was at the literal edge of her like her peak, right? Like so. From Dante's Peak onward, a lot of that is from her own diet, and she smokes and stuff like that. So you look at these photos, right? Linda Hamilton in the new Terminator and Arnold, when they're doing like press tours and stuff, look at how horrible Linda Hamilton looks. Arnold, remember, it is so long as
Arnold looks terrible.
He doesn't look great.
Arnold looks like a melting pot of ice cream.
Look, but here's the thing though, Nick. Arnold can still go out on the open market and get a hot 25-year-old.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Because he's Arnold.
Because he can do lots of stuff. That's the thing. So we're doings rather than beings.
Correct. Like,
he can govern.
You're right.
He can lift. He can do maids.
He can absorb drop kicks.
He can have bastard children.
Bastard children with the ugliest maid in history. Now, Phil.
That's his kid.
Phil.
Oh, man. That's his kid.
Phil, now you saw the woman Arnold cheated with, right? His maid. Now let me ask you, Phil. Everyone in the chat needs to know. Now we know the answer is pass because she looks fucking. She's a 1. However, Phil, considering that she is a 1, what do you think her sexual skill level was for a 1 to land Arnold while he's married to Maria Shriver?
In the normal sense of things, she's probably going to be like a 9 out of 10 in the blowjob stakes or something like that.
Automatic.
Or Arnie himself had been smoking and drinking and just thought, well, it's 3 PM, let's do this.
I can see that. Well, do you know? So
she
Phil
was the between chicks chick.
So Phil, do you think that there's like it's almost like a familiarity card that women can play, right? Like, so I think that it's kind of like what you were saying, where, you know, because she's available, right? She's so convenient. Where do you ever get that sense that like a lot of guys, you know, that's why when it comes to nannies and stuff, I actually just had this happen to a guy at work, Nick. He told me that he was talking about, you know, getting a maid or whatever, right?
Sure.
Who do you think decides on the maid? Do you think it's the dude?
No, not a chance.
The wife took one look at her.
There would be 100% employment in 19-year-olds. In a shocking turn of events, there are no available 19-year-olds to work.
None. I think he said I want to say she was somewhere between 22 and 25, right? He tells me this chick was a strong 9, right?
Sure.
He goes, my wife literally took one look and went, turned right around, hired a 62-year-old. Because women hate competition.
If you reverse the situation, and David Beckham walks through the door, or a lookalike, you know, something like Henry Cavill or something like that, and he's just looking for work. He's 19, 20 years old. And she's looking at him going, does he get to play the trump card and say, no, that's not allowed? I'll bet that doesn't work.
So we need, like, that would have to be an upside down Twilight Zone world, because remember, men in general wouldn't be you know, maids, right? So or like, remember, old men wouldn't even be the pool boy, right? So I guess the closest you could say is, let's just say in some weird alternate future, you know, like let's say you know, our droids that help us, you know, our protocol, our C3POs, right? Let's say they need someone that comes and works on them, right?
More like C3POs, am I right?
C3POs, right?
So the tech role that it happens to be. Then
so imagine
he's still not going to get the final say, though, is he?
Yeah, right. But here's the thing. Okay, if that is the situation where we have protocol droids in our houses, right? And there is obviously in this case, usually a man who comes out to like repair them or whatever, right? And someone says, okay, so who's going to be repairing it? If the husband sees that the dude looks like Henry Cavill, he's going to be like, who else is available? And it's some 60-year-old guy. I do believe that the man would be like this. Yeah, let's get him. He has more experience, because he can't say, I feel insecure, right? Because once you say that, she's going to cheat on you behind your back, right?
Drexel, someone specifically asked me to show you this one. And Phil, this is LE 150 centimeter M cup. So that.
Oh yeah.
Why does she have elf ears?
Listen.
Oh, it's a bit of a thing. It's one of the. It's
really
you either love it or you hate it. The doll community is split on
those are
this.
Handlebars, Drexel. What are you talking about? She doesn't have pigtails.
You know, look. Like I said, I'm all for whoever wants to get it in with whatever, man. You know, if whatever your doll preference is. But
What are you talking about?
I can't do. You know what, man? Look. So Phil, he's up here putting these pictures up here, right? Her features are bodacious, right? Now I'm sure that's a hit with black dudes, man. Let's keep it real. So, when I look at elf ears, though, I'm telling you, man, dude, if I see something that like my brain can't comprehend
Drexel,
as
4'11", that's your gym girl right there. You put an African tattoo on it, and you are fine.
Oh god, here you go, the fucking midget with the African tattoo. So, Phil, here's what's crazy. We've gotten to this point where, you know, women are starting to feel the heat, right? But because men haven't adopted dolls on a large scale, or just haven't completely checked out, right? So even hookup culture is still active, right? Even though the 80-20 rule, you know, obviously a lot of men are becoming more and more disenfranchised.
Kind of. I mean, are you noticing though, like back when we were younger and very eligible, there was big mixed groups of young people, like, you know, teens, 20s, and stuff, just like kind of going around and say, going to the cinema, stuff like that. Now it's groups of girls and groups of guys going around doing stuff, and they're not mixing anymore. Because, and I'm not a youngster, so I don't really know why that is, but I can only guess.
Oh, well, you know what, Phil? I actually said that on a live stream last year, where I told Nick, remember, Nick, I told you the guys came over to the house to play Smash Bros, and we went to B-dubs, and we only saw one couple. Remember I said that?
Yeah.
So, Phil, have you kind of, like, it was kind of you know, to piggyback on what you just said.
Don't go on a date to B-dubs, though.
Well, remember, just because they were, like, you could be with your girlfriend or your wife and be like this, like, it's fight night, or it's, you know, let's just go and grab some wings and a beer, whatever.
I know a guy who took a girl on their first date to B-dub. And I was like, don't do that. not to beat.
Oh, well, here's the thing. If she were a fight fan and it were fighting, that's it. Because that's the only time I go to beat up.
Wasn't.
He's a douchebag then, yeah.
He's a good dude. He was just not taking the advice.
By definition, that makes him a douchebag.
No, he's a good kid.
I know he's a good kid, but when it comes to women, he's a douchebag because, like, okay, you shouldn't have to tell him don't take her to B-dubs, right? I wouldn't do that. Like, I wouldn't be like, yeah, you want to go to B-dubs? No, she doesn't go to fucking B-dubs. No.
They got that mac and cheese.
I would know. I don't eat fucking nothing. From
You can
B-dubs.
put the desert heat in the mac and cheese. It's actually delicious. You can get them to put desert heat in your ice cream too. Also good. That's good. Yeah. They recommended that to me.
Sounds a little too frisky to me.
Oh. Wouldn't want to impugn the morals of Drexel.
Oh. but Phil, when you're talking about the I want, and I've told Nick before, I want total segregation. Because the only way that you can get things, like, I don't want things to go back to the way they were. There's all these fucking cucks talk about traditionalism. I go, feminism exposed women's true nature. So why would you want to go back to this hard patriarchy? Like, knowing she doesn't love you, knowing she wants to monkey branch. Like, so Phil, let me ask you this. What do you think about that, where the guys who are all, and I've seen this from a lot of, like, these MGTOW guys, where they're always like, yeah, we want to go back to traditionalism. So let me ask you this. What does that solve? So if you're slaving away for a woman, right, or a family, and all men are just out there killing themselves in the workforce, is that really what men want? Really?
I mean, I often feel that these red pill raging MGTOWs, or just red pillars, going on about want to go back to traditionalism or hard patriarchy, they just want to stick it back to the women. They've got this big chip on the shoulder, and they just want to be in total control, like absolute domination over the family, like a warlord or overlord. And I certainly wouldn't want that. And like, as you say, with the society being the way it is, I've kind of had to examine female nature, and I've gazed deep into the personality and soul of the female, and I don't particularly like what I see. So even if the laws were changed for me, I'd be like, well, that's fine for everybody else, but like, I'm still going to carry on the way I am, because I just simply can't really trust them in my heart, because I know they're just biologically programmed to look for the bigger, better thing. Even if there's like some downside to it, I mean, they're still hunting that way.
Well, let me ask you this. What do you think of, there's been a lot of guys commenting on the whole Meghan Markle thing. We all know that this is all a smokescreen. We're taking a step back from the royal family. She's about to set up for the divorce. You and I both know that.
Absolutely.
Phil. So what do you think, coming from the UK?
I always viewed this with a certain amount of cynicism, because as soon as Prince Harry was born, it was like, yeah, that's not Prince Charles's son. Princess Diana was whoring that one up hard. So, and I think Harry's been kind of tolerated as like the bastard child.
Correct.
Of the royal family. So he's been allowed to go out and play a lot harder than anyone else, because he wasn't first in line to the throne or anything like that. So again, it didn't matter. So if he leaves the royal family, I mean, it should have been done on the Queen's terms, but like, it hasn't been. So that's going to cause a bit of an issue, but like, I'll get through it. But it's the whole Yoko Ono thing.
Yep.
It's all being set up for the big carve up, because he'll be worth a lot of money. Now, it'll be interesting to see when that happens, because I don't view him as direct royal family. He's kind of royal family by association. So the divorce may be allowed to happen. But if she's going to try and take a big chunk of money from the royal family, that's why Princess Diana was bumped off.
Absolutely.
So we'll see how that plays out.
Prepare to meet that tunnel wall.
Hey, that tunnel is about to... hey, you want to talk about some smash? That tunnel's about to bang Meghan Markle's ass hard as fuck if she thinks she's going to take from the royal family. Because you remember when the Diana thing happened, she was seeing that, I believe it was a Middle Eastern dude, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She was having an affair.
It's always Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. And then she started talking real crazy. Like I remember that because I was still a kid. And she kind of, it was the thing she was saying in the digs that she was taking. And Nick, she really got out of pocket. And I'm like, listen, Di, if you want to divorce, and once again, Phil, this kind of goes back to female nature. If this were a man, and a man was going to divorce, he'd be like this. Hey, look, man, I ain't saying you gotta, I'm not trying to take a chunk. I met someone new. This isn't working with you. I just want to go. And I think most people would people will be reasonable going like this. Hey, if all you want to do is just go, like you don't want money because she was going to monkey branch to another rich guy, right? So if that's
so
the
she
case,
didn't need the money, and she
doesn't
kind
need
of
the
came from
money.
a wealthy background anyway.
Correct, because she was Welsh, right? And so Nick, she already had money, so it's like it's just greed, and like Phil said, that vindictive nature, where it's like you already have everything, just but it's like just go home with what you got. Why does it there's, and you know this, Phil, there's always extra, right? They always have to go to that extra step. Like, so Phil, think about any argument you've ever had with a woman, right? You could be sitting there and she starts getting, God damn it, Phil, blah, 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 blah. And you're kind of like, chill out. And even when she's made her point, you're kind of like, there's that point where everyone knows, Nick, that this should be the end of the argument, right? Like it should end at this exact point. Maybe you got a little, upset yourself. Maybe you raised your voice. But there's a point where all arguments should end. And that's that point, Phil. And I know you've seen it, especially when it's two women. They always have to push it to that next level, Nick. Always. It's like,
can we talk about this
a lot
later?
Of guys failed this
in private.
And that's why dudes say that under their breath, right? Let's talk about this in the fucking car.
Well, they've already let it go too far. I think, like, men of my grandfather's era kind of had the right thing. You do not emotionally engage with them. You just grunt at them, give them one-word answers, and that pretty much suppresses any of her argument. You're just not going to engage. Whereas guys these days try to employ logic and reason, and this is not going to work with a woman. You need to employ emotion to get on her level. Yep. And she's going to drag up things from like 6 years ago when you called her a whore and stuff like that. And she's going to bring all that shit up. She'll do anything to win. There's no honor in fighting with a female. None at all.
Well,
so
no, Phil, you know what's funny?
The only way to win is not to play, to quote war games.
I do believe that. And one of the things I've always found funny, Phil, is that women will bring up something that you did. I've seen my mom do this to my dad since I was a kid. She will literally, when I say anything, Phil, she'll bring us, I shit you not, she'll bring up shit from that bitch in Georgia from 1990. I'm not joking. And my dad just shows hands like, oh, here we go. You heard guys say that, right? They go, oh, here we go. Nick, she will bring up shit from so long ago, right? Now, here's the irony to this. So, Phil, you've dealt with this, I'm sure. They bring up old shit about how you fucked up, right? But when it comes to what you've done for them, they don't remember shit, right?
Well, it's just a tactic to get you to lose your temper, because when you lose your temper, that's when you fuck up the argument. That's what they're trying to do. Yeah, it's as long as you're calm and collected, they don't like that. See, I've got to rattle this guy's cage.
Correct. Well, I've been there. Like I said, like my dealings with women, I'm very curt. I'm polite and everything. But it's like in the events that I've told Nick about some of the things I've gotten involved in where these chicks start acting crazy. I'm just like, all right, don't push me to that level. Like, I'm not ever gonna put hands on you. I'm not ever gonna do any of that stuff. Like, I'll just walk away. And kind of like what you just said about our grandfather's age, which is, I am known for giving very just totally emotionally detached answers. Where it's just like you said, whether it's later or this is what I believe, I won't budge from this. Kind of like what happened with the sub and her mom case, Nick, where if you start feeding into it, it spirals out of control. So you're ever going like this. I made a choice. This is why I made the choice. And you just have to live with it. Because the more, if you start getting emotional, it just doesn't stop. Because, Phil, you know this. Dudes have limits, right? Like, because men know that there's a certain line that you cross. It'll end in physical confrontation, right?
Yeah.
That's why men don't talk about guys' mothers. They never bring up people's children. Women will bring up, like you said, anything. There are no rules. Like, Nick, you can get in an argument with a woman right now. They'll bring up things about your kids. And it's like, really? Like,
you're correct. I can get into an argument with a woman right now. And they will immediately attack my children. You know how I know this?
How's that?
Because these hoes be mad on Twitter. And they do. They do. It's like, well, you must be an alcoholic father who abuses his children.
Yep.
Wait, what?
There's no blow too low for women.
None.
And it's like, no, maybe that was your dad. I don't know. Correct. But dear Lord, that is the go-to. It's like
it's always shameless. Women are extremely predictable, and one of the things I've always found troubling, Phil, is I said this on another stream where I said, now when they talk about how men are so horrible, I said I would beg to differ. I would say all women are horrible. And my rationale for that is this, Nick. When women do evil shit, women don't step up and hold those women to a cord. When a tyrant rises, when men do evil shit, men go and fucking kill them, right? Like men take direct, expedient action against evil men, right? If you heard about men,
Agreed.
You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean, right? Like, okay, so Nick, the family court is evil, right?
Yeah.
Lots of women will virtue sing, go, yep, it's a shame the way they treat men. That's not right. Okay, are you gonna do something about it? Mm-hmm. Because it benefits them. They have a hive mentality, right? You have never seen a man when men are out there doing truly evil shit. Men step even men who aren't involved, right? Like I said, so Phil, when there's cases of like sex rings, right? Like they're abducting people and stuff. It is men who these are not their daughters, these are not their mothers, these are just people they don't even know, strangers. Men step up and get shit done. It has never been that way with women. They are incapable.
I desperately want to get one of those guys on the show. Have you like these guys who are like retired Marines or retired Army Rangers or whatever, and then they go and they do sting buys of like a bunch of child sex slaves, and they get like all of the dudes there arrested.
Correct.
It's like those guys are heroic as shit.
But Nick, show me the female equivalent, and they are incapable of empathy. Because listen, dudes here. So prime example, Phil. When a natural disaster happens, who's the only one that actually goes out there and rescues people and gets shit done?
Oh God, yeah,
men.
Of course, it's the men.
It's men.
All the women become hugely feminine at that point. To quote the Bill Burr joke.
Yeah, the old Bill Burr joke about the Titanic, right? When a ship's going, there's never a feminist on board, Nick. They will, help. It's like, wait a minute. If people need help and you claim you're so equal and you want all this, they will, I kid you not, Nick, show me one time in history where shit hit the fan and women were like this, we got this, ladies, and they charged ahead. It's never happened. Never. Cartel violence, who goes down and fights the cartels? Men. When Pablo Escobar was going crazy in Medellin, what happened? The citizens took.
Did you see when they kidnapped El Chapo's kids?
No.
And they both fought their way out. Like the boys came and fought off the Mexican government.
Oh, I did hear about that.
They're like, oh, who are these police officers locking down El Chapo's kid? We got their names. They go and kidnap their families. They're like, let them go.
Right?
Like they do not play.
They're not playing, man. But Nick, so you're starting to see it from both sides, right? Someone does something wrong. The other entity is always male that steps forward and says, hold on, we're going to stop this. And then there's an interplay, right? So when they talk about war, even though women declare war at a higher rate than men, because I think that there's a natural sense, and Phil, I'm sure you would believe you would be co-sign on this too, which is when men think about war, a level-headed man thinks about the cost of war, the total cost, right? Like, hey man, a lot of people are going to die. Like this isn't good. War is not good. So men sit there and go, like they try to do everything they can to avoid war. War, if you think about it though, war more often than not, Nick, is kind of like an emotional reaction, right? Like this person, spite me or they did this and that. So war. And then once people engage in war and they realize the true cost, the human cost, it's like, this is terrible, man.
John McCain even died from brain cancer to avoid war. Sorry.
Well, even when war is engaged, there are men causing the war and there's men defending against the war. So it kind of balances out. So it's not that men are this huge evil entity causing all the evil in the world. Now, all the women are standing behind the men, stirring shit, trying to get the men to do exactly what they want to do, irrespective of the fallout. And it may sound like I'm beating the MGTOW drum there, but that's just simply how it's been throughout history. There's always a woman somewhere trying to encourage a man to do something that he doesn't really want to do because he knows what the actual impact of it is going to be. Most of the historical tales that we know of.
Well, Phil, do you know where you see that quite often in the modern era is in the inner city? Like a lot of the violence in the inner city is, like you said earlier, is at the end of the day, it's related to a female. Whether it's, especially like in the black community, you see these young black boys who are raised by single mothers.
I see that all the time in the black community.
And they get involved in this horrible lifestyle. And if you notice, think about this for a second. it kind of goes back to what I was saying, how women are incapable of empathy. You can't say women possess empathy if every time, like you look at these dangerous environments, right? These ghettos, these slums, right? It's only dangerous for men, the boys, right? Like, especially in the black community, Nick. War zone in Chirac, it's the black males getting shot up. It's not dangerous for women.
London. That's why you know how London's got this stab epidemic and weapons epidemic.
I heard about the acid shit too
in London, and it's all the black kids.
Yep,
all the black boys, I should say, who are getting sort of like killed. Yeah,
but you know, like so when it comes to the moms, they don't ever say we are going to take responsibility. Either not have kids, which is the preemptive strike, right? We're not going to have kids that we can't take care of and raise in a 2-parent household, or they say, I'm going to ensure that my kids aren't involved in this. Nick, they do not fucking care because they're getting government assistance. The welfare state in the UK is out of control, man.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree. I know it's that women don't know that sex will lead to children.
Stop. You know what?
No, So I was having this conversation with my parents today because I mentioned I was talking about how Republicans in the U.S. have an opportunity to solidify a voting base for the next several years, and they're going to throw it away because we've got the traditional conservatives allying with the far right on things like porn, on the sins, right? And so we've got this thing that just passed in the budget bill where they raise the smoking age to 21.
I heard about that.
And it's like, does anybody in the U.S. who is 18, 19, or 20 not know? Like, because that's the idea, we got to protect them. Like, do they not know that smoking is bad for them?
They're not children.
They know smoking is bad for them, and they're choosing to engage in it for what they've done some cost-benefit analysis and say, I would rather smoke and deal with the consequences than not smoke. They're adults, they can do that. And then my dad made a joke about, or not really a joke, but an observation about they do the same thing with women where they act like these women who are 18, 19, 20 years old have no idea that sex is going to get them pregnant. Like, we do. It's like, oh, we need more education here. We need more birth control education. It's like every public school educated kid by the time they're 12 knows that sex will get a girl pregnant.
Absolutely.
And it's ridiculous that we keep taking responsibility away from people. Like what? That's,
okay, let's go back a little bit though. When it comes to what you're talking about, the removing responsibility is really what? It's really a form of control, which is government power. So the only way that the government, the only way you can get the authoritarian state is you can't do it through men. So Phil, I want you to think about this, right? Welfare reform, right? So when it comes to welfare, this goes back to, once again, women are incapable of empathy. So it wasn't that hard due to women's hypergamy to convince women to kick the man out of the house to get government assistance, right?
Yeah.
Women were like, sure, I'll do it. Yes, daddy government. Now, Phil, have you ever thought about this for a second? I want you to reverse the genders and see if you could even imagine, even with a diluted mind, what percentage of men do you think would sign up for this deal? Just really listen to this from a gender swap, right? Hey, Phil, here's what I want you to do. You see that wife of yours? Kick her out of the house and make sure she never sees you guys as children again. And we're going to give you free health care, these benefits. She's going to pay you child support. What would a man say to that deal? Even if he doesn't even like his wife.
Lucky if there was 5% of guys that took up on that. Because
maybe
even if you're worse off, it'd be like, wife, come over here. Come on. We've got this situation. How can we make it better for ourselves and complete the family unit?
Here's the thing, Phil, and you know this. If that were the case, if daddy government tried to come to men to destroy the family, more men than not, even if they hate the marriage, they would literally show the wife, this is what the government's trying to do. If we can't make this work, let's just make it work separately without the government involvement, right? That is the route most men would take, right? Like you can't find too many men. Nick, have you ever known a man who would throw their wife?
Oh, sorry. There's more to the question.
Especially when you've got kids involved. I've seen men in my own extended family who've stayed in loveless marriages and sexless marriages until the kids are like 16 to 18, and then they allowed it to split when the kids were at university or working or whatever.
Well, I think men have men have been conditioned over the past very long time to suffer in silence, right?
True.
So the idea of, well, I just have to wait 18 years for this kid to get old enough and to not ruin the kid's life, and then I can deal with it at that point is, I mean, that's war, right? Like that's literally why men have gone to war forever is, well, if we could just deal with this for a little while, in this way, look, it might be shit for me for now, but ultimately it's going to be better in the end.
But male sacrifice. So first of all, sacrifice in and of itself, Nick, is a distinctly male trait. Because Phil, if you fell on hard times, and Chris Rock made this joke, she goes, oh, don't worry, we can sell this stuff. She goes, she's talking about your shit. Phil, if you had a bunch of antique toys and stuff, she would sell your shit in a heartbeat, right? But when it came time and you said, hey, but you got 78 pairs of shoes, you can sell this shit to help us make rent.
It's exactly what I was saying before about the sports car. Anything that you own is superfluous to the needs of the family or relationship.
So Phil, that's why I've told Nick on numerous occasions, I believe feminism, Nick, is both the best and worst thing that has ever happened. Especially modern feminism. It's the best and worst thing that ever happened to society, because once you've exposed women's true nature, because all women are feminists, first and foremost, because all it is female nature politicized and incentivized. That's all feminism is. All women are the same. Anyone who says, so Phil, you ever heard those women who say, I would never, try to keep the kids from my man, or I would never try to do X. They always say, I would never, right? I would never do this, right? And then you go like this. What if he cheated on you? Oh, then it's different.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Or the one that I always counter with in that case is, well, yeah, but what if the attorney that you have is saying you could get $250,000 for doing that?
Oh, that
changes their perspective.
The attorneys in the divorce industry are awful.
They're horrible people.
They really are, because they know that depending on the situation, if they strike at the right time, they can spend $50,000 of the man's money to get $200,000 of the man's money.
Correct. You're right. Well, did you hear what happened in fuck? Let me make sure I got the country right. Phil, you would know this better than me because you're European. I believe it was Sweden or no, it was Dutch. It was Netherlands. They changed the alimony law from...
Oh, yes, it was the Netherlands. Yes.
Yeah, Nick, 12 years to 5 years. Divorce rate shot up. You heard about that shit, Phil?
Yeah, it was going to hit at the end of the year, so the divorce rate spiked
January 1st.
Before that, because if they left it one day after that deadline, then they're going to less than half the amount of alimony.
Correct. They lose 7 years of alimony. Nick,
so,
I shit you not.
Is it? It's not about the money.
You saw that, right, Phil? Nick, it was out of control. All these Dutch women. So like I said, anyone who keeps saying, Drexel just making it. Who's that? Vicky Flores. I'm not a feminist. Stop it. You are a feminist. If you are a woman by default, you are a feminist. Stop. Because when it comes time for war, is she going to go? No. You know that, and I know that, Nick. 98% of war deaths.
Feminist or a covert feminist.
Well, say that again?
You're either an overt feminist or a covert feminist.
So when I say feminist, Nick, I'm not saying that. So I think we need to make a distinction. There's a difference between a feminazi, right? Like the ones who are like the rab, like you said, Phil, like the rabid, foaming at the mouth. I hate all men, trying to destroy everything, right? When I say all women are feminists, when it comes
like Destiny, that chick is weird.
Who?
Destiny. It's some stripper. Don't worry about it.
Sounds like a stripper name.
Yeah, it is a stripper.
Well, but here's the thing, though. It's kind of like what Phil just said. Women say, I would never, but as soon as you change a condition, what do? They do what all women do. They move the goalposts. They are designed this way. It's like you said, Phil, about their own hypergamy. They're always looking for the bigger, better deal. If a man loses his fucking job, Phil, now women do the shit test, men do not. More men need to start basically reflecting what women do, right? So men need to start shit testing women, like checking their hypergamy. Coming home one day like this, yeah, they say they're about to cut my hours, or they're about to do this, that, and the other, and just see how she reacts, right? Because she will react exactly the way you think. If she believes her security is threatened, She will go into her look, whoever those dudes are slide into her DMs, and you know this, Phil. They all have beta male orbiters, right?
Yeah.
Every woman has a backup plan. So you can't say you're a feminist or you're not a feminist. And so let me get this straight. You know this. Phil, do men have backup plans while they're with women? No. That's why if a man breaks up, he has to go find a new woman unless he's cheating, right? So unless he's cheating, actively cheating, he has to go find a new woman. A woman can break up and in fucking 2 weeks, there's a new dude. You're like, where'd this guy come from? Nick, post it on social media. Here's the new love of my life. I'm with this man. You're like, in 2 weeks? Because she already had the dude waiting. He was in all women, not some. Every woman on this earth is a feminist. Some are just.
This is often why I say that if a man's cheating, he's not getting enough at home. And if he's getting plenty at home, he's got no need to look elsewhere. He's happy.
Correct. Well, you know what's funny? Phil, I don't know if you believe the same, but I told Nick on a stream once, I said, all the men that I've ever known who cheated, they felt genuine remorse. And that is something I kid you not, I have never seen a woman express remorse when they cheat.
Oh, God, no. Never happened in the history of humankind.
Zero. Nick, I'm not even joking. Chicks doing gangbangs behind their cousins' backs. I've shown you the text. They feel
behind their
nothing.
cousins' backs?
The husbands.
I'm pretty sure you said cousins.
Okay, I meant to say husbands. What was that?
We're not gonna talk about what you're into. It's fine. I got to get back to some chats.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
We left this last chat an hour ago.
Oh Jesus.
The Dark Knight says, Phil, good to see you again. I would like 3 waifus, please. Go strong, brother. You are doing good work to help men out there.
Good man. I mean, if you mean you want them for free, I'll have to get into negotiations with you.
Do you do a 3 waifu discount?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll do a 2 waifu discount.
Really?
Yeah. It's happened a number of times, actually. So, like, you know, guys, just I want this doll, I want this doll. Can you do me a discount? And this will happen anywhere, any retail organization that you want. There's at least an assistant manager or a manager who has the authority to give you discount if you buy multiples. So always try that on wherever you go.
What if a guy called you up and said, I want a cast of The View, but none of the orifices need to be open?
Wow.
Well, normally I would say that there could be like some sort of legal issue, but like I want to see all of those girls fucked, so.
Nice.
Okay, the DCV Titan says, Phil, is the under 140 centimeter is a child doll a wide-held standard?
Now, this harks back to when I had the National Crime Agency literally knock on my door and say that I was supplying child sex dolls. This was the arbitrary height that they had set themselves. I think it was just because some customs official had opened one of my packages, had a look, and I was saying, oh, I think that's a child sex doll.
Right.
So I passed it to the National Crime Agency. So they said 140 centimeters or 4'7" denotes then a child doll. Customs are not adhering to this at all. So the National Crime Agency aren't talking to customs. So I've just had another doll seized, and this is 150 centimeters. So I've written to both the National Crime Agency and HMRC Customs to say, look, I want a sit-down meeting with you guys, and I want to discuss with you what's allowed and what's not allowed. I'll get a number of UK vendors together so we can sort of self-police the industry, because there's no legislation in the UK on this. This all comes under a vague obscenity law, which just handles importation, right? So that's the only way you can actually get hit in the UK for this. If I was to manufacture literally child sex dolls, it's okay to own them, it's okay to sell them, you just can't import them. How crazy is that? Wow. Now, I would rather police this from the inside out, because even if the House of Commons decided to start discussing this as law, it would take like 2 years to come into effect. But that's where we are at the minute. So the 140 centimeter law, it's a good starting point, but it looks as though they're doing the old scope creep. And before you know it, the authorities are going to want the dolls to be like of Amazonian height and build before it's considered adult. So I want to nip this one in the bud before it gets any further.
He says, I was thinking of getting a doll based on a game character, but looking up her stats, she's 134 centimeters. I guess that's a child doll. F the J cups she'd have.
Well, it depends if I have this sit down argument with the authorities and say, well, look, because I want this to be based on bust, waist, hips, and head to body size ratio. So even if it has like a very young looking face, if it has the adult qualities to it, then it's designated an adult doll. Because I had a doll seized from me when the National Crime Agency knocked at the door. The doll was 128 centimeters, but it had D cups, it had abdominal muscles and great big hips. They actually gave me the doll back when they dropped all the charges because I didn't have any child porn on my computers. That's what they were looking for. The dolls are neither here nor there. Every guy who's gotten prosecuted for having a doll has always had thousands of illicit images on his computers, and that's what they get you for.
Gotcha. Yeah. West Nile Chan says hikikomori are generally shut-ins and neets, neither in education, employment, or training. They reject engaging in Japan's high standards. Herbivore men are the guys who gave up on sex and marriage. So that's from West Nile Chan. Praz, not Praz, says Drexel, Terrence Pop did a video today called What Do You Bring to the Table? It's about a black woman, Lauren Craig, who only dates rich men and believes that she doesn't need to bring anything to the table.
I am the table.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, now remember what I told you, Nick. I am going to take it upon myself, Phil, Nicholas. I am going to literally get black women canceled. If I find out you're out there, you're a guy who dates a black woman. Yeah, we're gonna go.
You told white dudes to go smash black women.
Yeah, smash. No one dates black chicks. Come on, man. You can do better. If you're an incel, if I were an incel,
I've done it, I must admit, but like I had extenuating circumstances. I was out on business in Africa. So I dated a girl from Ghana, dated a girl from Kenya, and a girl from Zimbabwe at different times. But the attitude is hugely different out in Africa.
I was just about to say that, Phil. Let me make sure I'm clear. I'm referring to American black women. So I don't knock.
What about Korean black women?
Yeah, all four of them. But so the American ones, I'm sure you've heard. Phil, think about it. When you see all the stereotypes, right? They're not stereotypes from African black women. They're not coming from Ghana. They're not coming from Accra. Where are they from? America, right? Lizzo, ratchet ass Lizzo's fat ass.
Who's Lizzo?
A horrible rapper that's not even a rapper, a talentless hack.
I thought that was just the Asian version of Rizzo from Greece.
I wish. She was twerking at a Lakers game, Nick.
Yeah.
So imagine a woman who's Google look up Lizzo Lakers game or something. It'll pop up. She's 400 pounds. So imagine a 400-pound roly-poly black woman, half naked, twerking at a Lakers game.
Oh, crap!
Yeah, see that reaction right there, folks. That's what the black community has to have. Listen, man, Phil. When I tell you I'm getting these black women canceled, I'm talking literally eradicated. You don't know how bad it is, man. If you were a black boy growing up, Phil, and you're coming up as a young black boy in America, especially in the inner city, the only thing you will hear from black women is that you ain't shit. That's their favorite line for black boys and black men.
Oh no, she's in a Sailor Moon cosplay.
Yeah, it's bad, bro. It's bad, man. Oh. And so Phil, obviously you're in the UK, so things are a little different. But in America, right? Black women's rate of being overweight is 82%. Single motherhood is in the 70s, right? Like 70, I think 4%. So black men have the absolute worst dating option if they stay within the black community, right?
It's not that different over here. I mean, I was seeing a girl from the Czech Republic, and she was in Southeast London. So I would go over to her place, and I think it was near her birthday or something like that. And so we'll go and get you some lingerie or something like that. That way, both of us get something. Mm-hmm. And so we went to a store called Marks and Spencer, which is noted for lingerie. And because we were in Brixton, and it's got a large black community there, the bra sizes and panty sizes were enormous. And my Czech girl was kind of what I would say is kind of normal build, so we couldn't find anything her size.
Of course,
that's when it occurred to me. Now this was 15 years ago.
He brought a Czech girl to a hood lingerie
Yeah, you
shop.
fucked up.
I'm dying.
You fucked up. Phil, I love you, but you fucked up.
Have you guys seen the movie Road Trip?
Yes.
Yeah.
Remember
Tiffany Haddish and all them.
DJ Squalls, like the
Skinny
skinniest
white
white
dude.
dude on the planet? He's
Yep.
like, I banged the chick, and it's like, I got her underwear, and he pulls out, he unfolds it.
It's so big, man.
Oh my God, you kill a cheetah?
But Phil, I kid you not, man. It's so bad because what happens is all they do is talk bad about black men, right? And they hate their sons. That's why they abort. So black women have aborted more babies than any other ethnic group. So
Yeah, that's an official statistic.
official stat. So black women. So think about this for a second, Phil. If you were going to date, this is what you have to deal with. The ethnic group of women who has aborted the most babies since 1970, Roe versus Wade. The ethnic group who has the highest rate of obesity and being overweight of any ethnic group on earth. Okay. The least married group of women on the entire planet. Check. Highest rate of STDs. Check. Like, so as you go down the list, Phil, there's not, look, when someone says, what is the first trait about black women that people from all walks of life can acknowledge? What is it, Phil? What's the first thing you think of when you think when someone says black woman? What's the first thing that pops into your mind?
Oh, big black mama.
I think bad attitude. The attitude,
Yeah, I suppose.
like
yeah.
that bitchy, snapping their neck attitude.
I've noticed that bleeding over into the white community because, of course, every youngster now in certainly South London wants to be black because it's cool to be black. And this whole idea. So,
Well, until shit gets real, then they get white again. But Phil, in the black community, it got so bad. So what ends up happening is the black women try to dick police black men, right? So they try to shame them and make sure they keep them on the plantation forever, right? Basically, so black women. So just to give you an idea, obviously you guys have a different kind of demographic and background. When the civil rights era happened,
What are you trying to say?
when the civil rights era occurred, we're talking about the 50s and 60s, right? Here in America. What they don't tell you is after Reconstruction, right? After, post-slavery, 1865, blacks had a higher rate of marriage, higher rate of two-parent households than white people.
yeah.
They never tell you the flip side to that story. So when these black women get on TV, the white man's media, and go, black men ain't shit, they aren't fathers. What they don't tell you is it was black women who took, daddy government dangled the little carrot in front of her, right? They took it hook, line, and sinker, destroyed the black family, and they're doing it to white people now too, right? You see that. White, Latino, they do it to everybody. We were just the test subject. So what they did is they said, okay, women will trade in their God-given providers and protectors, their men. They will trade them out for government assistance at the drop of a hat. So what these black women don't tell you, Phil, is when they say how men aren't fathers, what they mean to say is the men I chose to lay on my fucking back for, have him busting me raw dog, he ain't shit. So when they say men ain't shit, they're projecting their hate, because what happens, Phil? One man in the black community can have 17 baby mamas, right?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know that half black men don't even have children ever in their entire life? They will die without reproducing. They don't say that
I didn't know
because
that.
most of them are not chosen. It's the serial breeders who give a bad name to all black men. So every time they show black people, what do they show, Nick? The thugs, the degenerates. It's like, so you're only getting one side of the story. It's like, okay, so explain how black people had the highest rate of marriage. And when you say that, they always push the blame back on black men. Black men were running away from the family. Is that really what happened? Or were you, like Phil said earlier, were they Me Tooing these guys? Were they lying on them to daddy government? That's what really happened.
Look,
They destroyed the black community, man.
Man, all I know is Clarence Thomas
Oh, God.
was dropping pubes on chicks.
Yeah, Anita Hill's ratchet ass who slept her way to the top just like Kamala Harris. Oh,
How dare
she
you.
didn't make it.
How
Fuck
dare
Kamala
you.
Harris.
How dare you get... How dare you.
Oh, what? Kamala Harris is ratchet
I
ass?
am offended by everything you've said.
I hope you are. I hope Kamala is too.
Wes Nilechan has a question for Phil. Can you manufacture a lolly doll that's actually a 5,000-year-old flavivirus and send it to a lawyer in Texas that has 45% lung capacity?
Well, I can have anything manufactured that you want. It's just a case of getting it in the country.
This is a rough look at the virus. This
It looks like Earthworm Jim.
Oh,
man.
wait, you can't see this. Dang it. The stream can see it. It's the West Nile virus, I think. The artistic representation there. Sorry, Phil. I wish I could show you, but
Not a problem.
Google has ruined my entire life. I used to be able to just have one stupid thing, and it would switch between all of our faces while we talked.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah,
so it doesn't do that anymore?
No, they killed that.
Why is that?
They killed that like it was a black baby in the womb.
Yeah, if it's a black woman, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
never mind.
That's all they
That
do.
was the whole
Kill
point
black
of video
babies.
Conferencing, which is what the Hangouts were based on.
What was that?
I thought that was the whole basis of video conferencing from like the corporate networks.
Yeah.
And that's what Hangouts were all based upon.
They got rid of the feature that would show me to me. That was the thing they got rid of. So if I have like 10 people on one Hangouts call and one of them is me, I will always see whoever's talking of the 9 other people, but I will never see myself.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's weird. So if I'm talking, it doesn't show me anymore. It's
Because
really,
before, remember, it's like if I were in the studio, Phil, it showed me, and Phil would be, let's say Phil's off screen, right?
Yeah.
Whenever Phil would talk, his picture would pop up.
right.
So that's gone forever now?
That's gone. There's like some weird way you can
What?
access it through Slack or something, and I haven't figured out how to do it yet. But no, on the whole, they discontinued that ability.
It's lame, man.
I agree.
Damn.
I agree.
That sucks.
Okay, Random Blaze says Shane Holmesburg is now going after Todd, saying he got Pridemore drunk to screw her. Guys, has a man ever gotten a woman drunk for the purpose of having sex with her? Has that ever happened?
No.
Never? When did this become weird? Right? Like when did he Now there's a difference, right? Like roofing a chick or secretly slipping her liquor to get her blackout drunk and have her pass out. That's one thing. But just like, here, you want a third glass of wine? I mean,
Well,
It's why.
because if you're dating a chick that needs more than 3 glasses of wine, you might want to put her on the scale first.
Yeah, you might want to do a little digging.
I remember the days though when women would simply go out to get a little bit warm on alcohol, so they would actually pick up a guy because they were a little
Exactly.
bit too uptight normally to be able to get with like a half decent guy because they want to be too prim and proper.
Right, and if we
Isn't
take
that
like
sad?
an evolutionary perspective and we say that women, because the breeding window for women is like if you get pregnant, you're out 9
Correct.
months to a year of time.
Yep.
Even if the pregnancy is unsuccessful, you're out a significant amount of time. So if we take that evolutionary perspective, there is a natural barrier up to the idea of randomly hooking up because of the risk involved of the pregnancy. So yeah, you lubricate the brain a little bit. You have a couple, just like if a guy's gonna try and pick up Rosie O'Donnell,
Stop.
first he goes and lifts a bunch of weights,
He does.
and then he puts down a fifth of vodka, and then he takes his shot, right? But that's how it used to work, and now that is like today that's rape, right? A guy giving a woman,
You coerced her. It's
Yeah.
coercive sex, yeah.
and it's like wait,
Just about everything is rape.
Everything is rape. So Phil, do you know what's funny? You look at this situation, right? And once again, women aren't saying shit. They aren't doing shit when it comes to the fact that the burden of responsibility is always pushed back on men. So Phil, a guy and a girl, both, let's say underage, right? Let's say they're both 19 or 20, whatever, I don't know what the drinking age is. I'm assuming it's 21. Here in America, it's 21, right? Let's say we got two 19-year-olds who are freshmen in college. They get a little tipsy in a dorm room and they have sex. And she regrets it. They always say he did. It's like wait a minute, but the guy goes this. But I was drunk too. They always push responsibility back onto the dude.
that's the crazy thing with the Brock Turner case.
Correct.
Right?
It's default law.
Like she was passed out and you weren't. It's like he may not have been passed out, but this dude was hammered out of his damn mind. They have the
His blood alcohol level was was really high, right?
it was
So we're leaning backwards on the old law when men held all the responsibility and authority with that. But now that we've kind of given women the authority to go out and like work and vote and all of that, but we haven't given them the sort of equitable amount of responsibility. We're still leaning back towards those old days. Now, the people who can remember those days are dying off now. Like my father's era. My father's still alive. He's like 72, 73, something like that. And he still won't push any responsibility on women because he was brought up like that. But he's in the minority now. And yet we still have a large amount of leftists who just want this anyway because they want their own way. And the tradcons on the right who go, well, I just want to be seen, sane, and doing the right thing. So they go that way as well. So there's only the likes of the red pill community or new thinkers, as I would call a lot of the people on the internet these days, who are looking at this and just saying that this is wrong. And we need to do something about it. Now, either we enforce responsibility upon women or we take some of their rights away.
Well, that's the anti-suffragette argument. When you had the women who were opposed to the 19th Amendment in the United States saying, oh yeah, there was an entire movement of women at the passage of the 19th Amendment saying, we don't want the right to vote because we don't want to be drafted. We don't don't want to do police and fireman duties. We don't want the responsibility, so we don't believe we should have the right to vote. There was actually a significant anti-suffragette movement.
But that goes back to what I said. It's in their own self-interest.
But they are being responsible in that attitude, though, because they know they can't carry a...
Correct. They can't carry a 200-pound man.
In a fire situation or something like that. So.
Well, Phil, that girl earlier who said that she's not a feminist and stuff, right? Let's face facts. If you put a standard for the workforce, right? You put a standard down, and you say you have to lift this, or you have to be able to do this, you have to do X, Y, and Z. These are the standards, right? Any woman who says, I'm not a feminist, hey, Nick, if she can't do it, what does she do? If she can't meet the standard, what does she do? What do all women do if they can't meet the standard? What do they do?
Ask for the standard to be lowered? That's
correct. They will
what invariably. Is ask for the standard to be lowered, Drexel?
Because they're going to say, this is sexist, right? Look, think about it. So, Phil, I know cops, right?
But historically, this is what women have always done to get them up.
Always done this. Like,
I got to challenge you on this.
Go ahead.
Because it's culturally appropriate. Black firefighters in Louisiana did this when they had to pass the swim test. The black male firefighters who were trying out to be firefighters, they were required to swim in gear X amount of yards or whatever. And as you may or may not know, the swimming capability rates amongst black men versus white men is lower amongst black men, right? Less black men are able to swim. And so they asked for the test to be changed. I do say.
We're known for swimming.
There is quite a physiological
You're known for swimming?
Black people ain't swimming in shit. Ever since the slave ships, we ain't getting in no fucking water. So,
but that
keep me on plank.
Keep me on the plank, ma'am.
Black men carry a lot less body fat than your average white man. So
that's why we get cold.
Rude.
Yeah, but you
rude,
like
Phil. How dare you
carry more fat?
Besmirching white men.
Right.
Phil out here.
You know what, though? On a serious note, let me give a quick shout out, Nick, to Monty Python alum Terry Gilliam.
Terry Gilliam.
Oh yes.
You heard about that, right, Phil?
What did he do?
Said something that I've said on this channel, right, Nick?
He said this about 6 or 12 months ago as well, and it's resurfaced again.
Oh, okay. Well, so Terry Gilliam is doing an interview, and he doubles down. He now identifies as a BLT, black, lesbian, trans. He said, and I quote, "I'm sick and tired of white men being blamed for everything wrong with the world." I applaud Terry Gilliam for saying this because on one of my very first streams, Nick, you remember I said this? I said I had two parts to me. There was like, okay, so the care-based morality part of me was saying, I'm glad white men are finally taking some heat because for years they blamed black men for everything. Like I said, doesn't matter what it was a black man. Susan Smith runs her kids into a fucking river. Who does she blame? They always blame black.
Why
did
he
everything.
Force her to do it? That's
right. Bill, like I said, you're in the UK. Maybe things are different. In the United States, I shit you not. Go look at Birth of a Nation. I'm not even joking. Anything that went wrong, they would find the nearest black man to blame. So black
Birth
people
of a Nation was from 1922.
No. I'm saying whatever. Even going back then, like, it doesn't like like, it doesn't matter what was going wrong. They would find a way to be like this.
Look,
it's a black man's fault.
Which black guy gave Ted Kennedy directions to Chappaquiddick? No, you go down here.
You go down here. You make sure
right.
you leave her in that car.
Damn lake.
You leave her ass drowning. You leave. Go AWOL for 2 days, but never serve a day in jail because you have he had a bench sentence, right? A suspended sentence, so he never served a day in jail for murder. Now, Phil, I told Nick right here on the stream. I said, there was a part of me that wanted to kind of, that kind of turned my nose up because for years, black men have been getting so much heat from so many angles. I was kind of like, good, finally, let white guys fucking suck. They can see how we felt. Kind of like, Nick, do you remember post 9/11? Yeah. Arabs finally, Arabs who were already, naturalized citizens in America were feeling the heat, right? They were always getting, randomly searched because Eddie Griffin talked about that during one of his stand-ups. He goes, finally, black people aren't, he's like, finally, we can get this fucking dark cloud off our back, and now you guys can get, no. We got to go ahead and pat you down real quick.
There is a bit of that. I went to a London MGTOW meetup. Mm-hmm. It was hosted by, he's gone now from the YouTube scene, but his name was CS MGTOW. He's a black guy, Nigerian, but kind of grew up in the UK. Mm-hmm. And we had various speakers and stuff like that. And one of the things he got a bit of a laugh about, but everyone knew that he was exactly spot on in what he was saying. He said that men are the new niggers these days.
Yeah,
and everyone
correct.
But yeah, that's right. That's exactly correct. What's going on.
Well, now, Phil, I've told Nick this.
T words, please.
Well, I told Phil this. I told Nick this, Phil, is that I was on a live stream and I said, one of the super chats had asked, like, hey, Drex, how do you navigate Me Too? And I said, understand this. I go, black men in particular have the rule book on how to navigate everything about this gynocentric world that we live in. Why, Nick? Because Jim Crow was based primarily on color, right? So now we have gynocentric Jim Crow. So it's no longer about black or white man. It's just man means wrong, right? If you're so Terry Gilliam, this is the reason why I said there was a part of me that was kind of like let white people get the heat. And then I thought about it, I'm like, but that would make me a care-based morality person. And you have to strive to be that stage 6, justice-based morality. I said, at the end of the day, white men are our allies. Men are allies. Like men spend so much time fighting each other and over petty shit. I go like this. So think about this, Phil. It kind of goes back to what I said.
I don't fight with men. I only fight with cucks.
Well, the beta male is who the real enemy is. It's not women. Women have never been the enemy. It's the beta male.
Yeah, like that stripper Destiny. I mean, that's a chick, but pretty much.
Yeah, or Obama. Yeah, talking about something. Women are better leaders. Everything he says is
Let
something.
me be clear. If I could have a vagina, I would.
Oh, raised by a single mother. Are you surprised?
A single commie.
Right?
Yeah.
Are you surprised though? I mean,
she had a black commie to raise him, to help raise him. Like, you noticed that, right? Like, in Hawaii, she found the only black communist to help raise Obama.
You can't make this shit up, Phil. You can't make this shit up. So
he wasn't surfing though.
Fuck that dude. Fucking Obama. So now, Phil, in my parents come from the Deep South, right? And so they survived the Jim Crow era, and they tell me stories about it. And once again, Nick, it was black women were safe during segregated era, Jim Crow era, because they weren't going after black women.
Right, because they only wanted white t-shirts or wet t-shirts on white chicks.
But more or less, that didn't hurt.
They turned the fire hose on the wet t-shirt.
Fire hose, yeah. They wanted the nipples out. When it comes to who they were really persecuting, they were persecuting black men because remember, if you can kill off black men, the providers and protectors, whether this be, you look at the Tulsa riots, it's always over what? Women, usually over, in this case, a white woman. It was, oh my God, he was eyeballing a white woman. Hence the Tulsa race riots. Hence, the Emmett Till situation where it's, he was looking at this white woman, so we killed him. So who was the beta male enforcer? The ultimate beta male enforcer, Nick, was the Ku Klux Klan. These are the ultimate. All they seek is what? Female validation. They want a pat on the fucking back from female. Oh, you see how I got him? You see how I lynched him? Yeah, I'm so tough. It's like, so you and 19 other dudes went and lynched one black man off a bogus accusation because they were the ultimate. They were the ultimate believe all women, right? The KKK believed all women. She said, this little Negro over here went and said something, so I'm going to go do something. It's like, due process, maybe? Like,
listen, if I'm going to be the new black man, I'm going to need you to give me lessons on busting up a chifforobe, because that's what I need to know. That's a deep literature joke.
Look, man, go hard. Where the fuck you do? Go hard. Like, I'm about to go at these black females this year on my YouTube channel. Go hard. Because look,
you're gonna bang black chicks on your YouTube channel.
No.
You're gonna get demonetized immediately banging black chicks live on YouTube.
Look, man, I gotta go so hard on them because you got black women hitting black men up on bullshit. Like Lonnie Love talked foul about black men yet again. Yeah, you know the fat, ugly black chick that no one on earth wants except for that super beta male cuck she's dating right now.
If you could pick a race as a racist, what race would you smash the hardest? Like if you had to pick the baddest chicks, what would it be? Phil, your question's coming.
Wait, who's like the most attractive women?
Yeah.
Latinas, easily. Hands down. No question.
I would go different.
Why do you hate white women? What was that, Phil?
I would go slightly different. I'm fairly well traveled, so I've kind of smashed my way around the world.
Good man.
Phil, you're a good
man. You're a good man.
I think simply just through the actual numbers of them, some of the best looking women I've actually done have been Chinese, because there's just so many of them you can pick. That's a creme de la creme de la creme.
There's a shortage of Chinese
I would
chicks.
take Phil, hold on, let me ask you something. You would take Chinese, who are usually farm looking chicks, over the Koreans?
No. The thing is,
I think the Koreans look better.
As a general rule, yes, but because there's like a billion Chinese,
True.
when you actually pick one of their best looking ones, they are fantastic looking. Now, as a race, I tend to find the Thais are better looking than the Chinese.
No love for the Polish
if you want
chicks.
the best of the best. The Chinese, like, look at some of the Chinese cinema stars that they've got out there. They're stunning.
I think the Japanese still look better, man. That's just me.
I go with Eastern European chicks.
No. I dig Eastern European chicks. Don't get me wrong, but my thing is this: when I'm saying best, like I don't just mean in looks. Like the Latina chicks submit to their men. They know how to cook a fucking meal that I actually want to eat. I'm not gonna lie, Nick. So when it comes to I've dated white chicks before. The biggest problem I have with white chicks, we're just talking America, right?
Is you found out they were actually Wayans brothers. This is a lie.
They can't cook, man. Nick, I can't let that slide. It's just a determining factor for me. Like,
to be honest, I can't remember the last time I met a white girl, whether it's the UK or elsewhere, who can actually like be a use to someone. Like, if there was a complete like economic and societal collapse, most of these women are going to die off because they're fucking useless unless they can get themselves a man.
Oh, Phil, did you see what happened? Venezuela with its furthering collapse. Did you see that? Okay, so their currency is useless, right? The bolivar.
Yeah.
This goes to show you the difference between in women in South America, South and Central America. They took the useless currency, and did you see they're making like handbags and shit out of it? Did you see that?
Well, it doesn't surprise me when I was
right back.
Go ahead.
Zimbabwe. They sold me a $5 billion Zimbabwean dollar note for $5 because they'd adopted the US currency because the currency had devalued so badly. They just didn't.
Paid $5 for that garbage?
I like the irony of it.
Right? But Phil, I'm telling you, man, when I was talking to my Dominican chick, we had this conversation because a lot of Latinas believe that black men prefer white women. And I said, black men, so here's how it works. Black women have first dibs. Well, let's go further. All ethnic groups have first dibs on each other, right? So if you're white, so all the white women that you grew up around had first dibs on you, correct? Because they were your neighbors, right? Like you're around them.
It depends how you mean.
Well, so all I'm saying is so within the white community, let's say like if you're Asian, if you're black, if you're white, like so within your own community, those are the women who have first dibs on you, right? So if those women either reject you or whatever the case may be, right? If you later go on to date someone who's not your ethnicity, right? And then those women come back going like this: "You're a traitor. You're not with us." But it's like, but you had first dibs. you could have gotten this person when they were younger, whatever, and you could have been that.
I see your point, because when I was in Kenya and I was seeing my Kenyan girlfriend, I had to ask her a number of times, why are you getting the stink eye from all of the girls around here? And she just said, like, oh, man, you get like a white guy. They're all asking, like, silently asking me, how the hell did you do that?
Correct.
And it's just because I represented money. That's all it was.
Absolutely.
It wasn't that I was white or good looking or like any sort of qualities which are like beneficial to anyone. Absolutely.
And well, I've seen that in multiple places in different ways. And one of the things that's kind of funny is, like I said, in the black community, what ends up happening is the black men, when they leave, it is the black woman who then basically comes out, trying to shame you basically back to the black matriarchal plantation, right? And the black guy's like, nah, I'm good, man. I'm happy with Becky, or I'm happy with Mei Ling. I'm happy with Natalia. I'm happy with whatever is not what I had to deal with in that shit show, right?
Sirocco?
She could be that too.
What about goddamn.
Her name could be fucking Olga. I don't give a fuck. She's getting smashed too.
I
you know what I'm saying?
There's one of the guys actually on YouTube who I've got a waifu to. Red Pill Married. I don't know if you know the guy. He's a black guy.
Yeah,
American.
RPM. Yeah, I heard about him.
Yeah.
You on his channel too.
And he I believe he went Japanese, or she's
Correct.
Certainly Southeast Asian or something like that. And he's sick of the sight of her, but he's just keeping it together, like for the children.
Yep, that's him.
And
but they're all the
harks back
same.
to what we were talking about, honor and stuff like that.
So wait, this guy's on YouTube saying that he's just keeping his marriage together
Absolutely,
for the children?
he's savage. Oh, Nick. Oh, he has hockey mask time videos.
Like that's
actually,
when
we should say he was on YouTube. He's actually been taken down.
He's on
BitChute now.
Correct.
But I mean, that's when like the marriage is so far gone that she won't even watch the video to see that he's keeping her.
Well, here's what's funny. Here's what's funny about his story, though.
Yeah.
Is he got the waifu, and this is actually my man Undead Chronic did a video about this, because it has happened multiple times where women have posted about this. And Phil, I want to get your take after this short little story, which is the women cut off the men from sex, right, Nick? Or very little or no sex, right?
Sure.
So eventually the man he's like, well, if I get a real woman, she may try to hit me with the family court, right? So the dude gets a waifu. Invariably.
Like an anime waifu?
Well, or a sex doll, just in general. So,
okay.
But RPM has a waifu. He always calls it his waifu, right?
Yeah.
Now, here's what's funny. He's married to a Japanese woman. Here's the beauty of this. These same women who were basically, I don't care about you, I don't like you, you ain't shit, whatever their case may be. Once this man gets the waifu and stops trying to have sex with her, Bill, what happens next? Invariably, what happens every single time when a man tries to get sex,
to come back and they ask why and stuff like that, and they try and get the guy back in and stuff
get
like
him
that.
back in.
It's the whole feline thing.
They suddenly want to have sex.
They suddenly want to have sex. Suddenly,
Yeah.
all of a sudden, I rediscovered the pussy. You see, hello, and all of a sudden they want to fuck again.
There's cobwebs and ghosts in there. You can't trust that.
Just gone.
They just want to be desired. That's the thing. If she's the center of your life, then she's happy whether she's giving you sex or not. So when the guy cuts that shit off for the waifu, then all the bets are off.
Well, you know what's funny though is that so Phil, let me ask you. Have you heard any stories guys who buy your dolls and they kind of give a review or kind of hey, thanks Phil, you saved my life because I was going down the wrong path? Have you ever heard them say something to the effect of like the wife either did tell or did not tell other fans? Because women always want to make the guy look bad, right? Like he's the cheater.
It's expected that in a married situation that most guys would be doing this on the DL and keeping it to one side so that the wife doesn't know. Mm-hmm. The last one that I was certainly aware of, both the wife and the husband were in contact with me to discuss what they wanted out of the waifu.
Damn.
So that's what I call not an open marriage, but an open communication marriage. So I think they're probably going to have a happy one.
Have you ever had an email that says, "Look, Phil, I bought the doll and the wife left me for the doll"?
Oh.
Now I had one where a guy claimed this. Right? He's claiming if I don't get this doll out of the house, she's going to divorce me. And so I said, well, look, I can sell it on for you. It may take a little while, but like I'll do any repairs, clean up, I'll do a photo shoot, makeup, all the rest of it. I did this for everyone. So did that. And because his wasn't a very well-known make, the doll is still up for sale. So he contacted me after a while and said, how much to get it back? Because obviously you've incurred expenses. So I told him, and then he said, oh, no, keep it on the market type of thing. So this whole, I think, was just an excuse saying that the wife needs it out of the house type of thing. He just wanted it sold quickly.
Well, Phil, let me ask you, what do the women say? I don't know how many women contact you or like, have you heard like on a subreddit post, Nick, about just the principle of you lost to a fucking doll? Because no man has ever lost to a doll,
Drexel.
right? It's never happened.
As TFM says, like it's, the doll does nothing. You've just got to do something to be better than the doll.
I kid you not. There was a post on r/polyamory the other day.
Oh, Jesus.
And it was it was a chick in front of a dresser with a bunch of snacks on it, and it said, the bull's coming over, so my boyfriend and I got the snacks.
No.
I wept.
Wait. When you say snacks, you mean literal like Butterfingers
and different varieties of chips and sodas. And the chick sitting there like with her smile on her face. I was devastated.
What?
I died immediately.
Bill, let me ask something. What do you think of this culture? No. We talk about dolls and stuff, and one of the things that I see happening in the future is a lot of polygyny and polyamory coming because the market keeps shrinking, right? For available, or let's say available, desirable people, right? So do you kind of see like a future where more and more men are just gonna have harems, right? They're gonna be like this. If you're in that top 20%, you say, well, hey, I have my women all over the world, right? But a lot of guys, since they don't, they go, I'll either get a doll or just check out of the market and just go full on MGTOW monk, right? Are you kind of seeing that? You know what I mean?
I would kind of expect this. I mean, certainly if the alpha guys who are quite willing to put up with, say, like 8 to 10 women and have a harem, and I just see that as 8 to 10 times the amount of bitching and moaning and whining that like your average guy gets. So like I would just check out, even if I qualified as one of those alpha guys.
Phil, we take them to swing clubs,
worth
man.
It.
Always take them to swing clubs.
Take who to swing clubs? Your chicks?
Absolutely.
Why would you take your chick to a swing club?
Can't get me too'd. I'm taking one of them to.
You can. There's a guy who was in TFM's server, kind of into a bit of S&M sort of stuff. And,
I did hear about that.
Yeah, and of course this involves other couples and stuff like that. And there were contracts signed, right?
Yeah, he and DDJ talked about that.
And she Me Too'd him, and he's in jail now.
I did hear about that. Now, I will say this.
Prison.
I will say this, though. So when it comes to just how bad things have gotten, one of the things I learned, Phil, is that the contract doesn't matter. Like I said, I learned the rules due to my parents living through Jim Crow.
The contract does matter if you're female, but not if you're male.
Yeah, well, so Phil, in my opinion, one of the guys had asked me that on one of the earlier live streams, and I said, one of the best ways to navigate the Me Too era is that you're basically doing what Saudi Arabia did in reverse. So having a female chaperone matters because, so Phil, imagine this. You're going to go to a swing club with a girl you want to smash, right? Because you don't want to go to a hotel room because she can always do what that happened to that kid in Scotland who had 40,000 texts exonerated, right? I'm sure you heard about that story.
Yeah.
Now, so hear me out. You take her to a swing club, but you have a girl, whether it's a platonic friend or someone that, you're friend with Ben's, whatever, right? But so she's there. So if this woman ever Me Too's you, the only thing that can get you out of a Me Too allegation, Phil, is the word of another woman, preferably a white woman.
Well,
that's my take.
I agree with you. However, I would say the chaperone would actually have to be a couple because women's own group preference can actually take over at times. True.
I agree with that.
I'm not going to have two weirdos watching me bang my wife. That's weird.
I get what you're saying, but Nick, here's the thing. There's a situation now where women's so the red pill community have fully exposed what I've always known, which is women's dual sexual mating strategy, right? The whole alpha fucks beta bucks. So what you're starting to see now, Phil, is more like lots of women have dudes that, you know, buy them lunches, dinners, they're basically like, it's like having the gay best friend, right? And these same women have guys who come over just to smash them, right? They don't have to pay for shit. Nick, you know, I have never paid for shit.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm just saying. I'm going to show you a Reddit post.
Jesus.
I'm trying to find the source.
It better not be the pegging guy, is it? No. What is this?
read the headline, please.
Hold on. Go over to the left.
Hold on.
To my left. Okay, hold on. All right, they can't see it, right? So I'm just reading it to them.
They can't see it.
Okay, it's a picture of an overweight woman to the far right. Another overweight woman in the middle. Is that a boy on the left?
That's a dude.
Oh, Jesus. It says, the best people to happen to me. My wife and our girlfriend. I'm in the gray.
Wait,
I've never been happier. No! He looks like a little kid. How old is that dude?
I don't know. I don't care.
No, stop.
I'm dying.
No, Phil.
I'm in
but
the
in
gray.
fairness, if you look like that, you would probably be a pig in shit because he's actually got two
Oh, my
women.
God. Phil.
Even though they look like guys, you know.
Now, here's what bothers me, Phil.
I'm in the gray. Of course you're in the gray.
Of course you're in the gray.
You're in the background. You're the complete chump.
You're completely, like, she's just using you for your resources. Now, Phil, here's my issue, right? Like, I have been in these situations. I have smashed plenty of wives and girlfriends. The dude was either there or not there. He knew or didn't know. I didn't fucking care because, you know, as men, we're hardwired for sex, right? And I had, you know, there's guys out there who say, "Oh, Drex, you're a bad person," but
maybe you are. I'm hardwired for cuddling.
Oh, they got cuddle bars in Japan now, bro.
Wait, I can go
Nick,
cuddling.
You can
Nick,
get
would you
paid
like
to cuddle.
I can get paid.
You can get paid to cuddle
as a dude.
as a dude. Real
Oh,
talk.
yeah, I've seen those bars out in Tokyo and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where, like, all these guys look effeminate. That's the thing. That's what
It's so
puzzles
sad.
me about it.
No, Phil, have you noticed? You know, I always talk about supply and demand, like in the business world, and it also is very true in the dating market. Like, so when you talked about going to Kenya, the reason why you stood out like a sore thumb is because you're a white guy in Kenya, right?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing when, like, you know, Nick and I, you know, we've known each other for so long. We went to the same, you know, schools and everything. But as the only black guy, it benefited me greatly, right? Like, I didn't go to the inner city schools. I went to the suburbs. And it was like shooting, you know, it was.
He's
fish in a barrel.
literally the black guy.
I'm not even joking, Phil. The only black guy. I shit you not. Upper middle class school, and I told Nick. I remember, Phil. When I was homecoming king, there were chicks I had never seen before coming up shooting their shot. I'm talking. You remember, because, you know, as a homecoming, that's your last year of high school, right? I was a senior, and women were just kind of like, "Oh, hey, Drex, what's up?" Blah blah blah, and they would just kind of like shoot their shot. A chick was, Nick, I'm going to try to find a picture of the girl in the yearbook later and send it to you. This chick basically got damn near naked at my house, in my room. I was like, no, you got to get the fuck out. That was a Me Too before Me Too ever happened.
Hold on. I can solve this.
Oh, God.
I've got a yearbook on hand.
No. So, Nick, I was in 12th, she was in 10th. So it wouldn't be in your yearbook.
No, come on.
Oh, wait, do you? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
I have a
Wait,
2000 yearbook.
she wouldn't be in there.
No, she wouldn't.
She's 2 years younger than me. And you're 1 year older.
2000
Weird pedo.
yearbook. Christ, I was working for like some time.
Yeah, yeah, Nick and I, was it Nick, 25 years?
Yeah,
Forever.
Well, I graduated 20 years ago, and we've known each other for longer than that.
Way longer. Yeah, we knew each other since junior high. So, so roughly 25 years, Phil, is how long Nick and I go back. And
So you guys are in your 30s now. Then.
yeah, so I'm 37, Nick's 38.
Yeah.
Just
I'm the
celebrated birthday.
old man of the group then.
Yeah, right?
It's okay.
So
I
speak
feel
loudly.
older than you.
Well, Phil, here's the thing I was going to say to you is that what is your take on, you know, we see like, you know, masculinity is basically been like beaten out of culture and society. Like you keep seeing all.
I have an opinion on this.
Oh my God.
It's not particularly controversial. Like if you go back to like when I was a kid, and it's before
that
my
off.
time, but like John Wayne was still like regularly on TV and stuff. You could occasionally get him at the cinema and stuff like that. And
Right.
there was always a guy, and then like Schwarzenegger, Stallone were like the big guys in Hollywood. And I mean, granted, they were big action heroes and stuff like that, but they were never like dicks about it, if you know what I mean. So like they kind of had a sort of decent masculinity about them. But now that's been beaten out of Hollywood. There is no example anywhere, because like young people aren't watching TV. They're watching YouTube. Right? There's no great example on YouTube in terms of masculinity for youngsters there. And Hollywood, everything has to be gay, trans, fucking woke, or any of that shit. So there are no examples for young boys
Phil,
to become men. Nothing to aspire to.
Do you know what I find is kind of weird? The only men that I would consider to be masculine in movies now. Why is that still up? This picture is killing me. He put something up. Phil, he put something up so bad, man. It's literally paining me just to look at it.
I need you to identify the male in the picture.
It's the guy on the far left. Or right.
Are you sure?
Right, far right.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. That's the dude.
You sure it's not the dude in the middle?
It's not. It can't be.
Hold on.
It's the guy on the far right, man.
The headline is "Me and my girls relaxing," and I swear that's 3 dudes.
That was disgusting. So, Phil, do you know who I feel is a masculine figure? And yet, here's the problem. I would define him as asexual. His character, anyway, is Keanu Reeves as John Wick. Because he's very masculine, right? There's nothing feminine about him. But his wife died of cancer in the first movie. He's asexual, Nick. He just goes around killing people. You see what I'm saying? Like,
he was banging that dog, and you know it.
Bestiality wins.
That's why he went
So
mental.
he's basically a white chick.
No. But you see what I'm saying, though, right? I feel like you look around and you can't find any masculine figure. Like, I think Christopher Nolan's Batman movies was the last time I remember a guy who was kicking ass and still liked women.
I remember saying to people, and because I never read the comic book, so that was the first time I'd come across the actual true story of Batman. And I remember saying to people around me who went to the cinema with me, said, that was a fantastic movie. I really like, to this day, I love it. But that whole movie was about a man finding himself, which I think is why it speaks to so many young men today.
Absolutely.
Which movie? Batman?
Batman Begins.
Oh, Batman Begins. Okay, the one I liked. Got it.
So, Phil, this dude is the biggest fraud ever. Like, Nick will say, I live in a house of 1,000 corpses. The Dark Knight sucked. Like, oh, come on.
The Dark Knight was bad. House of 1,000 Corpses was surprising. I didn't say House of 1,000 Corpses was great.
The Batman fans, because I still think Batman Begins is the best story of Batman. I mean, cinematically, it's more impressive, like Dark Knight and stuff like that. But Batman Begins just spoke to me on an almost visceral level, as I really enjoyed the way it was like, because he was like kind of a rich kid who like meant nothing, and that he really gave himself purpose. And I think that could give direction to like a lot of people.
What about Joker? Did you guys like Joker?
Didn't like it.
You didn't like it?
I thought it was okay, but it was definitely overstated by both ends of the critical audience.
Have you guys checked to see?
It's like the best film that they've seen in a long time. It's very good, but like I can understand why some people were a bit worried by it, because people might think that like if youngsters watch this and feel they can be like the criminal element and be romanticized, that perhaps this is why they thought there were going to be outbreaks of violence on the Joker screenings. Perhaps.
I just wanted to know if you guys have checked to see if you have vaginas lately. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I'd be the happiest man in the world if I found a vagina.
Right? You get a free ride through life.
I'd be flicking that bean 12 hours a day.
Well played. Well played. No, I liked Joker because I went to see it with a guy who's in his 50s.
Okay.
And he was like, well, I found my disillusionment with the world at like 44. And I was like, okay, now take 20 years off of that and you understand current 24, 25-year-olds, right? You understand guys right now who are hitting nihilism 20 years earlier than you do. This guy's a politician too. And I'm like, you have a duty, you have a job to understand these guys, because if you don't, you're going to ruin the world for the rest of us. Like if you don't start understanding these guys who are 20 to 25, who are in the place of the Joker, who are discovering nihilism, who are discovering this discontent with society, and wondering if they're the only person on the goddamn earth who looks around and sees everything is crazy. If you don't realize that's happening to the new voting generation, then you don't know what you're doing.
Now, you remember my critique of Joker was that it was a lesser version of The King of Comedy and Taxi Driver, both directed by Scorsese, both
Yeah,
starred
but 20-year-olds aren't watching Taxi Driver.
I know what you're saying, but like the character of Travis Bickle was very similar to Arthur Fleck, right? In that, like I said, you talk about that nihilism, but like it was executed so much better. So when I see Joker, I'm like, this is a lesser version of a. So it felt derivative to me. Like the whole movie, I'm like, I've seen this done better. I see what they were going for. It's just I've seen it done better.
So with all of that said, do you feel that generation born from the 19 onwards was the sort of ignored generation? That I tend to feel that, and this is why they're sort of like kind of acting out. There were no opportunities given to them when they came of age.
I don't. Oh, sorry.
I didn't really have much more to say. That was the gist of what I was saying.
I don't know if they are the ignored generation. What I know about people is that the perception, your internalized perception makes your reality. Whether or not people like that or not doesn't really matter. But if you internalize that you are the ignored generation, then you are. For the purpose of that generation, then they are. And we've got guys who are 18 to 27, we'll say. And they're in a place that I can't imagine being at 18 to 27. And you guys, for example, are what I love about bringing you guys on the show. Someone in the chat asked me earlier, she's like, do you agree with these guys? Do you think Lady Rackets is this and this? And well, no, I don't, based on my experience with my wife, who I have a great relationship with. And we've been married for 15 years and we've had our ups and downs and worked through a lot of stuff. But that being said, I'm not in a position to talk about what women are like in 2020. I have no idea. And I wouldn't know what to do. If something happened to my wife and I was into the dating world, I would be completely lost.
You are no part of it.
Well, you did it right, man. You kind of got married early to like a childhood sweetheart. And in today's society, that's the best way to cement a relationship into a marriage, I would say.
Yeah, I can't imagine being any older than I was. I got married at 22. She was 20. I can't imagine being a year older than that. And I don't know how guys do it now. Some people ask me, I'll get emails from time to time. And they're like, how did you get your relationship? It's like literally fell into it completely by accident. And it's great that it happened that way. But don't ask me for advice because I have no idea how a guy is supposed to navigate. You literally
stumbled into it. Because I remember when we talked about when you first met Lady Rackets in college. And I was like, you at first told me like, oh yeah, I'm seeing this girl. And I was kind of like, huh? Like she looked, because like you said, we were, on top of everything else, Phil, Nick and I ended up in college together too. And elementary, junior high, high school, college,
It's fine.
It's fine.
And Battletoads time.
Lots of nights in the dorm rooms. And one of the things that shocked me, Nick, is that like, I've always told people this, Phil, is that I was actually very much against Nick with Lady Rackets, and it wasn't anything personal. It was all based.
Principle.
It was a purely principle. So I think Nick always understood that. Like, so you always understood. You always disagreed. You just understood. You're like, I get where you're coming from, and this is before the family court shit had gotten this bad, right?
Yeah.
Like it was bad back in because that was 2003. You met her, right?
I met her.
Or 02?
No, it was fall of. God, it was fall of 01.
Was it?
It must have been 02.
02, because I came in 03.
It was 02 because 9/11 happened before she came to college.
Okay.
So yeah, it was the next year.
Okay.
So 02.
Yep. So Phil, I was under the guise of I was very against it, right? Just on principle. I had no like personal beef with Lady Rackets. I felt very uncomfortable. And she had been engaged before. And that to
sort
me,
of, but yeah,
but that to me was a huge red flag. Like I said,
that would have worried me, to be fair.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like as a guy, I felt responsible that I could tell Nick, like, yo, Nick, I get you love her, blah blah blah, but did you consider this? Did you consider that? So that's where I was coming from. So I've always told Nick, I love that it has worked out, but I also tell Nick, it's just luck.
Oh yeah.
Everything that happened with you and Lady Rackets, I shit you not. If you knew how bad it was out there, Nick, it is literally luck.
Yeah, that's why I try not to give advice, because I look back on the fortune and happenstance in our relationship, and I'm like, because I did not date many women before Lady Rackets. I don't know how to, I'm not good at navigating that field. Never was. Mm-hmm. I found someone and I persistently pursued her in a way that, frankly today might get me in trouble. Right?
Correct.
You can't do a relationship the way we did a relationship even 16, 17 years ago.
Correct.
To start. You just can't. It would be too risky.
Think about how woke colleges are now, right? Like, Nick, you could wind up getting a Title IX against you, even if she doesn't file.
Could even be a custodial sentence.
Yeah, correct.
But Drex,
go ahead.
So you and I and Nick, for all that we may get accused of being savagely red pill, we're actually happy for Nick because we actually want to see a success story, don't we?
Well, now that's the irony, Nick. Now, Phil, I get a lot of heat from, especially blue pill cucks. Yeah. And the white knights come out of the woodwork, and so do women. They give me a lot of heat by being like, "So Drex, you're against marriage?" I go, "I'm against marriage in its current form." And I always thought marriage, even in a historical aspect, was a bad deal for men. The only difference was there was more that a man got out of marriage because when he had children. A benefit. What? Say it again.
There was at one point a benefit.
Correct. So I don't think marriage was ever a good deal for men because men had to always go out there and slave away, right? Because men want to spend time with their kids. She will, but we understood sacrifice. Like, I can't be here with my kids all the time because someone has to go work. Where my issue with marriage is this: it is the laws that have gotten so misandric that I'm like, this isn't a good like no one can sell you on marriage. So even the trad cuck, Phil, you know this. They can't really sell you on marriage other than it's what you should do. It's what you're expected to do. But
save the white race.
Yeah, God, I've heard that so much. But it's like,
oh God, now if you get me on the
nationalists,
the alt right and the KKK and all of those, I'm totally with TFM on that one. So literally, if you want to save the white race, you're going to have to restrict women's rights. Yep. You don't necessarily have to take them all away, because I would take a lot of men's rights away as well. If you're on benefits of any description, you don't get to vote. Because if you do, you get to vote yourself free shit. And that's how it's going today.
Absolutely. Well, here's the thing. If Winston Churchill talked about this, because you're a UK guy, you're a Brit. Yeah. He said, Nick, that the vast majority of people shouldn't even have fucking right to vote. And he understood. And so when I was a kid, when I read that, I think I may have been junior high-ish. I didn't understand what he meant. I was like, what does he mean by that? Was it a swipe at some people? Now that I'm older, I understand what he's talking about. The old Aristotle quote,
idea, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. There was that old Aristotle quote that Aristotle said that masculine republics give way to feminine democracies, give way to tyrannies, right? And that
tyranny of the majority is democracy.
Correct. Yeah. So that's what ends up happening, Nick. You have now given. So look. Ultimately, even though people think that and this is the irony, of course, Phil, is that, and I'm sure you've kind of been in a similar boat, which is a lot of your best friends, ironically, kind of turn out to be women, because the dudes, Nick, are so Nick. I get along better with you because married men are not my enemy.
Yeah,
the enemy to men like me. It's these goddamn super cucks out here in these who enable all female
turbo
fuckery.
Cucks, please.
They're turbo cucks, and they're super Saiyan simps.
Now you may say that, Drex. I've been stopped being friends with guys who are just round the corner from me, a couple of streets away, and they're married, and their wives look at me and go, "He's a problem."
Correct. I've got that.
It's going to be like the whole sort of Bill Maher thing, where he brings news of freedom.
Correct. Now I've gotten that, but here's the thing: I'm extremely savage. I'm far more savage off camera than on, because I don't want Nick to lose all of his YouTube money.
By the way, I've got to Phil. I've got to call you out on something, because I'm pretty sure you said something that got me demonetized. When you say
I'm sorry.
Schwarzenegger, please use a soft A. Not a hard R.
Not a hard ER.
Just kidding.
I'm sorry.
Well, Phil, here's what's crazy is that the dudes, like I said, the women, that's always been the case, right? Like anytime I've been around, I've gotten banned from being around certain dudes because, like you said, the wives, we represent basically them gaining their backbone back, right? They've been bitched up and cucked so bad. They're like, when they see me around, it's like, oh God, no, we don't want him around. So on the flip side, though, Phil, I've had women who, a lot of these dudes get weird on me because they think I'm trying to get with their girl. I'm like, dude, I'm not getting with your girl, man. They get weird because they're so beta that when I walk around and when a woman's like, yeah, Drex, and the pay gap, there is no fucking pay gap. It's an earnings gap. Okay. and Phil, you've seen this. If you go along with everything women say, which is what most guys do, right? They always go like this. Hey, can you do this? Well, I got to go check with the boss. I got to ask my wife. Why are you asking for permission to do shit? You're the man. Be a man. Act like a man, right? And when you say these things, you become an enemy to a lot of different types of people, Nick. And so I look at it like this. Women have never been a problem. Women have never changed at any point in human history. So the real problem then, Nick, it's the beta male who enables them. Because think about it. If you,
I got to call you out on something.
what's that?
In Salem, women changed to solid carbon.
Here you go, in Salem. But now, Phil, think about it. When you give, 19th Amendment here in America, I don't know what it is in the UK, but when women get voting rights, you can't be mad at women for voting on their biological imperative, right? You can't be mad at them for that because that's what they're supposed. So men value freedom above all else. Mm-hmm. That's why when the Nazis stormed into France, the women got on their fucking back. They didn't go fight them. Men will fight to the death for freedom. Women will get on their back for security because that's what they value more than anything.
Well, we've seen this with the latest Iranian sort of conflict, where like everyone on the left is sort of like, oh no, we want peace. Please don't retaliate.
Correct.
And we saw this prior to World War II really kicking off. Why don't we make peace with Hitler?
I remember, yeah, the
and he was like
Rhinelands
a
and all
massive
that.
warmonger, and like he wasn't interested in that. It's, oh yeah, let's make peace, then I'll take over you.
Yep.
Yeah, he who was the British PM then? Who went? He was the
Chamberlain.
only
Chamberlain.
Yeah, he was the only guy who went and he like met with Hitler and he's like, he seems like a man of distinction and character.
Correct.
And then suddenly Zeppelins are dropping bombs. all
Exactly.
over
This is one of the things. I mean, we have great diplomatic links with like most of the countries around the world, which is why even the Middle East trusts the British still, even though we carved up the Middle East. And we had dicks like this saying stupid shit. And
It's
so
sad.
I think that there's an ode to be said to the diplomats of the United Kingdom who must do a fantastic job getting over like dickheads like that saying stupid shit.
Okay, I got a chat for you, Drexel.
Uh-oh.
This is from Trashtown TV. He says, "Hey Drex, I often dream about you violently pounding my fat white girlfriend's cherry pie as I sit in the corner naked, crying and twisting my nipples while Maddox videos play in the background. Let's make it happen. Thumbs up." Okay.
No.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how different is that from the average email that you actually get?
Not much.
Oh, I see. He's not being literal then.
I know this because I have a base black man in the UK named CJ who's hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
And he was a fan of the Dick Show
Uh-huh.
and in the Dick Show community. And he would post in the Dick Show Facebook group. And he started getting, like, immediately from UCucks, UK cucks. He's like, they're like, "Hey, will you come blow out my wife?"
Yeah.
He's like, "What? I'm just a random guy, like literally just random black guy on Facebook."
That's enough. So Phil, I've shown Nick plenty of my texts and emails that I receive from all these cucks, right?
Yeah.
And they're
I'm
always
sure
like, "Hey, can you and your guys
terrible.
come over and run trains on my wife or whatever?" And I'm like, "Nick, I can't make this up."
That last one you sent me,
Which one?
I was where the woman's like, "My husband wants to watch me get all holes filled." By
Yeah. She wants to go ahead and get the TP.
Yeah.
One of these legal porno scenes.
But she
Shout out to legal porno, by the way.
she apparently doesn't realize how many holes she had. She only asked for 2 black dudes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she needs 3.
We
all
need
three.
women in STEM so they know how to
They
count
got to do basic
3.
math. Basic math. You got 3 holes. Okay.
Well, no, that's never going to happen.
What?
Mathematics is just
Yeah.
like
I thought you meant the 3 holes getting blown out. Yeah, that's going to happen.
Exactly
but STEM,
what we
no.
want it and feel it to be.
Yeah.
That's how we get like a first in mathematics.
Well, Phil, do you know what's kind of sad is that like when I show Nick these things and I tell him how bad it is, like it kind of gives you like a glimpse. It kind of gives Nick, because as Nick is a married man, I go, Nick, this is a glimpse into the dysfunction that the cuck relationship is not what people think it is. And you know this, Phil. A lot of guys don't even know they're being cucked, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my wife is a good woman. And Nick, trains are getting run on married women, right? So the guy doesn't. So you're going to get cucked one way or another. Either she's going to cuck you through the family court. She can cuck you through basically. Everything is based on the family court, right? So a woman can go out here and cheat because due to no fault divorce, there's nothing you can do, because if she cheats, nothing happens. If you cheat, everything happens. If she decides at any point, I'm over this relationship, I want to go and just go get ran through, she's going to still divorce rape you. So you're going to lose no matter what. And when I tell guys this, remember what I told you? And Phil, I'm sure you've dealt with something similar. When you tell guys, when you drop them those red pills, who gets mad at you? It's the dudes, right?
Yeah, it always is. And the kind of parable I kind of use is, have you ever picked open one of those travel brochures, like for one of those like nice places of the world, like the Maldives or the Seychelles, and you see these paradise places? And you go, yeah, that's what female prison kind of looks like. That's even if she gets there. Have you seen Batman Begins, where like there's that pit? Sorry, not Batman Begins.
Dark Knight Rises.
Bane, and he gets thrown into the pit. That's the male prison, and that's the good version. The bad version, you get thrown into the pit, and then you get fucked up the arse.
You do.
Yeah. And they go, no, it's not like that.
Right?
And you can't convince them. And this is why I use the same sort of idea with MGTOW. So you can't sell MGTOW to any guy. He has to want it first, or like the red pill. Because otherwise you just come across as a misogynist. But when the guy wants it, he'll drink that up.
I believe that's true, because now, Nick, I've told you this, even when Mad Black was on, and we talked about it, where I said, it's usually like when you tell dudes, hey man, like, your girl's living foul, the dudes want to fight you, and you're like, bro, I'm sitting here I'm looking out for you. I've had dudes, Phil, come at me all kinds of ways. Like, I got off a plane in Orlando years ago. This was 2000. Nick, I literally just got out of family court. I just got out of a custody hearing. Yeah. And I was like, all right, it's time for me to go and unwind.
Right.
Hop on a plane to Orlando. I shit you not. Got off the plane, turned the phone on, right? It was on, I'm not even joking, like 20 seconds. I get a call. I'm like, whose number is this? I pick up. Yeah. So he starts breathing heavy. I'm like, hello? Yeah. You know who this is? No? Yeah. Fucking my girl. Dude, I don't know you, man. And who is your girl? So I started asking him, who's my girl? Well, who is this? Tell me who this is. We're not getting anywhere, Nick. Yeah. It's easier for you to be like this. Now, Nick, I knew the dude was full of shit because I don't fuck locally, right? Yeah. So this, even in 2000, so I have a I don't fuck Minnesotans policy since 2000, I want to say 2010 and 2011. So being that this guy calls me 2012, I know it has to be somebody else. Right. Now, how she got my number? Now, Phil, here's what ends up happening. So I'm the head of a swingers group, right? So when I had to send out bulls to run trains on these married chicks, usually married, I know what happened. My number's probably in there, and I probably sent pictures of the guys, right? Like, oh, hey, here's the guys. Because most women, and you Phil, you know this.
Yeah, maybe he was racist and he thought all the black guys were the same guy.
Yeah, right. They all look the same. Now, Phil, let me ask you something. When you look, kind of like the dynamics, with relationships in the UK, I'm sure they're very similar. The Western world is all the same, right? Once the smartphone and the dating apps, social media can be included in that ended all relationships. It's over. Yeah, have you kind of seen that, Phil? Like that was like the death knell, right?
Absolutely. There's absolutely no way to argue against that,
Nick, because this is what women do, and you know this, right, Phil? Let's just say you're Beta Bucks Deluxe, right? You're Beta Brad, right? You're just going through your life as Beta Brad. You know what, Phil? I got a great girl, man. She's awesome. She comes from a good family. She's sitting over there. Oh no, she's just sitting over there, probably texting something stupid on social media. Hey Phil, when the girl's in the corner, what's she doing?
Exactly like Terrence Popp says, she loves me.
She loves me. And Phil, you know this. When you see that girl in the corner, always on her phone, look, turns away when you're around or something.
Yeah.
You and I both, Nick, it's what ended relationships, because now a woman has. So first of all, let's face facts, Nick. We weren't meant to live this long. Let's start there. Humans weren't meant to live. So years ago, people got together, right? You were confined to your own village, right? That was as far as you really kind of went. Because you knew that your lifespan was going to be maybe somewhere between 30 and 45 years. Having children, by the time the kids were grown up and gone, you're basically ready to die, right?
Yeah.
So now, Phil.
Kids will do that, man.
You're right. These kids are murdering. So Phil, think about this for a second. Mm-hmm. We're in an age now where, when do you see the most divorces, Phil? It's not when a woman's 27. No. It's 37 to 47, right? So she tests out her sexual market value. She's like, I still have so much more life to live, so I can dump this dude, snatch his resources. What's that again?
It may change over time because, of course, at that age, and this is how it's happening now. This is where most of the female divorces happen, because they still think they've got this shit together. Mm-hmm. And they don't realize that, like, oh, I'm going to divorce this man, and I've already got my other guy, and he's in it just for the fuck.
Absolutely.
So he has the sex, and then he dumps her, and then all of a sudden she's like an aging cat lady. Now, when that becomes common knowledge, that may pull back a bit. But I don't know if that's then going to conflate into, well, should I marry for the rest of my life and then literally become a tradcon? Mm-hmm. Or am I going to divorce at 20, like marry at 25, divorce at 29? That's my first, or is this, did they call it a learner marriage? When they get all the money.
Starter marriages. Popular in the Middle East.
That's the one. And then when they get the second one, then that's when they consolidate.
Well, now, Phil, in the Middle East, I don't know if you know this, Nick, but I go in on black chicks, as I should. But
you go in on black chicks, huh?
Verbally.
Oh, sure.
Verbally.
Good walk back. Try again.
So
what now?
So from what I have heard, I haven't really dealt with too many Arab chicks in my life, but from what I've heard is the ultimate feminist is not the black chick. Black chicks are just worse about hiding it. Like that's the only difference. Black women are just bad at disguising their female nature. I have heard from multiple sources that it is the Arab woman that is the ultimate one to, like, divorce, rape, line up the guy, so.
Well, it's the biggest power trip that you can possibly get, because normally they'll get the back of the hand hard from the husband, and then they'll get it from father. Mm-hmm. So they get smacked down literally.
Correct.
So to be able to divorce a man is like, I am Wonder Woman.
Correct. It's rampant in the Arab world. So
how many Arabic chicks have you banged?
None. Didn't do Arab.
Just a few.
Yeah, right. Yes. So I mean, that's next on the list. I already checked off Indian when I went to Canada.
It's on the list.
Now, if you do Hindu girls, they're great.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I just smashed an Indian in Vancouver. That was back in November.
Wait, nothing's inventive enough for those girls. That's what I liked.
Wait, say it again?
Nothing's inventive enough for those girls, because they're the country of the Kama Sutra. So, like, if you
correct.
get them on a position that they've never had before, it's like, oh, I like that.
Oh, great. Then they're going to be next. And then these Arabs.
Okay. When you say you smash an Indian, was it a native Indian or an Indian?
No, so she by definition that makes her West Indian, not East Indian. So she's West Indian because she's like
sorry,
Fiji.
I'm talking about Indian.
Yeah, you're talking
I'm
East
British
Indian.
Commonwealth.
So Fijian.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all right.
Now remember this.
Sorry, did you say Fijian?
Fiji is not by India. You realize that Fiji is a long way. Like
she's Indian, but it's like most things, right? She's Indian, but her family happens, was there, and then they moved to Canada.
To live in Fiji.
From India to Fiji to Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so but of India origin. is what I'm.
Yeah, like, you're talking about. Am I going to go to like Delhi or something?
I'm trying to figure out where this chick's from. That's all.
That's dangerous work doing that.
Yeah, don't go to the Delhi.
Me Too has gone rampant.
I've heard. Have you heard about these women who kidnap men? Or no, it's the dudes who kidnap them at gunpoint, right? And force them to marry.
Yeah, shotgun marriages.
Shotgun marriages. Yeah, literally shotgun marriages. Nick, imagine getting abducted. Imagine you going like this. All right, you know what? I'm about to go ahead and I'm about to go, get some stuff from the store, right? And you're coming back with your groceries or something, and dudes literally roll up on you, get in, and bro, you're not seen again until you're like married. Like they literally shotgun marriages, hold you at gunpoint, and force you into marriage.
Like why?
Well, obviously, women are parasites. These fathers don't want them. They're parasites.
What descendancy are we talking about here?
Okay, so India is basically two Indias, right? You have the Kakistan.
Okay, so this is India we're talking
India,
about.
The actual country of India. Yeah.
Sure.
So
okay, well,
you have the old patriarchal India, and then you have like you said, the super feminist Me Too India. Like they're literally two different Indias.
Well, yeah, because you have the India that is like so steeped in the caste system where if you're like the low caste or low class Indian, I mean, your name equates to garbage or trash or whatever.
Yeah, old school.
So then they probably have trouble arranging some sort of relationship for daughters. So these are the
well, it
people
depends because you would arrange for your daughter to marry up in the traditional sense that you would in the Western world.
Right.
And of course, like somebody from a higher caste doesn't mind marrying down because, of course, his wife is going to obey the rules of marriage. So there's an impetus to do the right thing.
But what a terrible fate, though. Like, like I said, Nick, I truly believe that common law marriage is going to be a federal mandate soon. It's coming because
I call up with Drexel now
within this decade. Now, Philly. Now I
call it within 3 years.
Within 3, I say 5.
Okay,
I say 5.
I will bet you 10 pence.
Well, Phil, think about it. You look at what's going on, right? And the relationships have gotten so bad. Now, the reason why I think, Phil, you could be right is this is an election year for us in the U.S. Yes. And I think that if Trump gets reelected, Nick, and he's not going to push the button on that student loan forgiveness, right?
Yeah.
That will put it closer to my theory of 5 years, right? Because people are going to have to suffer more before they say, we need a Democrat in office so we can get free shit, right? Mm-hmm. If someone like Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders gets elected, the first thing they're going to do is forgive the student loan debt, right? So
that's why I don't pay mine.
Because Phil, think about this for a second. If all these women are walking around, and I've seen this with my own eyes, a lot of women are walking around with these useless bullshit degrees, Nick, working part-time. Do they always complain about the wage gap? It's because it's not my fault you chose a bullshit degree.
It's exactly the same in the UK.
Is it the same? They graduate in liberal arts studies, right?
And useless degrees, lesbian dance theory, and all that stupid
correct. Shit. With 100 and something thousand. Now here's what's funny. So Phil, I know you guys have the same thing due to women's hypergamy because they're all the same. They come from the same fucking hard drive.
Yeah.
If there is a blue collar man who makes really good money, let's say he's a pipe fitter, right?
Yeah.
Or he's on the docks. He works the docks.
Yeah, but he's a woman with grand a year.
Yeah, correct. A woman with 150 grand in debt who has a bullshit job, Nick, living with her parents, will look down on that blue collar man who has no debt, his own flat. And he's like, wow, I'm living good. I have no debt. I have money in the bank. She's like, ew, he's a pipe fitter. Like,
broken laid pipe. She should be into that.
She should be. She should be.
Well, they're doing it to themselves, though, because, I mean, like, that guy, even if he's not MGTOW, even if he's not Red Pill, he's going to hit, like, say, my age, 45 to 47. And then he's going to say, well, I can just kind of pick up like a whore every now and then if I want to. I'll get a waifu, anything like that, and I'm going to be good. I really don't need a wife because what's she going to give me now? Well, if there's no children or anything like that, anything that I might really want, then she's just a lodger if you look at it.
Well, Phil, do you know what I'm starting to notice too? is I've had some of my guys come to me and ask me questions about a lot of that stuff, because I've always just been based like that, just even back in the old days and long before there are internet channels dedicated to it. But one of the things I've noticed is that I think more and more dudes are becoming, like you said, there are guys who are red pill or so-called MGTOW, not even knowing that was a term.
Yeah, they don't even know what it is. But
they're like, oh, I didn't know there was a term for what I am, right? So what I'm noticing, though, is, I don't know, I'm sure you've seen it too, is a lot of guys go that route because they see a lot of their friends get divorce raped, right? Or their dads or their uncles. So they start to go, whoa, shit, I wanted to have kids, but if it's this bad?
Yeah, well, ironically speaking, I was out going to see a Filipina girl who I knew. And
are you
she'd
sure
been
it's
a
a
working
chick?
girl in a time. I wanted an excuse to actually go to the Philippines and and go and see some other working girls. But it was going to take her a couple of days to get to the hotel and stuff. I'd arranged her ferry and whatnot. And I bumped into this Australian guy, and he was in his late 50s. Never heard of MGTOW, anything like that. And he was like, oh, I'm never having anything to do with girls again. They're fucking poison. I was like, oh, really? So what happened? And it was just like a fairly tame divorce. And so, well, do you, as you're in the Philippines, I mean, do you have like a Philippine girlfriend? So, oh, yeah. But I'm not getting married. I'm not getting involved or anything like that. And he warned me because he'd learned from me that like I had a Filipina girlfriend. He said, bearing in mind, you're always going to come second to their family. I said, all right, well, that sounds fair enough. I wasn't looking to get married or anything like that. So you're going to be all right there, son? It'll be all right. But like, again, never heard of red pill, never heard of like MGTOW, anything like that. But he was solid down to the core. And it was just inspiring to see.
Well, now, Phil, what's kind of funny is that so MGTOW is basically the flip side of the coin of feminism. It's a reaction to feminism. It's not the same.
It's a reaction. Flip, but it's a reaction. Yeah,
it's a reaction because feminism is funded by the government. Obviously, you have CIA operatives and people like Gloria Steinem, who's a CIA asset.
And MGTOW is just a means to kind of survive.
It's a survival tactic, right? It's a response. So now here's what's funny. Similar to feminism, though, there's only like 10% of women who actually claim to be feminists, right? Who actually are like,
in the UK, that is exactly that. I think it's 8%.
8%, right? So this goes back to my point. Lots of women say, I'm not a feminist. Yet you look at the laws, they're not stopping anything, right? So Nick, by definition, if you are complicit, then by default, you are a feminist, right? So conversely, though, Phil, on the men's side, only similar 8 to 10% of guys actually go like this. I am a MGTOW guy. I am straight up MGTOW. But it's a weird flip, Nick. There's a high percentage of men who they have never heard the term. They just are without knowing. Just because remember, back in the day, they called them what, Phil? Confirmed bachelors, right?
Oh, yes, exactly.
You really, I have, everyone has like that uncle.
Like that show on NBC.
Which one?
The Bachelor.
Oh, fuck.
Just like that.
Well, I may have been that because I've asked people in TFM server, am I actually MGTOW? Because I don't have a tragedy. I haven't had like a false rape accusation. I haven't had a divorce or anything like that. I've had a pretty sweet life, to be honest, if you look at it. And yet I still find myself as MGTOW.
Yep. I mean, Nick knows I've been anti-marriage from day one. Since Nick first met me. I've always said, and it's because of my parents' own marriage. Like, and I do believe, and I'm sure you believe the same way, Phil, which is how you saw marriage really comes from your lens as a child, right? So if your parents had this like sweet, leave it to beaver marriage to you is very, it's very tranquil, right? Like you're kind of like, that's how it's supposed to be.
This is kind of the thing, though. I mean, admittedly, my parents split when I was 16, but I was old enough to deal with that then. So, and it wasn't until about 4 years ago, I brought something up with my dad. I see my dad at like every Christmas time, like when I see my mother. And there was something that was said when they were splitting up, and I just brought it up because a bit of alcohol was involved, so it loosened me up a bit. I brought this up. I said, like, something my mother had said about, my mother had said that you had said, as my father, if she can go out with the family doctor, I can actually have an affair myself. So what was all that about? Like my dad finally told me. your mother actually tried to leave the family to go with the family doctor, hypergamy incorporated, right? But the family doctor, being a fellow Catholic, knocked her back. Now, in that position, that's when I knew everything changed, because like my dad held the family together until we were 16 and then got himself like a woman who actually loved him. Now, I didn't realize that until just literally 3-4 years ago. Mm-hmm. And I wouldn't say it's necessarily changed the dynamic between me and my mother, but I don't take any shit from her at all now.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see your mom in a different light. Like, so for me, my parents, just to give you a little background, Nick, along with everyone else who's ever met my parents, has asked me the exact same question after they've met my parents. And what's that question, Nick? How did these two meet?
Yeah.
How did these two get together? Like, how did they get married?
Yeah, because your dad is the funniest person, unintentionally funniest person on the planet.
He and Mike Tyson.
Like a Dave Chappelle type.
Yeah, it's so
more. No, Dave Chappelle is overtly funny.
Yeah, my dad is unintentionally funny.
Drexel's dad is accidentally funny.
He's just a character.
Imagine like 8 dudes sitting around playing some video game, right?
Okay.
Drexel's dad peeks in the door, comes in from work. What's happening? Hold on. I'll be right back. Leaves. Comes back with a bunch of rakes from the hardware store and says,
man.
Get out.
Hey, Phil, it's a true story. That's what makes it so bad. He's almost like a caricature of like the old school black dad.
I've said this about modern society to different people, not necessarily a MGTOW audience or anything like that, when I've spoken to different people about society, that back when I was a kid, it didn't matter where you lived. Within at least 1 or 2 streets away from you, there was always a character. But now no one's allowed to be a character. Everyone has to be this uniform sort of like person. No one wants to stand out anymore. So no one actually has their own kind of characteristics.
I do agree with you on that, Phil, because I've told Nick this, is that a lot of people, like I said, off camera, I get to be much more savage. And yeah, that guy said, some nobody, he's Red Fox. Yeah, he's actually very similar to Red Fox. And Phil, one of the things that I've noticed, like, people are always saying, that's why a lot of people I've worked with have always been like, Drex, you should do your own channel, you should do your own show, whatever. Because I was like, when I'm just completely unhinged, Nick, what ends up happening is I've always viewed it similar to my own dad, right? Which is that he just says it. He doesn't like really sit there and go like this, like, is this PC? Like, my dad is the most un-PC person ever. He doesn't have, like, because he grew up in an era where being PC wasn't a thing. It
didn't mean anything.
It didn't mean anything. So, likewise, I'm fully aware of what PC is, but I was like, this is the way I've always talked. So if someone asked me like, well, Drex, could you tone it down? Could you not say beta male fucking cuck? No, because that's what he is, right? Like, now, Phil, I have said things, right? And I've had lots of people get offended. And then I've shown them, like I told Nick, I will show them texts, pictures, videos, and they start to realize, so Phil, I'm sure you've been in this situation where you start to red pill dudes like, look, man, this chick is married. Nick, I sent you that photo of the BBC party, right? Yeah. So Phil, I got an invite.
It was an advertisement. It was an advertisement, so we're clear. When he says he sent me a photo of the BBC party, it's not a lewd photo from the BBC party. This is an ad for white chicks to go get slammed, right?
It is.
Long and short.
Yeah, it was November. So watch this. I'll actually put it up on the thing.
I know what you mean. Where it's hard to like not upset people. I mean, my dad said to me this Christmas, Phil, try not to upset somebody this Christmas, will you? Be a good boy.
Girls Gone BBC.
And it's like, well, if they want to be dicks, I'm going to call them out on it. That's what I do.
Well, Phil, everyone is so cucked, right? That, and this is the problem I have with a lot of dudes, is that if you ask them a question. And this is something I learned from my own parents, which is if you ask most men a question, they're going to give a bullshit answer because they are in the presence of a woman or their wife. Because they know that if they're in the presence of a woman, it's the same as being near your wife because she's going to go back and snitch, right? If you start spitting red pill shit in front of a female coworker or your mother or your aunt. They're gonna run. If you're married, she's gonna run right back like this. He was saying this, and then it's gonna put a damper on your marriage because now she's like, who's he been talking to? Where did he get this information? See, they're always trying to police you. So what ended up happening is, I got to a point where I was like this. I started just being so overtly who I am. And Phil, you know how this story ends, don't you? You got more of what you wanted by being the polar by default, because everyone, Nick, these dudes are so cucked. Like we were talking about earlier with the nice guys finish last, right? These guys try to be so nice. And Phil, I don't know if you've ever heard of Portland, Oregon, in the United States.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from.
You've been. It's like the soy capital of the world, right?
That's indeed.
Seattle, Portland. So what ends up happening is, I told Nick this story when I went out there. And Phil, I'm not gonna lie. People always say I'm a misogynist. I give women a hard time, but what I actually started feeling a deep sense of empathy and sorrow for women when I was in Portland. And someone goes, well, how does that happen? Phil, these girls are victims of feminism too. Because now they've never known what a masculine man is. Like, they've been conditioned to think a beta male cuck is desirable. He doesn't get them wet ever, right? So these women are like this. Drex, we don't know. Now, Phil, I don't know what ages of girls you know, but a lot of girls, Phil, they don't even know how to be feminine. Because they were raised by a single mother. The mom had to go work, right? So where did they learn feminine skills? So they're victims.
Yeah, they have
the
no
women are victims.
in much the same way as the young boys don't have an example.
It's just so, Nick, have you noticed, like, you start to see, like, it affects boys and girls differently, right? So, like, because they try to make women more masculine, right? They make the girls more masculine, they make the boys more feminine, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, so once you start to get dating age and stuff, what ends up happening is that no one wins. Because let's just say you're a woman who you follow the feminist manuscript, right? You go like this. Here's the deal, Phil. I am a feminist. I am 18. I'm going to go to college. I'm going to go get this career after I get out of school. And then when I get married, after I've been ran through by the football team.
When you're married at 32.
I'll get married at 32. I'm going to have 4 kids. And then when you find out you can only have 1, maybe, and the kid's going to come out with fucking Down syndrome, you go, fuck.
Except you don't get any, because you don't actually get married at 32, right?
Well, you meet him at 32.
Yeah.
You get married at 35. You've seen this narrative, right, Phil?
Or even if they've frozen their eggs or something they have like super deformed babies or something at 40 years.
And I still think that's why you're getting all these autistic kids, Nick. Phil, did you ever hear about autism when you were a kid?
Actually off the charts these days.
You never heard about autism because women were having kids early.
When we were at school, there was maybe 1 kid, maybe 2 kids, and it may be TFM's server, but like I'm going to like a lot of them. And I've got about 9 or 10 servers that I've been drifting through. And I would say 3/4 of the guys there are like on the spectrum, at least, if not severely. And nothing wrong with that, because I can find jobs for these guys. I really could if I was in charge of society. But it doesn't make for a society that makes itself. You have to orchestrate a society when you've got like massive autism.
Absolutely. Well,
especially when you devalue the traits that are sort of enhanced by autism, and you overvalue traits that are stunted by autism, right?
Yeah,
true.
Like we overvalue
cooperation,
personability, communication, cooperation, things like that. We undervalue analytics and logic. And so when you, in many industries, obviously not in places like engineering and stuff like that, where analytical skills directly benefit the tasks. But anywhere else, even places where analytical skills would provide severe ancillary benefits to the tasks, but we focus on, but they interviewed weird though. It's like, well,
True.
But who gives a shit what they interviewed? Like,
True.
If the task would be
but you see that on the job site, right?
Yeah.
Is that relative though? Because if you say they interviewed weird, if everyone's weird, then that's normal.
Well, Phil, but here's what I've noticed is that when you're actually on the job, right? You're actually out there, you're doing work. What I've noticed is we've gotten to this point, Nick, where everything is about people's feelings, right? Like, Phil, if you have a worthless piece of shit that you work with and you call him out for being a worthless piece of shit, you get in trouble for hurting his feelings, right? he doesn't get in trouble for being a worthless piece of shit.
I almost had this firsthand. There was a guy who literally worked just to my right. Project managers in a very well-respected London company in terms of education. So you can imagine just how female-centric that was.
Oh, I bet.
And he bitched out, not a fellow project manager, but somebody else who was a team leader who was supposed to get something done, didn't get done. Now, in my view, if you fail and you get bitched out, that's what happens.
Fair game.
But what happened to her? She started to cry, and then she went to her head of department.
Yep.
What happened? This guy had to get hauled halfway up England to where she was so he could be re-educated in her job so he could appreciate it, simply because she cried.
Wow.
Now, I mean, I just said at the time, oh, can I come? And I got it all organized. And he turned to me and said, what the fuck are you doing that for? I said, look, man, I'm going to soften the blow. They're going to fucking bitch you out the moment you get there. But if there's two of us and I don't need to be there, that's not going to happen. Mm-hmm. And then he started to get a little bit red-pilled when that happened.
I bet he did. It goes on everywhere. Anywhere, like, so, and you know this, anywhere where there is a like blue-collar workforce, right? They will always put women in managerial positions because they can't do fucking anything.
And they can't manage as
they
well.
Can't manage.
As a general rule, I mean, I can't say all women, but like, you know what I mean.
Can. They're worthless. I can. I will say all, because you know what?
Because what I notice is with women, as a general rule, and I'm talking 90% of them, it goes back down to the playground politics that you saw at school, where there's the popular girl and everyone wants to be with her, and then there's the out group. So there's us and them. And it's not who's right and who's wrong. It's, are you with me or are you with them? And that's what fuels that politics. And that's just wrong. No business can run like that.
Absolutely not. And it's very tribal. It's very, you're actually regressive and you're devolving.
Yes.
And one of the problems I have is that I got to a point, Phil, where, when I would go to work, I just got to a point I was like this. You know what? I'm just going to do my job and literally act like a fucking drone, right? And just once you stop caring, Phil, you literally, I'm sure you've heard about the guys who do this. They literally say, I just turn my brain off, right? They stop thinking. They just go like this. Yeah, you want me to do this? I will do job A.
Well, I did that for a while. Of course, guess what happened? I became the scapegoat. I just do as you're told. And then when it all went southwards, it's Phil's fault. And then the red pill came out and just went on fire. So I started blaming people. So, hold on. They couldn't sack me because everything I was saying was right. But then I was persona non grata. I was not put in positions of influence because if anything could go wrong, which was going to go wrong because we had an incompetent upper management, Phil's going to call us out on that. So I was just kind of moved out of the company after a while. But this is what like most guys are finding these days. If you're competent, but you're outspoken, you are persona non grata.
Yeah. Well, and not only that, though, Phil, what I've noticed, and I'm sure you've noticed this, Nick, I think you talked about this when you were at the bank even, which is, here's the problem with being competent. When you are competent, you are always going to be held to a competent standard of excellence. Whereas you will have a person working right next to you that's a literal piece of shit, right?
Yeah.
And they go like this. So, Nick, they'll say this. So, Phil, here's the standard we have, right? Because you set the standard. But when anything happens that's something that's not even your fault, right? They'll make it your fault. You go like this. But these people are literally doing nothing, right? They're the dead weight. Mm-hmm. They have no standard, Nick. Oh, Phil, you can crank out. Let's say you were you were manufacturing, right? And someone said Phil can crank out $100 per day. Man, this guy is a great value and asset to this company, right? And then Joe Blow or Jane Blow can only pump out fucking 2. They go like this. Phil, why is this? It's like, wait a minute, you're not blaming this person for being useless? Like, I'm setting a standard. Even if the person did half of what I did, that's better than pumping out 2, right?
My favorite is when I worked my last finance job before going to law school. It was I had a group and I was the expert of the group, which meant I didn't get paid any more than anybody else, but I had extra responsibility, which was great.
Of course.
And so at Christmas time, it was Christmas Eve, we had a 4-person group. They let 2 people not join the group, or not. They let 2 people off for the day because we were allowed to go down to half staff. And then they told the other person, these are 3 women. They told the other person that she could come in late, or no, work remotely because she had to take her kid to the airport, which is fine, not a big deal. But when she woke up, her computer couldn't connect remotely. Now, I started work at 9 because I worked from my house out here. This is when I worked remotely. I worked every day remotely. So I started at 9. She was supposed to start at 7:30. So from 7:30 to 9, she did 0 work, okay? And was told to wait for my opinion on what to do. So I wake up at 9, I have a message, and it says, what should I do? I can't log in. Go to the fucking office. Like, get in your car and go to the office. So at 9, they say, okay, but by the time I shower and get ready, I won't get to the office till 10 or 11. What have you been doing for an hour and a half?
I know.
Exactly.
So then, she doesn't ever get to sign in because she has to take her kid to the airport at 11. So by the time, so you're gonna get to the office at 10 because the city's traffic. Like even if she left at 9, she wasn't going to get to the office till 9:45. Right. And then having to shower and get dressed, it's going to be at least 10, if not 11 o'clock by the time she has to get there. Then she has to leave from downtown Minneapolis.
Right, and then still make it.
Yeah, get to the airport. So I'm like, well, I guess just don't come in. Mm-hmm. What do you want? What do you want to do? Like, you're not going to do anything. So
she wouldn't have even she was there. They're useless.
Right. So then I got in trouble.
Yep.
Because I personally did not do the work of 4 people.
That's correct.
That day. Now, I did the work of 3.
Not good enough.
I couldn't quite get the 4th person's job done because we had early closing that day. We closed at 2 because it was Christmas Eve and our financial partner closed at 2. So from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., I did the work of 3 people. I couldn't get the 4th one done. I got in trouble.
That's right.
Not the chick who didn't show up, and not the manager who let the other 2 chicks off early.
That's right.
And told the chick, you wait till Nick comes around. I'm like, I'm not your boss. Yep. I can't tell you to go into the office or not.
Yep. You didn't have the authority to fire them.
No, I had no authority.
No. They give them responsibility.
I didn't even have.
I've noticed this, like authorities starting to go sideways across companies, and this is not good.
It's not good. Well, it's all by design, though, Nick. All of this is by design. One thing that Jordan Peterson said that I do believe is very true is that he talked about, he goes, can we just get over this whole men and women in the workplace together? It's a failure. Once again, Phil, it's no different than what I said earlier about the Jim Crow era. Black people were better off when they were fucking segregated. Integration helped ruin.
But we can get over this if you just have some consistency.
But Phil, you're not going to get that because remember, no matter what you say, women will never be held accountable because they're going to go like this.
Oh, well, yeah,
we need more time off work.
We present the authorities or the people with the choice. Do you want to be responsible for your own actions? And we will jail you just as long and hard as we do men. Or do you want to be taken care of and be a second-class citizen?
Well, hold on. Now, Phil, you know who's going to come out to fight you every step of the way.
Oh, yeah. So it's the blue pill guys.
Conor McGregor.
It's the beta. Conor McGregor. It's the beta male. The beta males are going to be. It's not the women. Now, Phil, as things get tougher in this next decade, right? As unemployment rises, as the jobs start to get replaced with automation, they're automating women's jobs out of the workforce, Nick.
Which means we're going to be automating the betas' jobs.
Correct. And now, Phil, you know what's coming, right? What's going to end up happening is this. You will be able to get a quality woman in the next 10 years, Nick, in this decade, just because you are a man with a fucking job. I'm not even joking. If you have a job and a place to live, you can bag because now, Phil, you see what's coming, right? Mm-hmm. As the student loan debt bubble, when that bursts, now, Phil, I don't know if you know this or have noticed, I should say, and Nick, you probably have too. Have you started to notice the cracks, the chinks in the Silicon Valley armor? Have you started to see it? That's about to belly up.
The chinks.
Oh, here you go.
In the Silicon Valley armor.
I've been seeing it through UK society. Yeah, the breakdown of there's been an absolute dearth of funding for things like policing and stuff like that. So like policing has not been happening properly. And like I'm not talking in say like areas like Detroit or anything like that, which has broken down. I'm just talking about the UK in general. So I'm seeing the economic breakdown happening already. I think it's already underway.
Absolutely. Tucker Carlson, Nick, just did a special on San Francisco. Like, Phil, I was in San Francisco.
That man can wear a bow tie like nobody.
He can, and yeah, he has a certain look.
This one looks at you like, what the shit did you just say to me?
And he does. That should be a Halloween costume. Get
Just
that
the Tucker face.
The Tucker face. And so Phil, Tucker Carlson does this documentary on San Francisco about how, basically this super liberal policies has basically collapsed the entire city, right? Yeah. It's collapsing. People are moving out in droves. There's an exodus out of California, and they can't sell. It's the same thing happened in New York, Nick. Madison Avenue, all this shit. So hyperinflation. It's what the mayor talked about. He goes, God help us if the rich ever move out of New York. Once you lose the rich, it will literally collapse, just like Venezuela. It'll collapse.
If Wall Street figured out they could move to like Dubuque, Iowa.
Correct.
Or, oh my God, imagine if Wall Street figured out that they could move to Florida or Texas and never pay income tax.
No, paying. Why that hasn't happened, Nick, I kid you not. I still don't know.
They sit around paying 39%.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't get it.
The same thing in the UK. I mean, if the City of London could move out and get a better deal, which is hard to do, seeing as the City of London almost pays no tax. Check out Black Pigeon Speaks video on the City of London. It's outside of the rule of law of the UK.
No shit.
Yeah,
Phil, I was out. It's getting to be no joke.
Are you familiar with Black Pigeon Speaks? I was on a show with him a long time ago. He seems like a good dude. I think he's a traditional Catholic, right?
I think so, but like he's kind of on the right side of right. Irrespective of what he says, but like what he said about the City of London, it should be illegal what's actually happening, but it's so steeped in history, like the Magna Carta. It's so old that no one contests the fact that they're outside of law. Like London envelops the City of London. It's like a square mile, as we call it, and they have their own laws. They have their own police force, and they can govern themselves. And tax laws are unto themselves. And they control so much money. It's unreal.
Phil, you know what's a trip about the Magna Carta? The Magna Carta actually has a passage in regards to listening to the words of a woman. Long before there was a Me Too. I think, was it 7 men? 7 men need to co-sign your story. Isn't that right? Something like that?
I believe so, yeah.
7 men. Nick, what is that telling you? When people keep thinking like this is all brand new, Drex.
All you need is one woman. That's what it tells me.
These guys, Nick, they believe this shit is new. Like, this is all new. Women are just suddenly changed. It's always been like this. They've always been lying. They've always been hand in hand with daddy government. These fucking cucks don't get it. Phil, it's painful, right?
We're always going to be in the minority. You know this, don't you?
I know. It's just like...
Arcane Sidious. This is to you, Drexel. It says, as your stream's official open guy who got cucked.
What?
I agree with both Drex and Phil on all they have said so far. Drex, I'm willing to be a guest on your podcast.
Nice.
So there you go. There's that. We've got Bob Neiman. Says, that's why I'm dating a trap. We work together to make a future together, and I've not had a headache once in 2 years.
Honestly, I think you're going to see more of that. Real talk. You're going to see more, like, so in the Middle East, it's actually a secret.
I've seen that.
Oh, have you?
Friend of mine who was part of the MGTOW meet in London. I'm not going to repeat the word. It's okay, Nick. Don't panic.
So, pre-ops or post-ops?
He's actually dating... Well, I say a trap. She is scheduled for the actual transitional surgery. She wants to go full transsexual. And okay, but like, I mean, in my mind, I kind of grew up in like the sort of traditional Catholic world. It's you're either a guy or a girl. But like, to each their own. If he's happy with that, that's fine. Now, he asked me one time, we're just actually having beers together, and he said, Phil, am I gay? I said, right, well, I'm going to have to ask you a couple of questions. If your other half, like, kind of dresses up as I do, would you have sex with him, her? No. So she's got to do the whole makeup thing and look very feminine and all the rest of it. I said, yeah. Okay, so you're attracted to the female side of it. I said, okay, well, that kind of sounds all right to me. And like from a MGTOW perspective, you're protected from the whole Me Too thing, at least at the moment. So
correct. I think there's only been one case, right, Nick? One case of a trans person accusing a dude, right?
I have no idea.
I think it was only one because like. Here's the thing. Hey Phil, did you ever see that video? I think it went viral where it's the dude, and he has a hot crazy chart, right? You know what I'm talking about, Nick? He's like this. Like,
is this the Barney Stinson thing?
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's a white dude. He's wearing some glasses, and he has
and
like the other dude
goes up through, and you must not cross the line.
Yeah. And then he goes into the someone sends a question in like, well, what if on the crazy scale she's only like a 1 or something? The guy goes, he stops, he goes, oh fuck, dude! It's a tranny, man. Watch out. What's sad?
Yeah, right at the end.
You remember that? It's right at the end.
If she's saying you're actually dealing with a dude,
great, Nick. This is how. Like, think about how. Like, it's funny because deep down, every guy knows that's true. If you have a woman who's not doing this emotional, crazy outburst of manipulation, you're with a dude. Because when you look at that scale, and I've had women say this to me, Phil. Well, Drax, you've known me for 10 years. I've never done anything crazy yet. Because once a dude breaks your heart or you thought it was going to be something, they all have it. It just comes out.
You can
like,
feel the potential for that crazy.
It's always, Nick, I saw it happen. Phil, it's always there, right?
Yeah.
At any time, the crazy can come out. You're like, why can't you just fucking chill? Just look, something bad happens, just chill. Yep. We'll get through it.
And to kind of put it in perspective, I mean, like, Nick, your wife will have this, but she loves you far too much to actually let that crazy out. So she keeps
it comes out from time to time.
She's a woman. It comes out.
We've figured out how to manage each other's crazy fairly well.
Well, exactly. I think that's part and parcel of actually being married.
Right.
And not a lot of people are actually willing to go to those lengths anymore.
Yeah. Well, because I think a lot of guys don't see the value proposition in managing with the crazy, right? Like,
well, dealing with the crazy is easy enough, but like if you actually have like custodial sentence and never ever having any money and having to earn money for the rest of your life, that's not a great prospect. I think that's what scares them off.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I think when I do talk to guys who are married, because I don't give dating advice, but I will give advice to guys who are married or getting married or whatever on how to work on their relationships. And you do have to recognize the crazy, deal with it. And it is frustrating and annoying, but you have to find or have a value proposition for you that merits the effort that goes into dealing with the opposite gender's issues. And it's the same for women, right? They have to, in a different way, when I say it's the same, I don't mean it's equal necessarily. Mm-hmm. And it's certainly not the same issues that they have to deal with. But like you said, when I mentioned the Better Homes and Gardens textbook or whatever that said that you need to be ready to listen to your man's day, and you said, it's 2 seconds, it's a grunt. Well, there are women out there who want more than the 2 seconds, and they have to deal with the fact that they're going to get 2 seconds. Mm-hmm. Like your emotional... The emotional output of a man may not expect or may not meet the expectations of what the woman is wanting. So they have to deal with that too.
Well, hold on. Let's take that in a different direction.
I don't want to.
Hey, so think about this for a second. Hey, Phil, do you ever think about what would happen if men started behaving like women? I don't mean like this whole like they dress. I'm talking about like prime example.
They started calling women economic and social collapse.
Right, but what I'm saying is, so Phil, imagine your wife or girlfriend is just sitting there minding her own business, and she gets a phone call from you, and she's like, "Oh, here he is." She picks up, "Hey, babe, what's up?" And you just start babbling about nothing. She'll be like, "Why did you call me? Just wanted to see how you were doing." She'd be like, "What?" The gaslighting, Nick. So this is a problem I have, Phil.
I know a married couple, and
Don't say the dude does that.
No. The dude works at a job where it's just like it's driving, right? So long stretches of.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay. So he'll call up his wife and be like, "Hey, what's going on? What the hell are you calling me for?"
Right?
And it cracks me up every time.
Yeah,
'Cause,
that's a little, because like I said, most people when they go to work, they don't have time to just sit on the phone. But this is one of the issues I have. There was a woman, it was a coworker of mine, and we got into this debate. And because I think she brought up like the domestic violence thing. She's another feminist, right? They're all feminists. They talk about men were beating women. I said, I want you to really think about this for a second. And hey, Phil, let me get your take on this. When it comes to our power over women is our physical dominance, right? Our first power over women is physical dominance, right? Men versus women. Women's power over us is manipulation, right? They manipulate us, they deceive us to get what they want. That's how women get what they want out of men, right? Manipulation.
I would say it comes from sexuality, but yes.
Well, that's it. Like, deception, right? That's why they wear push-up bras. That's why they put on eyelashes, all that stuff. So
Indeed.
here's the problem I have. I was trying to explain this to a woman, Nick, and I said, I want you to really think about this. If you believe there's so many men who are doing blah, 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 they're abusing women, whatever. I said, I want you to really give some consideration. When it comes to the intersexual dynamics, right? Mm-hmm. If a woman went like this, I'm going to ask the question for women. Hey, I want to know that you're never going to put hands on me because I've seen abusive men. Phil, promise me you'll never beat me. I bet you that's a much higher number than a man saying, because that's our power over them, right? So the percentage of men who have put their hands on women is pretty small. However, the percentage of women who have manipulated men and deceived men is 100%. Nagging is a form of manipulation, right? So you've never heard a man say, I'm with this woman, Phil. She's never gotten emotional and crazy. She's never nagged and bitched. Never. It's never happened. We've been together for 25 years. But Nick, you can find plenty of women who have said, Phil, I've been with this man 25 years. He's never put hands on me, right?
That's a sexless marriage right there.
well, because the thing is that like so Phil, when we use our powers that are God given, when we use it for the right purpose, it's not bad. So like I'll give you an example: physical dominance, right? A woman wants a man. Once again, hypergamy. A woman wants a man who is physically her dominant, so that sexually he can please her, right? Gabby Garcia's husband is not sexually pleased. He is not beating that up, right? Because he can't lift her.
That, if I go back to the 1960s with the old Sean Connery statement,
correct.
If a woman steps out of line, I don't think it's out of line to give her a slap across the face. And often, if you go back to that era with films, a girl gets hysterical, she gets slapped across the face, and then actually thanks the person that did it.
It reminds me of that scene with Cher, right? She snap out of it. Remember that? What movie was that, Nick? You remember that movie, Paul? I mean, Paul. I meant to say, huh? I said Paul. I said Paul.
I need to watch whatever.
No.
Film is
Cher does the slapping.
Oh,
it's called Mask, right? Right, Phil?
Oh, yes,
Mask?
yeah.
Was that it? She snap out of it. She slaps him. So here's my issue. At the end of the day, Nick, the only time women want men to use their dominance, it's for the benefit of like them and the family. So sexual prowess, right? They want the man to be physically dominant. Okay, we can agree on that. Like Phil was saying, if she gets a little out of pocket, the man gives her a little, he's not beating her, he's just keeping her in check. So some women would say, okay, I can see that, kind of like a child, because women have been treated like children throughout history. Because they're overgrown children.
They all have a daddy complex because daddy loved them unreservedly. And if her man does that, then it's the same sort of thing. And it instills the same sort of reaction.
Absolutely. Now, Phil, think about this, though. The flip side of the coin. When is it okay, Nick, for women to use their power on us? Ironically, do you know what it is, Phil? Well, deception, manipulation. When she wants something, she's going to nag, right? She's going to try to manipulate you to get it. There is a fine line, Nick, between what is too much and what is just enough. So let's say your wife wants something, right? Your girlfriend wants something.
Yeah.
And she wants, like, let's say it's some new bed. She's something that, you find to be ridiculous. You're like, we don't need this shit.
Yeah.
But she bitches about it, right? She nags about it, right? Please, baby. So she gives much like what Phil was saying, she does the little girl voice with, but baby, me.
Irrespective of this,
God, my wife doesn't
I'm
do
harking
that.
back to the original name of what the man in the relationship was. It's a man's responsibility to husband the resources of the family because he can do it properly.
Mm-hmm.
Husband, right?
Can
Because
we
know that, like, shit, we can't afford this. As much as I want it, we can't afford it. Whereas a woman will think, I want this now.
Correct.
Fuck it. And that's why they end up in financial straits later in life, because they can't husband resources like we can.
Correct.
Which is why the family unit came together back in the day when it did.
I need my bros on this. We need to convert female power from manipulation into a triangle choke. Because I'm pretty sure I can convert a triangle choke into a good time. That's all I'm saying.
Female manipulation only happens if men allow it to happen, and we're getting these guys who are getting from slightly cucked to medium cucked to supremely cucked, and they're just allowing everything.
Well, Phil, I'm glad you brought that up.
I don't necessarily mean that you need to have the pimp hand or anything like that, but men have lost the ability to say no.
Correct.
That's where it all begins.
Now, Phil, I'm glad you brought that up, because I do believe there's a certain level of female manipulation deception that is okay. Like I said, if she's, like I said, nagging within reason, right? Like, baby, I really want it within reason, Nick, right? And the guy goes like this. Look, he makes a little cost benefit analysis. Like, okay, this is within our budget. It's not that big. Like, it's not a big purchase. I can do this for her. I'll please her, right? It's okay if she does a little nagging and bitching if you buy it for her. And she was like this, because my man did that. This is female nature. She's like, I want a real woman. She wants to reward him, right? So now, later on, Phil, now you know how women are, to try to convince you to buy like that new bedspread. She'll be like this, look, lie down on it. Wouldn't you like to feel me on this, baby? She's going to use her sexuality, right? If you buy it, Nick, because you know what game she's playing. If she later on is in lingerie.
It was for the kids' bed all along.
Exactly.
These are Winnie the Pooh sheets. What the hell?
well, but Nick, you know what I'm saying, right? Like if your girl shows up later on that night or a day later, and now, you know, she's like, babe, when are you coming home? And you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be home at this time. Good, you know, make sure you're here at this time. You show up at home, candlelight is on,
and she has Tyrone and a snack ready. And
you don't want to get cucked, man. But let's say your wife or girlfriend is in lingerie or something, right?
Yeah.
And she's like, you know, waiting for you on the bed sheets that you bought. You and her know what game has been played, right?
Yeah.
She manipulated you with her. Like she used her power over you, right? She's basically saying, babe, I know I wanted your role as provider and protector. It's okay if she goes a little bit out within reason to get something that she wants. So then in turn now, you, as the physical specimen, are going to be much more physically dominant now because she is luring you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like she's enhancing her sexuality by being in lingerie, like what Phil was saying. That's why they wear that stuff. Phil, go into a store. Men shop for what? Function. Everything we do, Nick, is for function. That's why when women say, "Oh my God, look at this place."
Well, unless you go for waifus, that's one of those things.
Of course. But when we shop, Nick, that's you know, and Phil, you know this. When you look around, most men aren't that fashionable, right? Like, even when you go in the clothing stores, Nick.
Speak for yourself.
Oh, okay. we aren't fashionable. Like, we don't have 60 pair of shoes. Like men primarily shop for function. So we go like this. Hey, Phil, I bet you without even going to your house, I know what you have. You have walking shoes, right? Shoes that you walk in, like your everyday shoe. Then if you're a guy who goes to the gym and has like a gym activity, you probably have shoes for that. You have a dress shoe for occasions, right? And if you're a guy who likes to, you know, like, oh, I go in the mountains, or I'm a blue collar guy, you have work boots. So each shoe has a specific function, and that is the only function it has.
You have 4 pair of shoes?
Yeah, I have 5.
5?
Yeah, I go so work boots, black dress shoes. The I don't even know what color that would be. Like the color that's like almost like brown orange. You know that color.
Like a wheat.
Yeah, wheat. Yeah, like a wheat color shoe. My regular walking shoe, and no, so 4. Yeah, I don't even have the 5th.
What about
I need
sandals?
to get some new ones. Stop.
What about slippers to go outside with the paper?
I don't got ZO2 slides
socks
either.
to go with the slippers.
Yeah, that's that.
You have 4 pair of shoes?
Yep.
I have more than that, but I only wear one. Because I've collected shoes over. Actually, I have to have 2 types of dress shoe because you have to have a brown shoe and a black shoe to match
Correct.
your suit. Because lawyers have to wear suits.
I got the white shoes too.
Pairs, but like
you got a 5th pair of shoes?
I've got my main shoes that I wear, and I'm phasing them out with a new pair. So I have 2 pairs of the same shoe.
Oh, hold on, Phil. I'm glad you brought that up. So Phil, here's what I love about being a man. The shoes that you are phasing out, when they get downgraded to what? Remember, you don't throw them away. What do they get downgraded to?
Oh, they're stuff that you'll do DIY in, or like fix the car in.
Hey, Phil, you're about to go paint. What shoes do you wear? The shoes that you phased out, right?
Yeah.
You got to mow the lawn. What shoes do you use?
Actually, I have painting shoes.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Do you? Really?
They're $300 Italian leather. No, of course I don't have painting.
I'm like, get
exactly
the fuck
what
out
I
of here. You
do,
got painting shoes. So Phil, isn't that funny that every dude is that way, right? We're hardwired that way. Dudes aren't going to sit there and be like, I got 50
we are
pair.
the ones that pay for it, so we want that expense to be as little as possible.
Correct. So Nick, that's why we use the same shoe over and over and over again,
If
right?
I didn't have to go to court, I would literally have 1 pair of shoes.
I bet you would.
Yeah. I only have dress shoes because I have to occasionally wear a suit that's required. So
I'm the same way.
Which sucks.
I'm the same way. And Phil, you know that. Like when you look at the things that you do, and like the clothes you wear, right? Like, so, here, Nick and I live in Minnesota where it gets really, really, really cold, right? If someone showed up and said, hey, Nick, what do you think of this? And they gave you some huge, heavy parka or something. What is the first question you ask? Like once you put it on, what do you really need that thing to do? It's keep you warm, right? Look, damn, this thing keeps me warm. What it looks like is irrelevant, right?
I literally wear a fleece zip up when it's -30. So I don't even care.
Right? Because Phil, all guys are that way, right? They go like this. Hey, man, this is the new shit they gave us for work. Damn, this shit keeps me warm. Oh, girls, this. Oh, my God, that's so
fat chicks.
It looks stupid.
And we also have this one. That shit's going to last me for 10 years.
I was just going to say, that's what I said earlier, right? With our shoes. Phil, how many times have you gotten shoes? And like, there's like a part, and jeans are the same way, right? That's why our clothes cost more than women's, is that they know that men do not shop. We don't ever fucking shop. We buy, right? So Nick, so Phil, when I start my channel, right? I've talked to Nick about,
Do you know that this is where Savile Row comes from?
Oh, say it again.
Savile Row, you've probably heard of. Now, and I'm going to talk in British sterling here. So multiply by 1.3. Your average custom suit, which is made exactly to your measurements, right? Mm-hmm. Cost you about £6,000. We're probably looking at $7,500 US.
Ew.
But it will last you a lifetime. It won't wear out, anything like that. And you'll get a couple of pairs of trousers, waistcoat, maybe 2 jackets and stuff like that. But it will last forever. And this is what people used to do. This is why they paid a fortune for it. Because if you're buying a new suit for say $300 every year or so, you're going to end up paying more, and it's never going to fit quite the same way. Whereas if you get it done once, done. This is where the old British gentry came from. It's not that they could really want to spend on hugely expensive things. They wanted to keep the cost down to an absolute minimum.
Absolutely.
That's where it comes from.
Well, it's very utilitarian. I mean, Phil, you think about it. We men by default are minimalists, right?
Yes.
That's why when women you always know a guy who's truly single, Nick, because when you go to this place, what does it look like?
If I were single, let me just describe.
Here it goes.
I live in a nice sized house with lots of room. Because I have a wife, I have 5 kids.
A lawyer in a nice house.
And but if I were single, I could live in a bathroom with a kitchen. Like I don't need much space.
That's what I do. I've got 2-bedroom apartment, and that's 1 bedroom more than I need.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen that meme, right, Phil? Where it says like, this is a guy's apartment, and guys are perfectly okay with this. It's literally just like a lazy boy. It's like an easy chair hooked up to the TV with the video game. That's it.
You got a TV tray.
That's essentially
for a
what I'm
laptop?
dealing with at the minute, because I had the 42-inch TV in the corner of the room, but I don't watch TV anymore. So I put it on top of the computer desk. It's right in front of the sofa, and it's just my workstation now. There's nothing for guests in this apartment at all.
Nothing.
I can't even imagine. Like I can't imagine, because when I was single, I watched a lot of TV all the time. But we've transitioned so far away from that. It would literally just be like a laptop now.
Yeah.
Like a laptop on a TV tray with a second TV tray for a mouse.
Yeah.
That would be enough.
Well, I mean, even so, Nick, at my house, right? Like like if I'm not on the phone. Even if I'm going to watch you, like let's say I'll play some games of Smash, or I'm playing Breath of the Wild, whatever on the Switch, right?
Okay.
If
Sorry.
Shut up. So when you switch off, because YouTube
Give
is
me 1
off.
second, gents, or I'm going to piss myself.
Sounds good, buddy.
So Nick, when you switch off to YouTube on your Switch, because it's just another app, right?
Yeah.
You look at your TV. You should ask yourself, when do I really watch TV? I mean, Nick,
Never.
I pay for DirecTV. I don't know why. I don't watch it.
We stopped.
Minutes.
We had DirecTV up until about 6 years ago, and the only reason we had DirecTV at the time was because while I was at school, I was at law school still at the time, and Lady Raggets would be doing laundry or whatever. She just wanted something on the background. And I was like, why don't you just do Netflix? It's like, well, then I have to pick stuff and blah, blah. I could just put a channel on. That stopped because it was like, we literally never, and you're not even watching in background anymore. We literally never watch this. The only time we're going to watch something, we sit down and turn on Netflix or Hulu or something like that. Why in God's name are we paying $150
My
a
mom
month?
is so when my mom shows up.
When our parents die, all of the cable companies go out of business.
I believe so.
They're done.
Done. Nick, I have DirecTV, right? When my mom shows up and she hits me with that text, right? I'm going to be there tomorrow. Damn. Because I know whatever she's coming into town for, it's not going to be 2 days. It's going to be 3 months.
Yeah.
And she will show up and stay for 3 months, right?
I know, it's the funniest. It warms my heart so much when your mom shows up, because you're so pissed at how long she stayed. She was going to be here 2 days. It's been 48 days.
Phil, he's not lying. I kid you not. So Phil, I don't know what your mom is like, but my mom, when I tell you that she literally destroys men's souls, done. She comes in and just stays.
Wears me down, I must say. However, after I learned the whole idea that she wanted to leave with the family doctor and then kind of got knocked back, I've kind of had a cynical view upon her. And it's where I kind of learned secondhand. I'd known about this for a while, but it was very much a working theory, that everything with women is about her.
Correct.
Like, even if they do charity, it's just so she can be seen giving charity.
That's correct.
Now, I'm not trying to blow any trumpets or anything like that. If anybody watches TFM, they know I joined the Freemasons about a year ago, and we give like a lot of money to charity, but we give it as like an organization. So there's no one's name is attached to the money. And we give that to schools and various charitable organizations. So it's not like Phil Bass gave all of this money. It's like, no, just, the local Freemasons, here's some money kind of thing. And because I always view, and I think this is a male perspective, charity is given blindly and silently. You don't do this in front of other people.
Correct.
Otherwise, you are just virtue signaling.
Absolutely. Nick, we've talked about that, where, people who, I remember that there.
Now put my name on the part, bitch.
Right? Well, Nick and I, we've talked about that, where, you look at when anytime, and there's Bible verses about that. The guy who, is, look at me donating. It's like, wait a minute. It's supposed to, like, you should be giving silently. So the person who gave a little silently is more genuine than the person who gives a big donation and makes a charade of it, right? Like, look at me, fireworks going off and stuff. It's like, So who's this really? What is this really about? Is it really about the cause or about you? And
Right.
Too often we see that, and like you see. Do you know what I think we see the biggest virtue signal now, Phil, is social media, right?
Yes.
And that's why you always see people doing this. Look where I'm at, Nick. Look what I'm doing, Nick. Look who I'm with, Nick. So, it's just like, can you just do stuff?
Over the past year, I have. This is my favorite part of social media. Okay, so as you know, right? Like I have been involved with the Vic Mignogna case, right? The Me Too thing.
Yep.
And we did the GoFundMe, and the GoFundMe is now over $270,000.
Bravo.
Props for that.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you. So the people that are detractors, so to speak, one of the things I always note is, they say, oh, I'm not going to buy that thing. I'm not going to go to that convention. It's like, you aren't anyway. You're broke, and you're completely worthless to society.
Correct.
So one of these other lawyers on the other side has decided to sue the Sons of the Confederate Veterans over this weird case involving the University of North Carolina. Okay, and so he started a GoFundMe for his "I'm not a racist" virtue signal, right? And he's asking for $75,000. They can't get any money. And this guy is allegedly friends with a bunch of high power lawyers, right? That's how they present themselves on YouTube or on Twitter. They're all high powered, super successful lawyers and stuff. It's like, you've raised $2,500 in a month almost. Where's your support?
Wait a minute. I'm glad you brought that up. I want to get your take on this as a lawyer, and then I want to get Phil's take.
Okay.
What do you think about the naked philanthropist?
The chick who was throwing out nudes for...
That's right. What do you think about that?
I don't care.
I think it's great, personally. Yeah. What do you think, Phil? You know about this chick, right? She raised like 700-something thousand.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of the position of, it's kind of free speech. If you want to prostitute yourself, then fine. I don't necessarily believe it should be illegal. I don't think it's the best way to put yourself forward or anything like that. Because if you want to get married as a girl, everyone's going to know that you've done this. But, it's up to you. I think everyone should have free will to do their own thing.
She already had nudes out, if I understand correctly, right? Like,
I know she's like an Instagram model or something.
Some people were criticizing her, saying, lol, your nudes are already out on Reddit or whatever.
So by Instagram model, do we just mean I want to give you photographs of whatever description for money?
Listen, right.
Is that just whoring yourself out, though?
Is spelled THOT,
right?
But if you've made that decision already, if you've already got your nudes out, so
she is specialized. I think that was the thing.
But
if you said, like, I want you with I don't know, like a football in your hand or whatever,
I don't know what the terms of the nudes are, but I'm saying if you've already put them out there, then I mean, might as well go ahead and throw grainy tit pics out to people to solicit money for a thing. I don't care.
Sure.
I'm with it.
I mean, look.
I'll send it's okay in itself, but like you've got to think forwardly. I mean, if you're actually going to have like a family and stuff, do you want your children to be able to see that? Because the internet never forgets.
Yeah, my thing is, for her specifically, they're already out. Like, she's already been sending nudes out, so you might as well do more, right?
Oh, well, indeed, but that's why I say you should be forward thinking.
Now, like, yeah, my forward thinking is, there will never be a nude picture of me or my wife on a phone or a connected device or anything ever. Like, that just won't happen.
Well, look what happened to your girl, Katie Hill. And you heard about that judge, right? There was a judge who just got busted allegedly having like a threesome.
Oh, three-way, yeah.
Yeah, you heard about that, Bill?
Family court judge.
Family court judge, yep.
That's the way to do it.
So
leverage
Phil,
those alimony checks.
Credibility have just been smashed.
So Phil,
all.
I've talked on this channel multiple times about a lot of people, especially early on, Nick. There were a lot of guys in your chat who were kind of like, this Drex guy is he's a scumbag, whatever. And I was telling them about like military hoes and all this stuff, and military dudes oftentimes are some of the biggest dogs in the world because they go out smashing whoever and whatever. And
yeah, when they're So that's interesting. Brief aside, so I was in Hawaii on the Big Island for HawaiiCon, and we did a tour down. There was a Captain Cook, I think was his name, the famous.
Oh, that Brit.
Yeah, he was a Brit, right?
Yeah.
And he went to Hawaii, and the first time he showed up, Hawaii at the time had seasons. They had literally an interbreeding season between the islands for genetic diversity, basically. And then they had another season of war making. So if you showed up at Hawaii at the right time, you were in paradise, and that's where kind of the Polynesian paradise comes from. Is when Captain Cook showed up to Hawaii, all the sailors got off the boat and were slamming like no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Now the next time they came back, it was in the war making season. So these guys come down, dicks out for Harambe, and they start getting just murked left and right.
Oh.
And it ended up going bad. Captain Cook ends up dying on the island. But that's part of like human. Well, again, taking the evolutionary look at humanity, there is some sort of benefit in genetic diversity, right? Like we'll combine the strengths of these two things. So it's funny because we deploy soldiers all over the earth, and if we expect them not to smash wherever they are, we're fooling ourselves.
It's foolish.
And they do. But the problem, of course, is that while the army husband is away,
she's getting rammed.
The army wife is a meme only because it's so common, and it's horrifying.
Well, my brother, when he served in Iraq, he said it's 90 to 95%. Confirmed.
Yeah, it's awful. But if you take away the money from the women,
correct.
Then there's a dependency, and therefore the nuclear family is maintained.
But look, Phil, you know what it's all about. These guys out there that beat it up, skeet it up, delete it up. That's how it is, Nick. You got these guys are out here getting it in with these chicks. Like me personally, Phil, I wouldn't do an army wife because if someone is defending the country,
thing involved.
It's an honor thing. Like I've done lots of foul shit, but like when it comes to
no.
I mean, I've done tons of foul shit, but it's like there's always like there's certain lines that you need to have because if you have no lines at all, you have no center, you start going down some weird paths, right? So it's like I'd rather be like this. I have these boundaries. Anything that's within this, it is what it is. So when it comes to like these army wives and stuff, Nick, like and I've shown you like text and stuff. I said, but Nick, if one of these chicks was married to a veteran, I would have to find a way to get this veteran to know that his wife is going behind his back. Yeah. What I don't like, and Phil, I already told you, is that I don't like the idea that guys come at me with anger when I tell them, "Hey, man, your girl is living foul."
Because they come after you, they don't come after the wives.
They never come after her,
and because they should be beating the teeth out of these women,
right? They never do, Nick. But Phil, you know what though? We see this across the board. Where, like I said, women are never held accountable ever. So, a prime example of this, and I'll use the black community, and something that everyone here has probably been aware of. Phil, have you ever seen the Maury Povich show?
Once or twice. No, I'm not terribly familiar, but I know the guy's face.
It's a meme in America, and Nick, you had it on the college dorm, and you shouldn't have. I was scarred for life.
Wait, what?
Maury.
I didn't have Maury.
Well, it happened to be on in your dorm. I'm like, why is this on? And so, Phil, let me give you a typical Maury episode. Surprise! It's a paternity test of some random Tyrone, dusty Pookies and Ray Rays.
Hey, baby, will you meet me at the Maury set?
Then you find out it's the fucking cameraman or something like that.
Phil. So this is what makes it so bad, right? The Maury show actually shows it's to me it's a microcosm of our society. So here's how it works. The woman, the single mother, she always comes out first. Maury is the host. She tells the sob story. You get to see pictures of the baby, right? Of the little bastard child. And the little bastard sitting in the back room.
Jon Snow, who knows nothing.
Indeed.
Right? So Phil, here's what happens. She goes like this. Yes, and Maury, She looks just like Phil because we were together for this long and he just left us. Blah, blah. So she gives her sob story, right? So now Phil, they go, and now introducing Phil from the UK. Phil. Then they clap for her. What do they do when you come out?
And they boo for you. Yeah, we've got the same sort of things going on in the UK.
You're a deadbeat. You ain't nothing.
And even when you turn it round and he's not the father, you're still the deadbeat dad.
You're still, this isn't my kid. Hey, Phil, I'm not joking. I saw a Maury episode. You can go on YouTube. It was 8 or 9 dudes on stage. You can't make this up.
Well, all competing to be the same, the one father.
Yeah, it's just so every time a dude came out, she's like this, Maury, I am 110% positive that Rekieta Law is the daddy. And then they're like, Nicholas, you are not the father. Dude does a little dance. Oh! so Phil, he does his dance, right?
Yeah.
Dude does a little dance. So Maury wraps his arm around this girl, like, do you think there's anyone else it could be? You know, and she's like, Maury, it's gotta be. So here's what's funny, Phil. Slut shaming primarily has been done historically by women, not men. Yeah. It was women who kept other women in check, Nick. So what ended up happening is, think about this for a second, Phil. 8 men are on stage. Women's window, Nick, for when it comes to ovulation, right? They have a small window to get pregnant, in their fertility window, right? So if 8 different men and none of them are the father,
how dare you?
And there's no shame, you can't slut shame her, Phil. That's wrong. Wait a minute.
The Holy Spirit was the father.
Oh, Jesus. And he's supposed to say it too.
This happened before. This happened before.
It happened before, man. It's happening now. My baby is immaculate.
The Immaculate Conception was again.
Mary.
It's Nick. It's that bad, and there's no shame. But let a guy just do anything, right? Like,
I mean, to be honest, we imported Jerry Springer over to the UK as
did
well,
you?
And that poison happened.
Oh, you know,
and then it created its own UK versions.
I love Jerry.
The name of the UK version of it. It's exactly the same thing. But the guy, he would literally spit venom in the person's face who he thought was wrong, not necessarily who was wrong. And there was times where you would get women who were obviously in the wrong, and he would kind of spit venom in their face, but not to the same level that he would with men. And I think, I mean, what with the latest election results in the UK, I think everyone's had enough of this woke shit. And everyone's kind of turning their back on it. So hopefully we might be able to put all this behind us, but I'm not terribly encouraged.
Well,
okay, hold on, though. I got to correct you on something because you are not Catholic enough. Mary giving birth to Jesus is not the Immaculate Conception.
Is it cooking?
How not?
The Immaculate Conception was the conception of Mary between her parents. Get it right.
Oh.
I'm just saying, you can't call Jesus the Immaculate Conception. He wasn't. That wasn't that's not what the feast is for.
There are rumors the angel Gabriel came down and gave it to her.
Actually, so unironically, I think that there's an interesting conversation to be had about the idea that Mary was either a prostitute or was with some other man while she was promised to Joseph, and that there is no miracle involved in the conception of Jesus. I don't know.
I can't give you any conclusive evidence, but like having been to a few Jewish parties and me being the only Gentile there and therefore with a foreskin, those women were rabid to get my pants off and actually get some of that foreskin. So I'm telling you how that went.
Well, careful, because Ginsburg uses the foreskins to stay young.
Oh God, that.
But no, so I'm joking. But no, the Immaculate Conception is commonly thought to be the conception of Jesus, but it's not. It's the conception of Mary. So get your feasts right, you non-Catholic.
Well, I am technically non-Catholic. I stopped being Catholic at 16.
I didn't think the Brits were allowed to be Catholic.
No, I can't be royalty, but you can be Catholic.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
Because there was a time when you probably heard of the IRA that were doing a lot of bombing.
Yeah.
and they nearly took out the prime minister and stuff. There was talks. Do we get rid of the Catholics?
Yeah.
And it was a thing. Now, the way everyone's talking in the minute, we cannot possibly get rid of the Muslims. I say, well, hold on. If you can get rid of the fucking Catholics, you can get rid of the Muslims. Fuck you.
Yeah, well, the Catholics were not treated well in the U.S. for a long time either. Of course, Kennedy was the first Catholic president.
Yeah.
And that was a big deal. And I don't know that we've had any Catholic presidents since Kennedy either. Pretty wild.
I don't believe so, but like I haven't been monitoring, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, I don't do the Eucharist check or whatever. I got some chats to.
Oh, go ahead.
I like the Spike Man said xenophiles belong on a cross. Speaking of Catholics, I like the Spike Man says would only marry an AI waifu if I could pull off that Blade Runner 2049 shit. And then he follows up with polyamory is just as degenerate as fur figotry. I spit on you cucks.
Wow.
He's not a fan of.
Is polyamory what we're seeing at the minute with like women going with lots of men at the same time?
No, I guess.
Yeah, because polygyny is the man with a harem.
No, polygamy is a marriage to more than one
polygamy,
person.
but polygyny.
Polygyny.
Yeah,
Okay.
polygyny. There's polygyny,
Yeah.
polyamory, and polygamy.
Polyamory is just a multiple love relationship.
Yeah, it's well. Here's the thing. When they say, and Phil, I'm sure you've seen this, right? Which is when they start talking all that whole we're in an open relationship. It's open for her.
Yeah.
She's not getting shit.
I had that once. She would have an open relationship, and she got really tired of that when I started bringing girls back at like 3 times the rate of her.
Yeah, she means
then
it's for her.
over. So, yeah, you're right. It's over. We're finished. Fuck that.
Well, I think that's something that people need to learn is that an open relationship is not. It just isn't. Like
It doesn't work.
it's just done. You're done, and you can live together and hang out and be friends, but you're no longer. To me, like the poly thing, I'm never gonna accept it as a thing. Like you can be friends with someone and you can bang them and bang other people. That's fine, all you want. But it's not. There's not a poly relationship.
Yeah, sexual exclusivity is kind of like I do believe like in the basis of a truly fully formed relationship. I think it's kind of like expected because think about it. And I will say this though, if you do have an open relationship, if you guys are doing stuff 100% together, I think that makes a little more sense than just someone being like.
So if you're a cleanup crew, it's okay. I'm joking. Go on. Sorry.
Well, we'll think about it though. So let's say you're a couple and your wife or girlfriend says she wants to bring another girl home or whatever, and you say, okay, that's okay. Well, it's not like she just went and did something behind your back. It's with your knowledge and your consent and with your participation. That is a different story than someone just like, and you see this with swingers a lot, Nick. What happens is it's usually the male who tries to restrict what the female can do. Phil, no kissing. She doesn't like this. She doesn't do anal. She doesn't blah, blah. So a guy has this long list of things you can't do. And the guy's like this. So whoever's the third party, right? He's like this. Oh, okay. So she doesn't do these things. At some point, Nick, whether he leaves the room, whether she gets your number and then wants to talk to you later on, she's like, yeah, all the things he said I can't do, yeah, I do those and more. You're like, what the fuck just happened? It's because he knows he does it. So he's basically trying to play the game, and he basically gets it's kind of reversed, right? Like he's thinking, I'm going to do this, Phil, to keep my girl, to make her happy, right? And in turn, you basically unlock Pandora's box.
Well, this is what happens when you give the women all the power.
Wait, say it again, Phil?
This is what happens when you give the women all the power.
Absolutely.
Because if she gets upset at any point, all right, I'm going to divorce rape you.
Correct.
With or without children or anything like that. Now, normally, if it's just, 2 people that come together, get married, and then can part their own separate ways, maybe, even if it's like a 50-50 split of assets, that's okay. But she always wants the upper hand on this one to just fuck you over just that little bit more.
Correct. And that's unfortunate because it's like, Nick, it doesn't have to happen that way, but it's like they always push it that way because like you were saying earlier about the lawyers. Now, Phil, I'm sure you believe the same thing because Nick, you and I have talked about this. one of the things that I think really happens to a lot of women is because they're so easily influenced is that I think most women, even if they wanted to do it the right way, they always allow the negative, like basically, like, you remember in those old cartoons, they had the angel and the devil on the person's shoulder, right? They always let the devil win every time. So whoever, it's usually the hating girlfriend, right?
Well, yeah, because the devil pays more.
It pays more, right? So if whether it's a lawyer, whether it's their girlfriend going, Phil, yeah, I heard Phil is due to get more money. Yeah, he got a promotion. So Phil, you've seen this. They will listen to the bitter girl. Remember, she's single and bitter herself, right?
Yeah.
And they will now, Nick, go after you harder, even though, let's say you guys have an agreement, right? She will flip on the agreement because a lawyer or her friend or someone told her, you can get more. Dudes just want to move on because what we cherish, Nick, freedom.
Yeah, L'Oreal has got a lot to answer for because, like, every woman listens to this when they said, you're worth it. And what they hear is you deserve it.
Correct.
It's like, you don't deserve shit. I'm not being awful, but what did you actually do? I mean, yes, you may have lain down with a guy and biological things may have happened, but then I have a shit every day. That's a biological thing. Do I get applauded for that? No.
Nope.
That's,
It's bad, man. It's bad.
You're bad. 47 Ronin Gaming says, at my job, the GM is a woman, general manager, and the AGM is a woman. All 4 floor managers are women. Executive chef is a woman, and the sous chef is a woman. My point: no empathy in sight. That's actually how it was in the banking world before I left. Like, all of your direct managers and their managers were women, and then once you got up to the executive level, you'd have men. But
correct.
It was women.
Like, they always put them in mid management, low and mid management. They're all that's
because
the way
they
it
do
works.
as they're told.
Correct. They're easily manipulated, easily controlled.
I've been in sort of middle to like upper management. I've been told by senior management, Phil, this is what you're going to do. It's like, no, I'm not, because that's going to cause a monumental fuck up, and I'm not getting blamed for that shit.
Right.
So we'll fire you. You can fire me first. I'm not going to do the wrong thing.
Next, we've got Alistair's Knight says, I hate social media posting. Like, it is fine when people want to give away their locations, but leave me out of it. It is hard to be an MFing ninja when everybody is posting your location on the times I decide to be sociable. So yeah, tagging people on Facebook. Eventually I've got to get my family to stop tagging me in pictures on Facebook. Like, please don't tag me.
You're gonna
in
get
pictures.
that stalker? You afraid?
Yeah, it's like I don't want. I can control my Facebook timeline. I can't control yours. Please stop. Mars Ultor says, Drex, how does a married man not become a cuck? I don't put up with shit, and I ain't afraid to shake my woman.
Oh, you got that from? Remember Chris Rock?
No.
When he was like I ain't gonna hit a woman, but I'll shake the shit out of her.
Oh yeah, I don't watch black comedians. So.
Oh god,
I'm just kidding, obviously.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. You can listen to all these like red pill guys and blah blah blah. Maintain frame, but Phil, you know this for a fact.
Doesn't mean shit.
If you are a married man, by definition, you're a cuck in waiting.
Oh my goodness.
Because at any time she can go to the family court.
Phil, can you avert your eyes so I can kick his ass on something?
Just start preparing your exit now. If you've kind of got like an economic exit bag where you can just grab and go, then you're kind of prepared as much as you can be.
Correct.
The Ron Swanson bags. Did you ever see those? I didn't watch Parks and Rec, but the Ron.
Oh yeah, with the mustache on Parks and Rec. Yeah, I remember.
Did you ever see he has like emergency like get out grab bags all over the office for when one of his ex-wives show up?
No shit.
His ex-wife shows up, he like opens a cupboard, grabs a duffel bag, and runs out of the office.
Oh my god, that dude was hilarious.
That's
the
prepared.
bug out bags.
Well, but Phil, it's true. I got asked the question. I had a guy at work ask me. He said, "Hey Drex, this my buddy's on the phone. He's one of my best friends. He has a question for you." I said, "Okay, go ahead. What's the question?" He said, "Who comes first, your mother or your wife?" And he had this face, Nick, like, I can't wait to see what Drex gonna say. What do you think I said? You know my personality. What did I say? Neither.
Yeah.
You come first. You come before your wife. You come before your mother. You come before your fucking kids. Why? Because you have to provide for them. Because
as soon as you leave home, you become before your mother. And I see this time and time again, that all these guys who still do everything that their parents say, and they never outgrow them. Yep. So they don't self-actualize or anything like that, and they don't become their own man.
Correct. Well, think about it, though. So there was this video this woman made on social media, Nick, about she got into an argument with her man about who should eat first, him or the baby, right?
Who she'd eat first?
No. Who should eat?
Oh,
Jesus.
Jeez, I was like,
what?
We're all going to die.
Right?
We need to cannibalize
plausible.
One of us. Me or the baby.
So
that's weird.
So that was the thing, is that the woman was saying that the baby should eat. When I say baby, we're not talking about an infant. We're talking about a toddler, right?
Yeah.
So the man was like, historically, and this goes on all cultures, the man eats first and he sits down, and then no one is allowed to eat until he eats first. And someone goes, why is that? Who's the one who provides all the shit?
Yeah, he brings that shit in.
The man. So that's why he eats first. So the child doesn't eat first.
Mask on your face before the kid's face, right?
Well,
it's the same concept though.
Correct.
Because if it's a low pressure situation, you put the oxygen mask on the kid, you might die before you can get your own mask on. If you put your mask on, then you can get the kid's mask on next.
And plus, we just have, we aren't going to panic. We have a higher tolerance for lots of shit, right? So you have to be able to, in order for you to do your job, put the mask on, right? Oh, I got the mask. Now you can go get your kid. Because, think about it, Phil.
Well, it just makes sense. But
it makes sense.
With the eating thing, that gives the children something to aspire to.
Absolutely.
Daddy's the man. I want to be like Daddy.
Yeah, that's like when we were kids, Nick. Like when fathers were actually in the home, when boys saw their dad with that authority, boys knew, okay, we have to follow the line, and we were always held accountable. That's why when it came to punishment, Phil, do you remember that?
Wait until your father gets home.
Wait till your father gets home. Chris Rock talked about that in a stand-up, Nick. He goes, the thing that's missing out of homes today is the threat of wait till your father. Do you know that my mom has only whipped me twice my whole life? Twice. It was the most pathetic whooping because my mom only weighs $120, soaking wet. So with a 5'10" frame, Phil. So my mom is like tall and lanky, right? So her version of a whooping was she took out a belt and whooped us, and my brother and I had to basically hold in our laughter because she can't generate any force to whoop us. We were like 8 or 9 at the time, somewhere in that range, right? So it did nothing, right? But when she says, wait till because my dad was a disciplinarian. He gets home, and you remember, Phil, when you heard that door shut, and you kind of shuddered in your sheet, right? Like, oh God, I don't know. You ran. You knew, oh shit, he's here. Dad's here. And I remember you would fake that you were asleep in your bed, and he would, I know you're awake, and you would sit there, make sure you don't move. He'd tickle your feet, and the moment you moved, he lit that ass up. And
also the plot of a porn.
Yeah, right.
Tickled her feet, and the moment she moved, he lit that ass up.
Oh shit, Phil, it went there, buddy. It went there.
I didn't see it coming.
Neither did she.
But Phil, once you take that away, what do you really have in a society?
The authoritarianism has gone, so therefore the discipline has gone, so therefore no one has any impetus to do the right thing any further.
Correct. In the school system just pushes everyone along, right?
And that's run by women as well. And everyone wants to be your best friend. And
correct. There's no authority.
The authoritarian person who over
you can't hurt feelings, right? And so eventually, Phil, what happens? That kid who's in the 80%. The Elliot Rodgers who don't get chosen, who have been coddled their whole life. What do, Nick? They fucking explode. They explode and kill people.
Yep.
That Elliot Rodgers couldn't have existed 50 years ago.
As you Americans say, had his ass whooped a few times. That wouldn't have happened.
Correct. 50, 60 years ago, Elliot Rodgers couldn't exist. The society would have... First of all, Elliot Rodgers would have grown up with male life skills, male coping skills, male problem-solving skills. Now, people like Elliot Rodgers grow up with either no father or weak beta male fathers. So now, Nick, when they grow up, they're like, well, the world has to conform to what I want. That's why, it's all these safe spaces, right, Phil? Everyone has to be protected. Well, how do you protect everybody from everybody else, Nick? which kind of goes back to what you're saying, like the intersectionality stacking, right? Like, oh, well, you're not just black, you're black and lesbian. You're not just black lesbian, you're black, lesbian, and obese, trans, whatever.
Well, like
bullshit.
you're a black lesbian who identifies as a man.
Of course.
So yeah,
I'm a masculine presenting trans lesbian.
You're pretty high on the stack.
Like I'm getting higher up, and therein lies the problem. Because now, what are you seeing happen with women's sports? And Phil, I am anxious to see, because we're talking about our predictions. I believe within the next 5 years, we are going to see. I would say even within the next 2, we're going to see that breakthrough trans athlete, where I'm talking like at the professional level, like in mainstream sports, right? Like. You saw that cyclist who won?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's coming. Like U.S. soccer's team.
See, like really bad injuries or fatalities.
Mm-hmm.
And then perhaps questions may be asked.
It's coming. Think about it. It's gonna be dudes out there going like this. Oh, this is the cheat code. And Nick, it's gonna become like we already saw it with like Fallon Fox.
But it won't work because they don't pay women athletes.
No. But here's the thing. But hold on. But Nick, think about it like this though. Although women get paid significantly less in athletics as they shouldn't even be out there. But for the sake of argument, what's gonna happen is, what happens if? Let me ask you this: would you go to see it? Yes or no? Be honest. If you knew that women were gonna compete against, hold on. Men, trans women, we're going to compete against women. Would you go and pay your money to see that?
Depends on the sport, yeah.
So are you trying to drum up more money for the sport? Now, I've got nothing against that as such. However, the original argument being, like, the women don't bring in that much money, so they shouldn't get paid that much money. But
that's correct.
We've now had the effective law ensuring that they do. Notice that no one's complaining about male models who get paid a pittance compared to female models.
That is correct. Because feminism was never about equality. We all know that. I
just want some consistency, as TFM would say.
But hold on. Female nature, right? All women are feminists. Let's start there.
Wait,
to one degree or another.
Real quick, before we get off the subject of modeling, can I get an RIP to the Victoria's Secret fashion show?
What is it now?
It's gone. It's gone.
It got like... Didn't they have to change it to like it was including something?
No, it's gone
completely.
Yeah, it's because of the progressive stuff.
Oh, because beauty standards, right?
It's just not woke enough. We can't have that, and everyone listened to it instead of saying no. We want to see beautiful women on TV. Like I'm starting to notice. I mean, granted, I don't see that much of it, but if I'm noticing it, all the women must be noticing it in the UK. Female clothing websites, and I'm starting to see all these like fat women.
Oh, fat mannequins! Piss
I've seen that too. Well, hold on.
It's like
Phil. I got a question for you. Being in the UK, because this is going to be your celebrity. What do you think about all these woke magazines and woke women who? So they talk about body positivity, right?
Yeah.
Body positivity. You got to respect women. You got to respect big women. They don't care about fat men. They hate fat men, right? Here's my question to you, Phil. What do you think about these same people who preach body positivity flip when a fat ass person, Adele, loses the weight? Have you noticed that?
Got roasted hard for being too skinny.
I've noticed this. They don't like it when somebody starts to get better than them. That's all it is. It's just pure jealousy. And jealousy is a currency amongst women. I've noticed this even since childhood.
But you've noticed that, right? So here's the thing. The same people, and this is the problem I have with when it comes to the fat chicks who try to like glorify their body acceptance, right? The Moniques of the world. You've noticed this, right, Phil? A fat chick will always talk about how they're so proud to be big, they love being big and beautiful, but as soon as they start losing weight, what do they always say? Oh my God, this is the only time I've ever felt beautiful. Wait a minute. You just said you were happy to be fat. All of a sudden, Now, Nick, let's just say for the sake of argument, Tess Holliday lost. Let's say she loses 200 pounds, right?
She's still 600 pounds.
You ain't right for that,
That's
man.
a math problem.
You ain't right. You ain't right. So let's just say Tess Holliday loses 200 of her 300, like 60 pounds,
she gets
right?
down to 190 pounds.
She gets down to 190.
That bitch says she is 270.
She better stop.
She's lying.
We got to get more women in STEM.
We got to get more women in STEM. These bitches be lying.
We can do basic addies up and techies away.
Yeah, right? So Phil, think about this for a second. Let's just say Tess drops 200 pounds, right?
Yeah.
the same Tess who was preaching all this body positive, eating the cake because she got the magazine cover. She will be all over these same magazines going like this. I feel like my best self. I've never felt better. I'm eating healthy. It's like, wait a minute.
You're using logic and reason here. She just feels better now. So therefore she needs to be told just how sort of stunning and brave that she is, no matter what happens. Right. That's the problem.
I read an article about the Victoria's Secret thing. They were complaining that this article was complaining.
Hold on. Who was there?
It was a Vox article, of course.
Say no more.
God, here we go.
Yeah, right.
They were complaining that the average waist size of Victoria's Secret models over 2 decades went from 24.6 inches to 23.7 inches.
Oh my God!
Stop.
What a terrible thing.
Stop.
And here was their reasoning: it's really hard to trim an inch off your waist.
What?
It's not the same models.
What?
Like it was.
You know what's crazy?
And first of all, cut that waist.
Right? Like
all day, every day.
Well, here's my problem.
But
go ahead, Phil.
I was just going to say that this is only given credence if men allow it. And I want to know who these men are who are allowing this. Because there isn't enough male feminists to do this.
Yes, there are.
There's more of us than there are of them.
Phil, think about this for a second. Just like I said, all women are feminists, right? So 100% of the female population is a feminist to some form or fashion, some degree, right? So if we start there, Nick, when we ask, well, how many dudes are male feminists? Now, remember, I didn't say he was the full-on, gender fluid, blue hair feminist, right?
Yeah.
We just said male feminist. So if I were to guess what the percentage of manginas are,
how many men are in prison for rape? That many. That's the answer.
terrible.
Pedophiles and sexual assault.
I left out some of the worst offenders.
Well, think about this for a second. When anytime a man stands up and says anything, he's usually confronted not so much by the women. Women are always going to, they're going to complain about anything no matter what anyway. It's usually by the dudes. So the men are co-signing this. So this goes back to my point, Nick, about why I'm so happy for Terry Gilliam for standing up for himself and fellow white men and all men by saying, I'm tired of being blamed. Because look, let's face facts, Nick. Just like when I told you I always got sick and tired of being a black man, being basically being blamed for everything. Right? I was like, so when did black men in America sign laws to harm people? Never. We didn't sign the 19th Amendment. We didn't give women rights. We didn't do anything. But black men got blamed for everything. So now I look at it like this. These same guys, which is what Phil is saying, they're basically, we were deceived and betrayed, Nick, by our forefathers who didn't say no. When women were bitching about, we deserve it, shut the fuck up. That's what you do. Just like a child, right? Phil, is it any different? Look, if someone comes up to you and says, I deserve more, and you go like this, no.
How many men in World War I died, right? How many women in World War I died? There's just no comparison. And that's why men got the vote.
I learned from...
You had to be a landowner or somehow like a grand taxpayer. Yep. And women could do that as well. So there was equality, but men exclusively went and fought and died, not women. And then women bitched afterwards and can we have the vote? And then these pussies went, oh, okay then.
See?
Now, Call of Duty taught me that women were in all of the major...
Oh, God. And they were cyborgs, right?
Oh, God, that was an absolute debacle.
Cybernetic robot arms. What was it? There was something I was reading the other day. Yeah, someone was complaining about Call of Duty game not having female soldiers or something.
Here we go.
And I was like, just stop.
Well, but Phil, are you starting to get sick of that coming from? Here's what's funny. It's never the demographic that they're referring to, right? Like, so prime example, a game is set in the Nordic regions, right?
Yeah.
How come there's no black people? Really?
Yeah. How come there's no...
It was set in 14th century, but you're asking where's the black people?
They were in chains.
It's like they're in chains.
They were.
In the Nordic regions, there wouldn't even be black people. Period. 14th century.
If they were, it would have been an exotic luxury of a rich person.
But like when I went out with my Kenyan girlfriend, and I'm actually out in Nairobi with her, and she was starting to border on the whole feminism thing, so I could see where this was going. But we got into a discussion and she said, well, Europeans have never been enslaved.
Yeah, they have.
Are you out of your fucking mind, girl?
White people have been enslaved.
Pope Gregory should tell you that because she was a fellow Catholic. So she knew. But, like, you know, she'd been told, you know, Europeans, whites have never been enslaved. It's just blacks. And it's this whole trying to rewrite history thing, which I find abhorrent. I don't mind, you know, like, say if I was German, I wouldn't try and say, you know, we didn't try and exterminate the Jews or anything like that. It did happen. It's a fact. But trying to rewrite history, I think, is possibly not physically as bad as exterminating people, but, like, from a conceptual point, it's almost evil.
I believe so. Revisionist history is definitely terrible. Because let's face facts, though, Phil. All of this is basically designed to fit into a victim narrative, right?
Of course, yes.
So what we have, like, now I'll give you an example. Like in the black community, the blacks who succeed are the blacks who just go like this. Whatever happened in the past is the past. I'm here to worry about me right now, here, today, moving forward, right? So basically, the blacks who don't sit around on their ass all day blaming black or blaming white people, those are the blacks who succeed. The blacks who always are stuck. Yeah, right? The blacks who are stuck in neutral, sitting in the projects after 4 generations, do you know how they got there? Blaming everyone but themselves. Because remember what I said, Nick? Anyone in this world that is born poor, there's a 99% chance it was 100% your mother's fault. Had she laid down with a man who wasn't a fucking sorry ass, you wouldn't be poor. Meghan Markle laid down with a prince, right? She could have laid down with a deadbeat. You see what I'm saying? If she laid down with a deadbeat, where would the offspring be? In the gutter. That's on her because she controls reproduction. You see what I'm saying? So, Phil, if a guy came up to you right now today and went like this, hey, you know what, Phil? Women ain't shit. I hate all bitches. I've been married 7 times. Who's to blame, Phil? Who do you put the onus on? On the man, right?
Of course.
He's the common denominator, right? So conversely, Nick, these ratchet ass ghetto baby mamas, serial baby mamas, go like this: Phil, men ain't shit. They ain't shit. I can't stand men. I got 8 kids by 8 men. Who's the common denominator? You see what I'm saying?
But it's political suicide for anyone to actually say that women are the problem. And
see?
That's where the common denominator really is here. Because if no one will address the white elephant in the room, then we really do have an issue.
Correct. And Nick, that's all I've ever said. Like, look, we
can only address white landowning elephants.
White landowning
tax-paying elephants, yeah.
Listen, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make a joke about Monica Rial.
Oh, God, you're wrong. That's terrible. It's so easy to poke fun at certain people, man.
Well, that's because wherever you poke, you end up hitting skin.
Ugh.
I could make fun of fat people who it offends. Like, because I don't make fun of all fat people. Just fat people that I know it really bothers and I don't like. That's the magic of it. I can make
fat people who say it's not their fault.
Hold on, but let's be fair, though. Okay, pleasant fat people that people like a prime example. James Corden is a hefty kind of dude, right?
That was such a great
But no
joke.
one cares. He doesn't make an issue about being fat, though, does he?
No, that's the thing. It doesn't bother him.
Correct.
Right? And that's real body positivity is, look, this is me. I'm cool with it. Not I'm shouting from the rooftops that you have to look like my fat ass to be beautiful.
Correct.
It's just, this is me. I'm cool with it. That's fine. You tell a fat joke to a person like that and they go, that's pretty funny. Right? Mm-hmm. But you tell a fat joke to a fat chick who's insecure, like Jamie Markey or Monica Rial. Oh my God. And then the cuck, you were talking about white knights earlier and like these beta dudes or whatever. The amount of dudes I have coming after me.
That's right.
There's this fat lady on Twitter, and I said the other day, like, if she put her arms out, the wind would catch her flaps and fly away. These guys lose their damn minds over a fat joke. It's like, come on, just make a better joke back.
Right? They're devoid of creativity.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah, I mean, like, if somebody was to make a Catholic joke against me or a red pill joke against me, yeah, it's just a joke. I mean,
yeah,
it's a joke.
Who cares? Good job. You got me. You got me.
I mean, and we could probably find it funny. That's the thing, whereas they just lack humor, these people.
Well, you know what's funny? Phil, Nick talked about that way back when. Remember that live stream where you said that the worst thing about these people is like they have no joy.
Yeah. No.
They won't even laugh, Phil, because they're like this. Wait, if I laugh at a joke, let me make sure this isn't offensive to anybody, and then I can decide whether or not I want to. By then, the joke is already long past. So they're joyless.
There's no
people.
way to do that, though, is there? I mean, something can be offensive to someone. It's just it can be offensive, but it's only offensive if taken as being offensive.
So Phil, what you're really describing is the idea that like if you want to be a victim, right? If you're a serial victim, then you can find a way to be a victim, even when something has nothing to do with you, right? Like if I said
invent that,
you can invent it. Like so you just go like this. You know what, Phil? I'm going to show you this commercial. It could be a nice commercial, nothing. The Peloton commercial, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Oh yeah, where he's
outrage.
How dare he buy his chick a Peloton?
Oh my God!
So that she could work out from home. Oh my goodness! How dare he?
How dare he? And so. Phil, do you know who I think was most
mad? If that
mad?
screen had allowed her onto the internet and she could actually get herself some extra balls, then that would have been fine.
Right? if it were the other way around, that would have been okay, right?
Yeah.
So Phil, now here's what's sad. You and I both know the truth. The main reason why there was so much outrage about that was because it was twofold, Nick. One, it was a woman doing something for her man, right? Like she was already in shape, right?
Yeah.
She was even more so pleasing him. Right? And the fact that she was happy, like she had a family. Feminist. So, did you ever see that article?
Remember the Fit Mom?
Fit Mom?
Do you guys remember? There's this chick, and she was like a mom, and she had a couple kids, maybe three kids, and then she posted her thing about.
Oh yes.
She was in shape, a nice stomach, and everything.
And what's your excuse?
Yeah, she posted like, "What's your excuse? I have these kids,
correct,
and I do this, and I run a side business. And what's your excuse? Not finding time to work out, right?"
Correct.
She got absolutely murdered on social media.
Of course she did.
Yeah.
Because
she's shaming women.
Yeah,
because women. Yeah, it's
because I'm jealous. That's all.
I'm jealous. That's all it is. Phil, you said it. It's like their currency, where. It's always this situation where it's like, let me get this straight. So what you're really mad about is not that someone is a misogynist or anything. What you're really mad about is what, Nick? You are jealous of a woman who has more than you.
Because you're failing.
Lady Rackets, Nick, if she went to certain places, would get hate by the women because they would look at her like this. She's got more than me. She has a family. Yeah. You see that article?
She gets hate on Twitter. Like people send it to me, right?
Really?
Oh yeah, because like I said, I must be a drunk husband who's abusing her.
Of course.
Type stuff.
Of course.
She must be locked in some dungeon or something. And I'm like, and she would probably like being locked in a dungeon so she wouldn't have to go do shit all day.
Right?
Oh God.
Fuck these people. And Phil, do you notice that? There was an article covered by a few guys in the manosphere that they talked about. There was this feminist chick who wrote an article, Nick. I can't remember who. It might have been like Janelle Testa. She's a batshit crazy nut job. And the article was basically, it's bad, man. She's like Amy Horton, like that level bad. Phil knows who Amy Horton is. And what ended up happening, she spells her name weird too. And So basically, Phil, the gist of the article was, I'm bitter and mad when I see happy couples, right? Like just these people aren't bothering you. They aren't saying nothing to you. You walked outside your house. You turned and saw a couple holding hands, being happy together. Yeah, she's a train wreck, man.
Sorry.
She writes for one of those feminist magazines. Bold. Yep, that's her.
Bold with an E?
Yeah, that's her.
Why can't
because
feminist
I'm on my
publications
own, I want everyone else to be the same way.
Oh, say it again, Phil?
Because I am on my own, I want everyone else to be in the same position.
Well, do you remember what you said earlier? If a woman is going down, she wants to draw in the entire world. down with her. Whereas if a man's
She
going
wants
down,
to be, she wants to be the vortex which sucks
That's not
every
her.
other woman into that same pit
Look at it.
of despair.
wait, my girlfriend's boyfriend is coming over for a threesome, so we prepare to snack.
That's the snack tray post.
I just, you know what, man. You know what? I'm telling you, like, so, Phil, myself, my crew, we've smashed so many chicks. There's the question always gets asked about, what do we think of these dudes? Phil, no one respects them. The wives don't respect them. The bull doesn't respect them. Society doesn't. That's why, remember what I said, Nick? When you ask a cuck to come on stream, they will not, ever. Because they know.
The only person even close who's offered to come on the stream so far was cucked. Like, he wasn't a willful.
Yeah. Okay, that's a bit different.
He's using colloquially as my wife cheated on me and I found out about it type thing. But yeah, I mean, the guys who like are into that lifestyle.
Absolutely.
Good luck. Find them. I did see one porn cuck who
I think you told me he's a professional cuck.
Yeah. But
Phil, imagine having that job, man. Could you imagine being a professional cuck?
He and his wife are porn producers, but they don't do any scenes together. And because the cuck insults might get too personal, right?
Oh, Jesus.
Where she's like, you small penis pasty pile of garbage or whatever. So instead, she films him having other women call him small penis pasty pile of garbage while some black dude reams them out. Like,
That's better, isn't it?
But it's not her. It's not my wife doing it, so it's okay. No, homie, it's not okay.
Oh my God! So Phil,
how low does your self-esteem have to be to put up with that?
Phil, it gets lower. Nick, do you remember the Black World Order shit you showed on the other stream? Phil, have you heard about this?
I have not. I dread to think.
There's this larger following of, so basically white males who are enabling white women to help breed out the white race.
Oh yeah.
And then they want to be castrated and stuff and be turned into sissy eunuchs.
Male white feminists.
Yeah.
Well, it goes to the extreme though. So if you go so far, and there's actually chicks out there who say this kind of shit, like, right? Like they talk about how much like they hate their fathers or whatever. Like, just like the girl who says, I only date black guys. That's a warning sign to a black dude. Like, I don't know, man. You might have some crazy daddy issues that need to get resolved, and that's not sexy. Like, don't get me wrong, dudes will still smash because they're dudes, but
it's a one and done.
It's a one and done. Yeah, like a black man is not going to take a woman seriously. He talks about how she only dates black men. It just like dudes are kind of like, eh. And Phil, these women out here are talking shit about how. That's what they're gonna cuck their white man by getting bred by black bulls, and basically the white dad is the dad is gonna be.
He's gonna find out when the baby comes.
Yeah, when the baby comes, she's gonna cuck him that way. It's some real creepy shit. Oh, I don't know, man. I can't get behind that, man. Can't do it. It sounds just too creepy.
Yeah, I had a joke about getting behind.
Getting behind it? Of course you did.
Listen. I got to tone down the dad jokes a little bit from time to time. The Big Red Bear says, my fellow Pole. Oh, I think he's talking to me. The word Slav, the name of the broad ethnic group. What other word is related to Slav? It doesn't matter. That was the Byzantine, Greeks, Romans being dickheads, but want to know why that word sounds like slave. So he's talking about white slavery throughout history. Mm-hmm. Talbot Link says, Nick, Phil, I figured you two would get along. I'm glad Drex is in on this too. Glad I took the time to get you two talking. I came in 5 hours late. Not I came in 5 hours. But I'm very happy hearing you guys talk. Cheers, mates. So thank you, Talbot Link.
Nice.
Sounds very British or Australian.
Talbot's mates. The guy who first suggested I talk to you. From my Discord, or from either the streams or my Discord. I think it was the streams. It was like, hey, you need to talk to Phil.
There was a guy who approached me in TFM's Discord server, and I think he was TDK, the Dark Knight.
Okay. Yeah, I
The
don't know.
same guy?
I don't think so. But could be. Discord's so weird with names. Everybody's got different names on different social media platforms.
Really?
We should have a rule that requires everybody to have their real name on everything.
Okay, here you go.
I'm kidding. I'm joking, obviously.
You only need the one name. There's a spread across, man.
Yeah, no.
Well, if we had true freedom of speech, none of that would matter, would it?
Right?
Yeah. Well, but see, there are people. Phil, what do you think about the statement, freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences?
Oh, it's bollocks. I mean,
Thank God.
may mean that somebody disagrees with you. So what? That's the entire nature of debate. And that's how university propagated.
Right.
Well, I think that matters on context, though, right? So, okay, I'll give you an example. If you're walking down the street and someone says something to you or provokes you or threatens you, by definition, that's freedom of speech, right? They had a right to say whatever they want to say. But if what they're saying is threatening, that's why, a terroristic threat is, if I say I'm going to kill you, that is a terroristic threat, right?
Yeah.
I had the freedom to speak, but what I said was a crime. So thus consequences. So
Well, that's because the right of your speech butted up against my right of safety.
correct. So that's what I'm saying. Okay, do you remember when you said Mad Black, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I disagree with both of you. Mad Black was threatening your fucking kids, right?
Yeah.
So if he's talking about your children, yes, he has the First Amendment, but at the same time, it's like you got the Second.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, start talking about coming at talking about my kid or something. No. Now consequences, right?
Oh, he got contacted by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
There it
Basically
is.
was told, knock this shit off.
Yep.
Or you're done.
Yep.
And as a former convict, you can imagine how well it would go for black former convict to be threatening white lawyers.
Yeah, you're right.
Sometimes the system works in my favor.
You're right. Yeah, he was just really off, man. He just went.
Well, as far as American law goes, then, if somebody threatens you but then doesn't do anything, are you allowed to kind of pull out a gun, point it at him, not pull the trigger, and say, "I'm within my rights to protect myself"?
If the threat is proximate, so you and I are at a bar hanging out and or not hanging, like we don't know each other or whatever, and you threaten to murder me, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you grab a bottle and smash it on the bar. Well, that's a little strong. Maybe you just grab your bottle, kind of look at me, hold the bottle and say, I'm gonna shove this through your eyeball or something.
Yeah.
At that point, you are probably justified in pulling a gun to defend yourself.
Hold on, tell him the whole story.
What?
You know the rest of the story.
What's that?
It is a color-coded law
Oh.
because I'm not allowed to be afraid for my life. I'm
Right.
not allowed to defend myself. Right?
Well, you're big.
See? Now, do you guys have that same thing in the UK, Phil? That when people who are a larger stature, right, especially when they're black, they can get threatened if they react. They're like the burden of responsibility always gets pushed back on them. They're like this. Oh, you should have been afraid of this guy who's smaller than you. Well, he threatened my life.
This usually then comes down to the male-female dynamic, and so I've always countered with that one, never successfully, but to say, so if the heavyweight champion of the world boxer was in the country, and I just start mouthing off in his face, and then he beats me to a pulp and kills me, then he was okay to do so?
Yeah,
Or,
well,
or
I mean,
am I okay to kind of get away with that because I'm smaller?
these theoretically, it shouldn't be any different if you threaten someone, but practically, when you're in front of a jury, right, and they're like, "Well, this is a 6'7" muscular."
This is why juries are such a bad idea. We pay lots of money to actually have judges who are trained to do this sort of thing. Why don't they actually make a judgment?
I don't know if you want judges doing it
I
either.
was just about to say that.
Because some of our judges.
Well,
will,
do you trust somebody on the street better than somebody who does it for a living?
I trust 12 somebodies
Hold
more
on.
than I trust one somebody. That's the difference for me.
Nick, let me ask you this question as a lawyer. This is something I've always thought of that could have a jury but still be fair and unbiased. What if the wording was different, right? So now you got statements and everything, right? So you didn't get to hear voices because then you could hear someone's voice and know what ethnic group, whatever, right?
Yeah.
What if the law stated you only got basically transcripts, right? So they go like this. All right, Phil, here's what happened. This altercation, that this shooting, this shooting altercation happened at this bar. So now instead of it saying like names, you get to see the person in court, right? You're just reading the case, right? It goes like this: Person A, here's the details.
Perpetrator. There's no gender, there's no race, there's no nothing.
Yeah, because if you without that, here's what happens: people are biased. Like so, I've told Nick this all my life. I said, Nick, and Nick has seen me, Phil, being threatened, right?
Yeah.
Nick has actually seen me being threatened, and he saw me. I have to all my life. I have to just take it. I don't get to react because I was like this. Well, I can't do it. As soon as I do something physical, what happens, Nick? Well, I guess I'm going to jail. Here it is. Like they will always say I'm in the wrong. It doesn't matter. So Phil, if I got jumped by 3 guys right now tonight, right, and I beat them up, I won the fight, but they got severely injured. Do you know what they're going to do? They're going to show pictures of them, Nick. Look at the injuries. Look what this guy did to them. It's like, but they came after me. I was minding my own business, right?
Yeah.
I will go to jail, Phil. But now, if you reverse it and it's 3 black dudes attack 1 smaller white guy, oh, he was defending himself. It's like, this is the problem with the bias, is that
there's a good argument for a blind trial.
A blind trial. Like all I want is someone to go like this.
This is the basis of my argument against a jury, because everyone's inherently biased.
Correct.
So a trained person, even if they're not, if they have some biases themselves, they're not going to be as bad as average Joe off the street. I mean, let's say you've got a white guy and he got jumped by 6 black guys when he was 21, and he's just inherently racist these days. He's just going to kind of judge against you, even though you're in the right in the case.
Well, now, Phil, I would agree with you, but here's my issue. I'm seeing too much bias, especially when it comes to he said, she said, right?
Yeah.
So with a lot of these Me Too cases, once again, like, this is the problem, Nick, that we have with the criminal justice system, is that they always try to talk about, the preponderance of evidence. You have to have this, prove that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
In Me Too cases, every single one of them is he said, she said.
Yeah.
How can anyone ever be convicted?
No, nothing.
Yeah.
So how can anyone be convicted?
Well, yeah, that's a problem.
It should be thrown out.
I wanted to enlist your help because I have a short film that I would like to record, but I don't know if you'd be up for it.
Oh,
so, that Captain Marvel, right? There's the deleted scene where
she basically gives it to the guy, like, kind of.
Yeah, the guy, he
hand.
grabs her map and says something like, "You need to smile more," and so she breaks his arm and jacks him up and then steals his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's a turbo cuck on YouTube named Legal Eagle, and he went through and defended that as appropriate.
Jeez.
So what was the basis?
By touching her map that she was holding, he committed a battery against her person, and therefore she was entitled to defend herself.
So usually when you defend yourself, it's equal force, right?
Yeah, but either way, so
obviously, yeah, this guy's full of shit.
My idea for a video would be you sitting there reading like a newspaper or a book or something, some tiny female walking up, grabbing your book and saying, "Hey, big guy, you need to smile more." And you just beating the ever-living shit out of her. Just mercilessly brutalizing this tiny chick. Because this is Captain Marvel, a walking demigod of power, just annihilating some schlumpy biker guy.
Correct.
And it would be comparable. And if we put those 2 videos to the side by side, we have a society right now who would say that, well, the woman hitting the man is okay, but the video with you would be that's too brutal.
Unthinkable.
Absolutely.
And it's insane.
Absolutely.
But that's what this guy was advocating for. He's advocating for you beating a woman for, grabbing a map. And we can agree that if a woman walked up to you and pulled your book down that you were reading and said, "Hey, you need to smile more," and you just drop one right in her teeth, that would be too much.
Of course.
I think we're all on that page.
One of the things is that, and Phil, I don't know if you've encountered this when you've dealt with women, especially like the feminazi types, is that, have you ever kind of seen this light bulb go off in their head where they're kind of they realize the depth of their projection, right? They're like, "You don't hate women?" Have you ever had that where they have this like look like, wait,
Pretty
you don't
much
abuse
all
women, you don't
of them
hate
assume
women?
that against me. They'll say, "Oh, right, so you sell sex dolls, therefore you hate women. Oh,
Yep.
you're MGTOW, therefore you hate women."
But have you ever seen that point, right?
Well, no, not really. I mean, you girls are just doing what you've done, since like femaleness was born in humanity.
Right.
It's the same as like men, you call us dogs because like we see a pretty woman walk past, we bend our necks to actually just keep looking at her. We don't do anything about it, but like that's just men being men. Mm-hmm. It's not evil. It's just nature. And
Correct.
They hate it when that happens because they're wanting you to be this hateful, spiteful person.
It's all projection because they want you to react emotionally and in a narcissistic manner that they do. So that's why I say that, because Phil, I explained this to a feminist, actually a chick I work with, and I explained to her why we have roles and stuff, right? And once she actually like listened to me, she kind of had this moment where she's like, "Oh, like she you can see that she was like, so like, wait, you don't like hate women?" Like her brain couldn't fathom that a man is capable of caring and sacrificing for the greater good, because she can't do that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So she was kind of like, wait, so you want me to stay at home with the kids so they get a good education? And that I told her, I go, women are the first teachers of culture, not men. Like when a kid is born, Nick, because men have to go out and provide, who teaches? Like, think about it. Here's how impactful women's role is. When a woman teaches the kids, we all sit down at the table and no one eats until your father arrives. She's teaching culture. Head of household, male authority. So she's actually setting these kids up to understand what authority is. Whereas once you take that away, think about it, Phil.
And it's all gone.
It's all gone. Look around you without male authority, right? When you see girls dressing fast, looking fast, acting fast, usually come from single moms, right? Almost exclusively, right? Because no father lets their daughter dress like a thought, as long as they're under their roof, right?
I had this argument with somebody online.
It never happens, right?
It's a dad's role to say you're not going out dressed like that. Get back upstairs and put something proper
Absolutely.
on. And mothers just won't do that. They'll just go, do you feel good? Do you feel good inside? Off you go.
That looks sexy. They project onto their daughters themselves, right? Like she's a younger. Look how hot she is. The guy's gonna have so much interest in her. She gets attention. Like you said, it's all about her at the end of the day. She wants to have a hot daughter because like look, I made that, right? That's my daughter. And Phil, look at what happens to boys, right? Go show me the amount of boys who are walking around, Nick, with face tattoos, earrings, nose rings, all shit. They come from single moms. Dads don't let dudes get away with face tattoos and shit. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
it's not gonna happen.
You turn it and you want to do that, you do it in your own money.
Yeah.
I'm face tatting my kids tonight.
I bet you will. But Nick, you're booted out of the house. Like a father will straight up say, if you get a tattoo, if you get a earrings, there are dads who will tell you straight up, you're out of the house. So you choose. So once again, burden of responsibility is placed on the man because he's now held responsible. I can do the emotional thing, which is what I want, which is a female. That's how females act, right? I want it. But once they understand from a man, there are consequences. Because why is the father saying that, Nick? When you go for a job, son, and you have a tattoo on your fucking face, you're not gonna get hired, right?
Yeah.
One of Lady Rackets' relatives told their son, "You ever come home with pierced ears, I'll rip them out." He came in with the magnetic clip-ons, right? Didn't say anything, just sat down at dinner. Dad reached over, just grabbed him and yanked. And he's like, "What?" And he's like, kids sitting there wide-eyed like, good thing those were magnetic,
right?
Because they were coming out.
But you have to do that because, think about it, Phil. When you were growing up, did you see the kids who didn't have that father in their life, like where they usually...
And they were the example to the other boys actually in the classroom as well, because they were the ones that got like the earring ripped out of the earlobes, and they had the scar, and everyone thought, fuck that, I'm not doing that.
Right? And they thought everything was cool. They were the kids who wanted to go smoke when they were 14. They were the kids who thought, having baby mamas all over, Sussex was cool, right? Like, it's not cool. So Phil, in the black community, you'll see a lot of guys who think that being a serial breeder is considered like a badge of honor, right? Like, oh, I got 6 baby mamas, and they all get along with me. I'm smashing. It's like, but bro, now you can't really like these are the same guys who want to dick police the black men who want to have their passport and leave, right? So what ends up happening is that these are the guys similar to women because they got taught female life skills, right? They're bitter when they see black men travel out of the country, Nick. I'm going to the Dominican Republic. I'm going to Brazil where women actually look like women and not goddamn pit bulls, right? Mm-hmm. So they get bitter. You know it's true, Phil. Look, man, these black chicks look horrible, man. When you see them without their wig, without their eyelashes, without their fake butts, most of them are flat. Common misconception, black chicks are thick. No, they're either fat or flat. Most black women are not thick. That is a common misconception. Am I lying, Phil?
Well, this came to bear at one point. I think it was about 9, maybe 12 months ago, and there was this thick doll which kind of came out, like massive H-cup breasts, big hips, little waist, not tiny, but little relatively. And I looked at that. Now, the photos that came out was kind of with a Caucasian skin. And I'm looking at the doll and going, that's a big black mama, really, but we're just giving her a white skin. And like even the black guys were all over this doll for a while, but it's just so ridiculously heavy, it fell out of favor. But I can understand where people were coming from.
Yeah.
It's just kind of been given that sort of favor by like a lot of guys, because a lot of guys talk about girls like that. And
Absolutely.
when you actually have one for the first time, it's like, Jesus Christ, she's fat.
It's not enjoyable. Look, you heard about Miss Miami, right, Nick? She's getting her butt amputated. I can't make this shit up.
Amputated.
Did you hear about that, Phil? Miss Miami?
No?
Yeah, just
Too many implants?
yeah. But so these girls, especially black ones, like in this, you see the same. Like I said, when I tell you guys that black men are blamed by black women for literally everything. Like, remember I told you about that DJ Jason Pope who infected 300 plus black girls with HIV?
Yeah.
No black female channels on YouTube talked about it. They went straight to blaming black men. You don't protect us. Wait a minute. So you guys spend your whole life saying black men ain't shit. They don't protect and provide. But as soon as something happens, they don't blame them. It's similar to what Phil was saying earlier, which is if you catch your girl cheating with a guy you've never seen before, how are you mad at him? You be mad at her. If you catch your woman cheating with a man that you know, now you can be mad at both of them, right?
Right.
But if you don't know who this guy is, obviously, how did he get in the house? Because she let him in. Similar to that Jason Pope situation.
No, he broke in and then he tripped and fell. And I was naked.
He fell right in the badge. and Phil,
do we have to deal with this. Ever?
Oh wait, what's that?
Drex, do you ever get likened to Tommy Sotomayor?
Yeah, people have said that. He roasts black women quite often, which he should.
He's been doing it for a long time. He's
long time.
But
look, he's not savage enough. I got to go in on these goddamn black females even harder. Nick, I'm going to completely eradicate them.
Okay, so what black chick out there, what identifiably relatively public black chick out there would you smash? There's at least one.
But both of us or just Drex?
Yeah. I want to hear yours.
Well, because I'm trying to think of someone who's famous so that everyone can say. Because if I just say a random chick, no one knows who that is.
Who's that, Phil?
I do Tyra Banks.
Are you serious?
She's getting settled down. Oh my goodness.
Have you seen her recently, Phil?
No, I'm talking about in her prime.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We don't have a DeLorean here, Phil. I'm gonna need a contemporary.
I'm talking about current Tyra.
Well, I stopped watching TV a long time ago, so
you ain't
there's going to be
shit.
a time differential there.
Who you got? You can pull out the Pornhub reference. It's okay.
I really can't think of one.
Who's that girl who was Lenny Kravitz's daughter?
Oh, Zoe Kravitz.
Yeah.
Now, mixed chicks are usually crazy, though, which is kind of ironic because I have a mixed daughter, but you know.
Well, that's what difference going to make?
Oh, it makes quite a big difference. It makes a difference. There's a common preconception notion in the black community about mixed chicks. Like, yeah, they look bad and everything, but it's like the crazy factor, man. Because you got to remember, a lot of them, due to being raised in single parent households, like a lot of them have this like identity issue You see that a lot, and the insecurity, like everything gets ratcheted up higher, right? That's okay, I'll give you an example. So Phil, most of your Instagram thoughts, right? A lot of them are like multi-ethnic, right? Does that mean like just plain on white chick? A lot of them are like they're racially ambiguous, right?
Yeah.
Most of them are also actually fucking crazy, right? No one marries these women.
Well, yeah, but I'm not aware of any one race which is actually sane in terms of femaleness. It's just, when did they let the crazy out?
Yeah. Look, man, it's that bad, man. Nick, I'm genuinely trying to think of at least one shit.
Because I genuinely thought the Japanese were probably the most uptight and keep the crazy in, but they don't.
No,
They're just like all the rest.
They're open with their sex and sexuality in Japan. It's just contained.
I find it weird, though. I agree with TFM a bit on this, that whenever you kind of do the nasty on them, they always sound as though they're being raped.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. Like, that's I mean, having no experience other than like Japanese porn. Like it's always like the idea. I don't know why they cater to this, but it's like the woman just lays there crying. Is that a thing that dudes want?
Like that is. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Weird. I don't get it.
I think about, if you ask any man out there, I think for the most part, you're gonna hear guys say, I don't want a woman that makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong, right? Like think about it. So Phil, isn't that the reason why there's body language and verbal? Because let's just say you can't communicate verbally, right? Let's say you speak another language. Let's say you're a Brit, but you're dealing with a Czech chick and you don't speak her language, right?
Yeah.
You can use body language to determine what she's okay with. So if you do something, you usually do it soft, right? Like, how do you know if she wants to get slapped in the face, Nick? You go like this. You do a baby slap, and then she will signal to you that that's either okay or not okay.
And
Harder.
then you
Falcon puncher.
Flawless victory.
But right. So Phil, you've seen this, right? Like, whereas and when, like I say, when you're dealing with it, whether it be Indian women, whatever, it's like it doesn't matter. What ends up happening is there is, and we always talk about this, Phil, a social contract. There used to be a social contract between men and women. Like even before hookup culture hit critical mass, Nick, even back when women were first sexually liberated, there was still, like, that's why Me Too wasn't, like, there were always going to be those women who were going to be foul and go run to the daddy government and cry wolf, right? But for the most part, there was a social contract like, hey, Phil, you met a girl at a bar. You guys went back to your place, or you went back to her place. You guys did the nasty. You were like, hey, cool, we go our separate ways, or maybe you guys, you enjoy it, you wanted to keep it going, right? But there was a social contract. Like, you didn't have to worry about getting arrested, right? Like, you didn't have to worry about, is it regret rape? There was a time when there was a social contract. And Nick, I've talked to you about this. When, Phil, I have a sub, right? And I told Nick, and I said,
I have over 77,000 subs. Get good.
Get good, right? and Phil, I told Nick about this. I said, I'm sure you've dealt with this with women also, is that if they trust you and they respect you, they feel comfortable around you, you can get away with far more than the guy that's just some guy.
God, yeah.
When people say, well, Drex, she lets you tie her up and do X, Y, Z. Yeah. Because she knows there is now think about this, Phil, not a 1% chance. There's a 0% chance I would go too far. When a woman knows that, Nick, it can't happen. How many things in life can you really say are guaranteed? Like, a person, Phil, it's not even those guys who say, my wife's not like that, she would never. But when it happens to them and they get divorce raped, it's kind of like, damn, bro. Well, look at your dad, right?
Well, yeah, but look at your situations. She understands that you aren't going to go too far.
Absolutely.
But of course, it's a woman's prerogative to change her mind at some point, and
Correct.
that changes all of the parameters. That's
Correct.
the thing. That's what makes it all. No one knows where they stand anymore, so it's just simply not worth it for a guy to get into that position.
Correct.
When she's tied upside down, naked on the front of a semi truck, driving through town with the machine hooked to the crankshaft,
to say
just
that was
pounding away.
okay. And
Wasn't
then all
gonna
of a
go
sudden,
too far.
you're in a custodial sentence.
Right? Well, so Phil, a 10-second background. So she's not just some random chick that I have to, spank and tie up or whatever. So I've noticed that she was 13. Yeah, it sounds all kinds of fucked up.
Come on.
Didn't touch her till she was 24, though.
Well, not so you knew her in school. What difference is that?
Yeah, so when I say, like, when you've known someone that long and you were completely platonic, once it crosses that line, like if you were going to go that route of, either way, right? If I were going to go the route of harming her, or she was going to go the route of me tooing me, that would have less weight in terms of like she could still go ahead and go through with it, right? Because gynocentrism, right? But at the end of the day, Nick, you would have a better chance. It's no different than a man saying, "Hey, Phil, what are my odds of staying married if I live in a small town and the woman I married was a virgin when I met her?" Your chances of success are higher, Nick, because why? Because statistics show, hey, the more partners she's had, the less likely that you're going to stay married. If she has a college degree, 90% of the time they file for divorce. Imagine that. College-educated women. That study just came out.
Wait, 90% of the time college-educated women file
for divorce.
There you go.
So if you they have skewer divorce statistics, like, and that's why if you notice, Phil, when they always say like divorce is basically 50-50, right? Like, yeah, sometimes it's either yes or no, right?
Yeah, that's in any 1 year.
They include all those old couples, Nick, like people who are 80.
Yeah.
So when you talk about most divorces happen before someone's even, I think, like 30 or 32. Like they happen. What's the average marriage rate, Phil? Is it within 8 years, right? Less than 8 years they get divorced. Is the average
generally
marriage.
the female divorces first, and then usually it's in the latter half of life that the man might divorce, but it's not to the same degree.
Correct. So Nick, think about that. You have all these divorces out there, and the statistics are skewed because it always includes those long-time married couples so our grandparents, like, no one's gonna get divorced at 80. That no one does that,
except for Based Man.
Oh.
I'm trading you in for a younger one.
Right? Like,
but there are the divorces just before retirement.
Yeah, the great divorce, which is the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
And look, man, I ain't saying you got to slip on the isotoners, but slip on the isotoners.
Get out the double barrel shotgun.
Yeah, because it's over. Phil, I'm sure you've seen men who are devastated by the later divorce, right? If you get divorced before 40, Nick, you can rebuild. Even 45, you can kind of rebuild. You get divorced at 55, bro. It's over. You're done.
Yeah,
that's it. I mean,
what do you do?
Well, you have choices.
Hockey mask time is
it's HMT. Yeah, look, hey Phil, are we lying? RPM. Does he not always talk about hockey mask time? Like,
absolutely.
It's real.
But the thing is, I remember, and this might be a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years. The TFM kind of went. Not so much on a rant as such, but he spoke about it and said, until men start actually saying, right, we're going to start wasting these women who are just getting away with all of this sort of like rampant divorce rape, it will continue.
Correct.
And then when I started listening to RPM, and he was going after case after case after case, and it's daily now that he's coming out with hockey mask time videos. Now, it's not all the USA. I mean, they're from around the world, but they're getting more and more common. And I think men, and as he has said, men have just had enough. It's like, fuck it. If I'm going to get raped in court, I'm going to take the entire family out.
Well, not only that, though, Phil, look, let's face facts. When someone says you're going through a divorce, here's the current stigma. Man, the man's going to get hoes. He's probably going to lose X, Y, and Z. What if the new stigma was, hey, man, you don't want to file for divorce because that guy could off you and the kids and himself. If that became the new standard, the law would then change. They go, we don't want these men offing people, so we have, because it affects women. No one cares, Nick, until it affects them.
Well, see, but the problem is...
Yeah, exactly that. Because this is why they changed the law on kidnapping. And stuff like that. It was a hangable offense, wasn't it? But then people just started to kill the kids when they're getting chased by the cops.
Yep.
So then they made it less of an offense. Now, we'll do that. It'll happen exactly the same way with divorce when men start wasting women en masse, and it's just not worth the country's while anymore.
Correct.
That's the only way it's going to change.
Well, this is where you guys are wrong, because the stigma. This is interesting the interesting plight of the white man lately, right, is that the white guy is going to mass shoot everybody. Right? Like that's the thing. It's the media narrative. Whether or not mass shooters are white or not depends, or is the determining factor in how much media coverage they get.
Correct.
If it's a white mass shooter, you're going to hear about it for the next week. If it's any other race, you're probably going to hear about it a blip, maybe a day, and then it's going to go away.
Correct.
The same thing with the murder-suicide family thing.
But this isn't exclusive for whites, though. There's as many Latinas, blacks who are doing this as whites.
But my point in this is, as using the framework of the mass shooter as the narrative, even if we go with the narrative being, well, the hockey mask day is going to happen or whatever, they're going to not target the problem. They're going to target the gun.
Correct. They'll target the symptom.
That's what they're going to go with.
They're already going for the guns.
Right. That's my point, is that no matter... is that the hockey mask time or whatever? I'm not familiar with the expression, but
does the US then
putting
start
it
to
together.
become like the UK? Because if the guns go, they'll just use knives, or they'll use spades, or
right. And then in the UK,
whatever.
they went after the knife.
Well, hold on. Let's be fair, though. So once again, this goes back to the plan all along of the globalist elite in the deep state, which is what, Nick? You gain totalitarian rule through women. Women are the Trojan horse, not men. You use women to get to gain totalitarian rule. So women are going to react emotionally and vote emotionally. So that's why, like what Phil is saying, when things happen in the UK, everything in the UK is reactionary, right? Oh my God, someone killed someone with a gun, ban guns. Someone killed someone with a fork, ban forks. Instead of going, wait a minute. If you try to ban everything, you can't function, right? They don't care because they then react yet again when it starts to affect their life. Oh my God, what happened? Why don't we have these things? Because you banned everything. So, Phil, look at the places that have banned their guns, right? The point of banning guns has nothing to do with, gun violence, blah, blah, blah. Ultimately, what it boils down to is
it's control.
It's control. The government now has total control because you can't fight back. If you have Molotov cocktails and someone else has P90 submachine guns, you're going to lose, right? But if the citizens themselves are armed, Nick, by the millions and say, this is the last stand for democracy.
Well, the funniest thing is when they say, you can't fight the government with a rifle. That's when you know that the Second Amendment is not being upheld appropriately. Yeah, you're right. I can't fight them with a rifle. That's why I should have a tank. Correct. If I want a tank.
Correct. Well, first of all, I've always laughed because a lot of people don't understand the relationship that governments have with people. It goes back to I'm sure you're aware of the Mouse Utopia, right?
Oh, yes.
So if people just stop producing, or like I said, okay, so let's say World War III breaks out tomorrow, and they say, okay, men, go fight. Now we're good. I'll kill you if you don't. Go ahead. And men just literally stop, Nick. Just for once, men can finally rally around each other and not sit here and point to a white, black, whatever. Just like this. We're done. No, women can go fight. 98% of war deaths have come from men, right? So women can go fucking fight. That's all men have to do is stop giving in. In the moment you do, because think about it, Nick, what is a government without subjects, right?
Yeah.
Nothing.
But
nothing.
Which is funny because the government is supposed to be our employee.
Correct.
Like, how many employee-employer relationships do you know where the employed create rules to bind the employers?
Right. And they don't have to follow, ever. Right. So Phil, look at it. Okay, look what happened to Venezuela, right? The citizens were disarmed. So thus, totalitarian rule, right?
Yeah.
UK, Sweden, all these places, totalitarian rule. How? If you don't have the tools to fight back against corruption and tyranny, you just get subjugated. So eventually, and you're starting to see this, it was just kind of like what Phil said early in the live stream, which is once the attitude kind of becomes, well, this is just what it is, right, Phil? This is just how it is. Once people have that, they become lemmings, Nick. They just become mindless drones. So the wheel keeps turning. All it takes, literally, is for someone to just go like this, no, or enough. That's it. The moment one person says enough, and the people look around and go like this, wait, we don't have to be like this? It doesn't have to be like this? We're done.
Congratulations, you just described the entire plot of Joker.
That guy,
Brexit.
look, man, first of all, that movie was overrated. But, Nick, let's face facts, though. If the army said, you will fight this war for us or I will kill you, if men like this, go ahead. And normally they shoot like one or two people, right? And they think that's going to get the message across. What if the army killed 1,000 men right there? And the men just go like this, just go ahead and kill me. I don't care anymore. Once a man doesn't care, they go like this. Shit, well, they come back to the bargaining table, right, Phil? What do you want? Because if we kill you all off, we'll just get invaded and slaughtered, right?
This is, I was talking with my homeschool class about this. Now, I teach, we do a couple times a month, a bunch of homeschool families get together and we teach our kids elective classes, right? And so World War III was the topic, and kids were asking, when's World War III coming? I was like, well, whatever World War III is, it's not going to look like World War I or II.
Nope.
Because we're different people. Because you're talking about get over there and fight or I'll kill you. That was World War I. It was literally, it's like, well, climb the trench and go charge the enemy position. Group of guys climbs over the trench, is all mowed down right in front of it.
Correct.
And they're all dead. And then they look at the next group and they're like, okay, go, your turn.
Yeah.
And they went. And if they didn't go, they got shot.
Correct.
And then the group went. And but nowadays, there's no way. You'd have to shoot every single person.
Correct.
Because no one's going to go over a trench line when 10 dudes just got slaughtered right in front of them.
Absolutely.
And go, this is stupid.
Well, not only that, though, look at how warfare has changed, right? So the reason why the casualties were so high in World War One, especially with trench warfare, is that, Phil, we were using modern technology, right? With ancient tactics.
Oh, yeah.
So if you say, charge, gone, it's like, you lost millions of lives for no reason. Like Nick, I always tell you about, the one digital book I own is Sun Tzu's The Art of War. And when you understand the art of war and you look at just like the way wars have been fought, it's like, what are you doing? You're getting people killed. So people are a resource, right?
Yeah.
So as you sit there and just send out all these young men to get mowed down, you didn't achieve anything. So there was actually some old guy who said that the U.S. lost World War II, and the kid kind of looked like puzzled, like, well, what do you mean we lost World War II? He goes, think about what happened after World War II. He goes, what did happen? When they put women in the workforce, that's the rise of modern feminism. Like that, once you hit that second wave, because it's only been broken up with the wars, right? Think about post-World War II. Go from 1945 going forward, Nick. That's when you start to see this whole push for sexual liberation, welfare reform, the total destruction of the family, right? All of this comes post-World War II because the men weren't there. If the men go out to fight, Nick, who's at home? The women. So the government did what? This happened to the Russians too. They send the women in. The women, they understand. The women will turn against the men 10 times out of 10. If the men are gone, the women will, by nature, with their hypergamy, turn against their own men. Every time. It is a guaranteed fact. They'll go like this. You know what I want, Phil? I want more. I make my own money now. I want more. Whereas before, Nick, they were at home, right? They're at home. Life was good, or at least good enough.
Sure.
The moment they got a taste, everything became more, right? More.
Power.
More power. So go look. So here's another thing. So Phil, you're aware of World War II. When the U.S. And Japan signed the conditions of surrender, what was one of the things that they made sure Japan did?
Oh, of course, they give to emancipation of women.
Yep, that's right. So the UN, Nick, is one big smoke screen. It's just to push feminism, no other purpose. It's a Trojan horse.
Well, the UN's just garbage.
It's always been garbage. But think about it. What does the UN do? When you really think about it, Phil, what does the UN do? They go into nations that are third world, and what do they push? Feminism.
And they push feminism. So what you do is you then double the workforce, so you halve the labor cost. Then everyone's pushed into poverty, so everyone's working twice as hard to do exactly the same thing as they were doing prior to this point.
And now they're totally dependent on the fucking government.
Yeah.
This is what happened. And so when people sit there and they say, but Drexel, well, what are you going to do about it? Well, you cucks allowed this to happen. So Nick, the beta male cuck in power is what allowed all these things to happen, right? If you are like well,
I mean, FDR was definitely a cuck. He watched other dudes stand up all the time.
Well, everything begins like for blacks. Everything begins with LBJ, right? He's the turning point for the black community. Once Lyndon Baines Johnson,
Spanish blowjob.
Spanish. Yeah. Once LBJ did his so-called war on poverty, his job was to do what? To ensure that blacks voted Democrat for the next 150 years. How do you do that? The destruction of the family. How do you do that? You go to the black woman, right? Go to the black woman, promise her free shit, and she will turn against her own provider and protector. And then once you realize, hey, this works, we will gain total control. That's how this is done. It doesn't matter left, right. They're all the same. They're flip sides of the same coin.
So if you're on benefits,
that's all it is.
Then just stop that, and then I counteract it all in one fell swoop.
Yep. And you know this, Phil. When you empower the women and you kick the man out of the house, women are known to raise two types of kids. The girls become thots. The boys become thugs. Thug and thought culture, right?
Yeah.
So in the UK, Phil, what is the percentage of inmates, regardless of ethnicity, raised by a single mother? Like what it's got to be in the 80, 90%.
I think it's in excess of 70-odd%.
Yeah. Because it's very rare that someone who comes out of a two-parent household turns into a thug. It's very, now you could say more often than not, the girls now, because of the culture, because they fit whatever culture allows them to do. So more girls will come out of two-parent households now and become thots. But there are still fewer boys who
they're
become
also
thugs.
starting to fit into the thuggery category now as well. So they're literally starting to beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah. It's a total shit show out there.
Until the based old man shows up and drops a fist right in their teeth. That was
or at least threatens to and actually gives them some authority.
Right.
Did you see that video, Phil? There's like a 44, 45-year-old dad, and his like daughter was being threatened by a group. And so he goes out. It's like a group of teenage girls, like 13, 14 years old. And they surround him, and one of them like pushes him, and then he turns around and one of the chicks runs at him, and he just goes, and it looks like she gets hit by a wrecking ball, because she just, you think she's dead. It's like, oh my God, he killed her with one punch.
One blow, man.
And I believe he got off of all the charges on him.
As he should.
He should have.
As he should.
But you see, this is something that Hollywood's pushing against. They're telling young girls that they're just as big and strong and powerful as men. And that they're getting right up in men's faces. And when a man feels that they've stepped beyond that line in the sand, this is going to be what's going to happen. And it's going to be all over the place. Instead, men used to keep this shit in check.
Correct.
But,
Well,
but now that
anymore.
they've got more authority than men in society, why should a man hold that back?
Yeah. Well, and like I say, the burden of responsibility still gets pushed back onto the man because, in general, in most cases, the woman is not held accountable. That's why in the Me Too cases, when they find out, Phil, that the woman is lying, she doesn't go to jail. Almost never, right? And never for the time that the man gets.
Suspended sentence and
light
sentence. Off you go, back home.
The man is ruined. And do women step up for do women step up for men, Nick? No. Do women push for reform of Me Too and all these misandrical laws? No. Do women possess empathy? No. They don't. Every time I've proved that women are incapable of empathy, there's a cuck that will come out there. You're wrong. And then when you show them, look at this. Okay, watch this. Be put in this position, right? Women say they're equal to men, right, Phil? But if a war broke out tomorrow, what would they do? Are they gonna go fight? No. So you can't say they will not sacrifice shit. And if we lose a war, if we lost World War III, the women would get on their back. I promise you.
Yeah.
That's what they do. Like historically, throughout history. Phil, have women ever strapped up arms as a collective? We don't mean like a small little band here or a sniper there.
There's
as a collective.
A handful, perhaps, but that's
a handful. But as a collective, at no point
because
in human history.
The worst case scenario, as you say, all I need to do is just acquiesce to whatever the conquerors are saying and have their babies, and I'm going to be fine.
Yep. And what's funny is that they're going to get the rights taken away anyway.
Yeah.
Because the conquerors are not going to let you me too them. They're going to be like, no.
And to be honest, Jordan Peterson has kind of spoken about this, and he said, the way I think women are actually behaving today is they want the heavy hand of authority from a man to actually bring it down on them.
True.
Which is why they're acting out.
So, Phil, we all know that they're just overgrown children, right?
Yes,
this is a fact. Now, that being said, have you, and shout out to whoever that was. I saw way earlier in the chat, he sent a message saying as much, which is, it is the most rabid feminist, Phil, and I'm sure you've dealt with this, which is she's the one that craves hardcore, intense male dominance and authority more than anybody, right? So the more that I
think because she's projecting that out towards the men, that's why she wants it back.
And I tell guys, so one of the reasons why, we talked about earlier with nice guys finish last, I think that what we're seeing, Nick, is that these guys don't understand that, like, when women are, these crazy feminists, all you have to do is just put them in check. And so don't bend the knee. So when guys like Ricky Gervais goes ahead and roasts Hollywood, and they and then he's like, no, no. You kind of see they're like,
yeah, and that's it done.
It's done. The only thing they have is shaming language. So once you stop bending the knee, they get put in check, and it's what happens. And Nick, I've told you. Remember when Keon was on the live stream? He told you the same thing. He goes, It is the super leftist hardcore feminist that's the biggest sex freak, the biggest degenerate, the biggest pervert. It's them.
Yeah.
It's always been them. So they're just projecting.
It's a front.
It's a front.
I mean,
all of it is a front. Rose McGowan, Ossie Argento got caught up, right? Having sex with an underage boy. Oh, that's funny. I thought you were so against sexual violence. Believe all women. But as soon as we got to take care of victims. But when the narrative doesn't fit the reality, they try to flip the script. So you heard, Rose McGowan was talking crazy again, right? About how she's a slave here in America, right? So people said, it's a free country, get the fuck out. She flipped quick.
Yeah.
Because it's all shit tests. All feminism is, I've always said, Nick, it's one big shit test. And all the feminists I've ever encountered, like I said, when I first truly understood female nature, like I said, Phil, about these lesbians, doesn't exist. Once you check them, they fall in line. They literally, you can see it in their eyes. They're like, yes, daddy. They have a yes, daddy look, like a child. I've seen it with my own eyes. And because the more you kind of put your shoulders in, the more they berate you with that matriarchal feminist bullshit. These dudes are so cucked. And once you reach that point, remember, she won't stop. And this goes back to what you said, Phil. They keep pushing it further and further, basically wanting a man to step up and stop him. That's why white women voted for Donald Trump, Nick. So Phil, the virtue signal, right? White women in America were constantly saying we want a female president, right? But when it came time to vote, they voted for Donald Trump. What does that tell you, Nick? It was all a shit test. That's all it was.
In as much as TFM, I don't know if he phrases it quite correctly, because some people will take it literally, in that he says, get the pimp hand out and literally smack. But what that's a euphemism for is just to say, no, that's not happening. And most guys just can't say no to women because they were brought up by a woman, and the woman told them as a small child, you never say no to a woman, and mummy's always right.
Correct. Well, you know what though, Phil? Even the guys raised by fathers, you see that. Like, I've seen a lot of dudes who the track cucks are just as bad. Like I said, they're flip sides of the same coin. The leftist is basically the guy who was raised by the single mom, right? Women are goddesses. But if you look at the right, the guy who's far right also looks at women with this revered, like, she's a goddess, my white woman, or my black queen, my whatever. It's like,
well, does this come from World War II, though, where when the men were aware and the children were being raised by a mother again? Mm-hmm. Although effectively not a single parent family, but they were really
correct. Well, yeah, the men who didn't come home, but remember though, because there was not a matriarchy back then. If the fathers died in war, they were then raised by basically the community and other family members, right? Because grandma and grandpa might be alive.
But I mean, even the ones where they did come home, but they were still away for many years at the time.
Yeah,
and that will have an effect on children. That's where I think it began.
Absolutely.
Well, gentlemen, we have been streaming for over 6 hours.
Have we?
Yeah. Which is great, but we should wrap up the chats and probably wrap up the stream.
Go ahead.
Okay, then.
This Phil guy is amazing.
I know, I love him.
He should just be a nightly guest. We
must do it together.
I can't do a 6-hour show every night.
Yeah, you can.
I'd die.
Yeah, you can.
You're right,
Sleep,
I probably
how do
can.
you spell that?
Yeah.
But I don't know if Phil can do a morning show every morning for 6 hours. I mean, he's got to work at.
Oh, I keep forgetting. Yeah, the time zone. Yeah, you're seven hours ahead of us, right?
Yeah,
It's
it's almost
5:22.
11 now.
Yeah, so 6 hours. Yep.
Okay, so let me burn through these. S. Cyber Taz sent a whole bunch, so I'm going to combine them. It says, when the guys are handling their meat, Nick just chilling and grilling. He said, Gabby looks like Trunks when he first tried to go Super Saiyan 2. Gabby
Oh, that is true though.
remember, we were at...
Super Saiyan was it 1.5 or was that 2?
It was
When they bulk
1.5.
up. 1.5, right?
You and I were at Red Robin. It was Clucks and Fries Day.
Yep.
Bubba's Bottomless Bucket.
Yep.
And we're looking over, and Vegeta and Trunks were getting swole up.
Man. Phil, you remember that shit? Like they got like a different level of big. It's like, that's really bulky, bro.
Okay, TLJ Screwjob says, Nick, what's it like being Drexel's Kaniga, not his Kaniger? But seriously, do other people look at you two weird because white guy and black guy being friends? Whatever happened to that teacher that said Kaniga to get respect from his students? He got fired really hard. Did you see that? It was like a high school teacher, and he dropped a soft A N-word to his student. He was like, "What up, my ninja," so to speak.
Oh.
And he got fired hard.
What was he thinking though?
He's like, no, I was speaking because you got the impression that he did it often and that the kid got mad at him eventually and just used it as like, well, now I can check you on this type thing. But the way he was like, no, I'm just speaking at the language that they're all using in the classroom, so it should be fine. It didn't go well for him.
What was he thinking? Dude, that's just stupid.
It was so funny. Like, well, I mean, I guess that was your... Yeah, that's like having sex with your students. Well, they're just not going to tell on me because it's what they're all doing.
Right.
It doesn't work that way, buddy. Admiral Akbar said, at Drexel, Serena Valentina, smash or pass?
Well, she has a penis or was born with one. That's a tranny. No, dude.
I'm just saying. I remember when you were on the show advocating for dating the trannies.
Okay, here you go with this. I said, Phil, much like what you just said earlier, right? So in this era, in this post Me Too world, due to intersectionality of feminism, you need the trans community, right? In order to push the needle back.
So he's
Is that
like
why you need the trans?
He's like, all the dudes need to go out and just start banging trannies left and right. That's what he said.
He's obviously not telling the whole truth. What I said, Phil, was this.
How dare you?
I said there needs to be a truce that dudes, much like what you're talking about with your friend, dudes won't shame or bash guys who do go that route. And the reason for that is they need to know that the only shame that will come is going to come from women. Thus, the trannies will turn on the women due to intersectionality rules. The stacking. They are the bigger victims. So they're going to be like this. Tranny in the workplace, right? Woman says something. She gets out of pocket. Tranny runs to HR. It's on the woman. Tranny's in public with a dude. A woman scoffs. Tranny goes ahead and Me Too's them. That's all. That's how you push it back. And Phil, you've heard TFM talk about this numerous times, and he's right. Trannies have gotten the trans community has gotten far more done than the useless MRA has gotten in 100 years. These are facts. The MRAs have gotten nothing accomplished, Nick. Nothing.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we do get some documentation to go for the full masculine presenting transgendered lesbian, then there may be some credence to the argument, unless we, as you say, actually gain help from the trans community itself. Yeah,
well, it's inadvertent because, like I said, when trans, because remember, women were the ones who were pushing for, you guys are all bigots, you're transphobic, blah blah. Because we were trying to protect them by saying you can't have this person in the bathroom because when it goes to this, it's going to turn to this. It's going to turn to them invading your sports. No, you're transphobic. All right, fuck it, go ahead, do what you're going to do. Now that it's affecting them, now they want men to step forward and be like this. Hey man, we got whoa, this is too much. But what do we do, Nick? No, we endorse it. That's a strong woman. Yep.
Look,
That's a woman.
all I know is
Stop
that
being transphobic. You
if
just put it
there's
back
hair
on.
on the taint, you show restraint.
Oh,
That's it. We've solved the problem.
So we got the trans boxing between.
yeah, right? Look, Fallon Fox broke that girl's fucking skull.
Yeah,
That was real.
yeah.
that was-
blew
that
out
was-
the orbit.
Yeah, all that got rearranged. It's like, ooh.
Yeah, not good. As Cybertaz says, with visions of snack trays floating around his head. Gravy Donson says, these conversations kind of scare me because I can see myself as someone that could easily slip into the MGTOW lifestyle just because it's so difficult to find a girl I can settle down with. Pray for my resolve, fellas. We out here trying to beat the statistics.
Don't.
We'll be waiting for you. It's okay. We don't recruit
If you try to
anyone.
beat it,
We
you'll
just
become
wait
a
for you.
statistic.
Josh says, Drex, I'm from academia. I've screwed more married feminist academics than single women. These are the types that complain about toxic masculinity. They'll cheat on their spouses and blame them for their own indiscretions. I have zero respect for them.
That's the one I kind of responded to earlier. Hey, Phil, is that not what we said earlier? They're the cheaters. It's the rabid feminist is the biggest cheater, the most depraved, degenerate.
Yeah, well, absolutely. We're all graduates here, right?
Right?
We've all seen
well, I dropped out. I got 3
Well,
years.
yeah,
That's
but
all I
you
can
were
handle.
there.
Yeah. We're graduates.
I made the mistake
He's
of going
not.
back to
You're right.
university a second time, so I've seen it.
I learned nothing in college, Nick. Nothing.
I learned
Nothing.
plenty in college. All good things. Nothing in class.
Nothing. It's absolutely useless.
What, being a writing major wasn't profitable on the knowledge aspect? You didn't learn anything from our discussion of applying feminist theory to The Map by Elizabeth Bishop?
Oh God.
I have to admit, I would have thought a lot longer and a lot harder about what I studied at university. If what applies now applied back then, because I actually had all my tuition paid for by the state.
Yeah.
But I mean, my first degree is in pharmacology, then I did a master's in computing. So it was fairly sensible anyway. But I wouldn't have done the pharmacology because, even as a trained pharmacologist, it just doesn't pay enough. It wouldn't have been worth my while. I wouldn't have studied it. And that's how university should be. You should make those informed decisions.
The trick with college, university, as you call it over across the pond, is that it never pays enough, right? Like what you come out with doesn't pay for what you go for. What ends up paying enough is what you do yourself, right? Like you make your
why I
way.
sell sex dolls.
Right, exactly.
Right.
But there is no sex doll sales guy degree, although it's coming and it's going to be a terrible plan, right? Just like game dev or whatever. But it's not all the people going in for game development or whatever. They're not getting out and making Hideo Kojima money.
Correct.
Because it's like, oh, good. You get to map the polygons on
Right.
forest tile number 4. and that's what you do. But then there's the guys who come out and actually create. They're the ones who end up making the money.
Yeah,
as
you
game
create
devs.
you create the indie game to get the exposure, right? And then from there, like the Minecraft creator, you create Celeste, you create Gungeon, whatever it is you create. It's like you gotta build your brand, right? Saying I went to school for this. These guys aren't getting jobs, man. Not jobs they can keep long term.
Yeah.
Fucking temp jobs and shit.
Okay, Super Range 128 says, I was reading this visual novel where you help couples get together, and one of the guys you help gets cucked because he can't please a legit rape victim. I thought of Drexel's It's Never Okay to Be a Cuck. Not.
It's not.
Phil,
Ever.
is it?
No,
Okay,
never.
thank you. I thought we were on the same page, but I had to double check that. Alman John 1 says, are you, Flash, Tug, and Hay still streaming tomorrow? Yes. I'll be on Yellow Flash's show tomorrow, 9 p.m. Central. Stanzik says, flexible with deadlines and blatantly vagino-skeptical. Okay, thank you. Nobody says, we're 1 minute in. That's how far back some of these are. Drexel, erase the black community.
Well, just the women.
Yeah, to be fair, he did just say erase the black
Yeah,
women.
it's so they're the source of the problem. Yeah.
Well, I feel the same way about white women, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, look, Phil. Now you remember what I said earlier, right? Being that I had parents who grew up in the Jim Crow era, it's the way that you solve the problem is segregation. The reason why you need to segregate is what's going to happen, Phil, Nick. When you segregate men and women from the workforce for everything, here's what's going to happen. Now there's no men to blame. You're going to look around and go like this. You can't me choose somebody because there's not going to be any men around. You go in the workplace. Now everyone's going to be on their own. Men can do everything on their own. Once that artificial womb comes, game over. Obsolete.
Well, we're a one-sex species then, aren't we?
Correct. It's going to be asexual reproduction. I can't wait. I want them replaced. Bill, get on your job. Replace them.
Just give
Drexel
me
wants
time.
a giant sausage party. Some nobody, he corrected me. He said wrong. Drexel actually said those words as I was typing something else, and I changed it to that. So
Yeah.
you said to erase the black community, apparently. So you and Richard Spencer could hang out or whatever. Matt Field says, my favorite two guests at once, I'm cooming. Sung Jin Woo says, not enough people were giving you less than $20, so here's $10 from my broke ass. Hey, thank you. Frank Casamento says, update, it took Twitter 4 minutes to review and upheld the suspension, so Twitter loves pedophiles, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah, but when you get the 4-minute account suspension review, you know you're gone. You know you're gone. When you get that good customer service from Twitter, you're done. Some nobody says, grown. Says, this goes on 5 more minutes and I'm going to Minecraft myself. Not sure what he's referring to at that point. DCV Titan says, Drexel always has the best commentary. Batman Superman says, I'm a stream behind and I hear you're coming to Canada. That's true. I have an actual birthday this year and you'll be in town to buy me a drink unless you have a problem serving alcohol to an 8-year-old. Look, it depends on what Canadian law is. Some nobody says, it's also partially due to the sex industry and internet. Oh, he's a leap year baby. That's
okay.
why. That's why. Some nobody says it's also partially due to the sex industry and internet. The most attractive women don't have to get married or even work to get resources. Jillian Seed says this is a sad, lonely culture. Hashtag fuck feminism /60s.
Who said that?
Jillian Seed said this is a sad, lonely culture.
Jillian.
Fuck feminism 60s.
She's foolish. She has enjoyed all the perks that feminism has given her. Has she not?
I don't know.
She can vote. Has she not?
Maybe.
She can work.
What if she's
Has
only
she
17?
Not? She's not.
And she can't vote.
She isn't.
What if she's a felon?
You're not going to be a felon at 17. Women don't get charged.
No, a felon, not 17-year-old felon. I'm joking.
Women don't get charged with shit. Nope, she's a feminist. So hold on, Phil. Quick side note. Have you seen? And you know, lots of guys in the manosphere have talked about this. That more and more women, Nick, as shit is starting to get worse and worse, right, are starting to try to shift back to their traditional role, right? You hear lots of more women saying "fuck feminism" now, right?
Oh yeah, they're just like
chameleons,
as far as I'm concerned.
The chameleons, Nick. They're all Nick. I'm starting to see it in my own life. I'm seeing a lot of women try to shift back because why? This is as far as feminism could get them. Now it's backfiring. They're all lonely and miserable and bitter.
They can see the sinking ship.
Wait, say it again?
They can see the sinking ship.
Correct. Nick, I've told you this. And Phil, have you seen those 40 and 50-year-old spinsters where you can just see them realizing now that they're divorced, broke? Because they don't talk about this enough, Nick. Most divorced women lose all that money they get from alimony and shit. The house.
They've got no idea how to husband their resources.
Correct.
Unintended on the word. But
right.
So that's why they know at this point that they're going to be that statistic who dies old, alone, and in poverty.
Correct. Yeah, Nick, have you ever seen the statistics? It's staggeringly high of women in poverty post-divorce. Like staggering high. Like,
oh, yeah.
I'm talking...
See, they use the statistics to prove that women need alimony and support payments.
Mm-hmm. But this is after they spend all that up.
Right, I know.
Yeah, obviously,
I'm
I know.
saying what they use the art.
Correct. Like women end up dying in poverty. Not saying, she took all this man's money and resources and the house and the car and still lost it all. So, Nick, the bank is betting on, it's basically the house wins, right, Phil? So they want you to get married and go on the plantation, right? They're going to suck the resources from the man, right, who's the workhorse. They suck those resources, right, Nick? After she divorce rapes him, they now repo all that shit and sell it back. They win. That's a rigged game. I've seen chicks, I kid you not, Phil, living with. Have you ever seen women who have roommates in their 40s? You ever seen that shit?
Yeah.
Nick,
so many of them in London.
Thank you, Phil. It's all over here too. I'm not joking, Nick. You're married. You don't see the same world I see, Nick. I shit you not. Women pushing 50 have multiple roommates, not one. Like, oh, it's me and my girlfriend.
Well, I know a woman named Maddox who has like 5 roommates.
Is that little YouTube star? You're so lame.
Guys, I don't think you understand that 1/6 of women, or 1/6 of the homeless population, are women.
Oh Jesus!
This is a
problem. How are we going to resolve that?
Yeah, right. So when you bring up that 5/6 of men, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
I said 1/6 of women. I didn't talk
about the 5/6 men. Like they do not empathize. They're incapable.
Raina Young says, what are your thoughts on child's-free couples and people? There's a growing movement of people who don't want to have children at all. My husband and I have made the choice not to have kids. Love y'all. You know, I think children are fulfilling, so I don't advocate that for people. But if you make that choice, I mean, I'm not gonna stop you.
Don't have kids. You have more money. You'll have more time to go do what you want. Like, and I'm saying that because I love my daughter and you love your kids, Nick. But it's like, if you take away your emotions,
for the way it is at the moment. But if we had the artificial womb, you'd have kids, right?
Yeah, because there would be no threat of the family court.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's lots of men out there.
Nothing against kids that you have.
No. So
it's just the system.
Yeah. So that's what when I tell people don't have kids, I'm referring to the current system is so toxic that it wouldn't behoove you to. Now, like you were saying, Nick, about the family court. When it comes to, I haven't had one piece of paper served from family court since 2012, right? That being said, even the YouTube channel, Nick, and I can say it because what are they going to do? What's the DA going to say? You think I'm going to ever have something directly coming to me? Nope. Hey, where's my brother at? Yeah, it goes all to him. Fuck it. I will not put shit in my name. Nothing. The house isn't in my name. Nick, I have nothing in my name. Nothing. Yeah. That's why I drive a beater. I'm like, I want to look.
That's because you're homeless.
Right? I'm homeless. I live in this guy's bunker, Phil. And you Phil, I don't know, do you talk to men in the UK who have this issue where they have tried to, based on women's hypergamy, try to appear poor? Do you guys have that in the UK? Like guys who kind of dress like not like a bum, but you know what I mean? Like very unimpressive, very unassuming.
I would say I do that. That's because, like, if any girl kind of gets wind that I own a business, then I might be something of a prospect. And
correct.
I don't want to be hit on. So
correct. Yeah, I do everything out of state or out of country for that reason. I feel you, Nick. It's that bad out there, man. It's that bad.
Maybe if you lived that sweet married life, you wouldn't even know.
Oh.
Scorpio.
Well, Linus Torvalds, who created Linux, the operating system, he has a posse of guys around him to keep women away from him because they're just going to try sexual assault charges against them just to get money out of them.
Hey, ladies, all you non-feminists, where are you at to fight against that? Crickets, Nick.
Hey, they got to get theirs. Scorpio.
Shit.
I'm turning into beta because of you. I'm just gonna sit here and make all of the arguments against everything you say on purpose. Scorpio 04, thanks for the donation. CJ says, Pop's vid today. What do you bring to the table? We talked about that earlier.
Yep.
Some nobody says, can confirm, nice cuddly guy and virgin. Women hate me. Bob Newby, Lord of Noobs. That was interesting. I was talking to a female who was a little concerned about her ability to find a suitable guy in time, right? And I was like, I know tons of guys who would treat you great, but I bet you wouldn't give them the time of day. You know, that's always been the riddle, right? That's the guy girl thing. It's like there are tons of dudes who will treat you very well, but you don't want that because they're looking for something else in the short term that the guy doesn't fit.
They're seeking what is appealing in a man, not what is attractive in a man. So face
Anything
tattoos.
that instills jealousy in her girlfriends is what she's
Correct.
looking for.
Yeah, which is that instant gratification, right? That's that dopamine hit. I will say this though, Nick. I actually just had a conversation with a female coworker of mine, and just to show you the level of projection, Phil, she actually believed, ew, gross. Who would ever want to, marry a virgin? Nick, I just went like this. Phil, remember, because she's a woman, she's projecting, right? She's like, why would someone want a virgin? I was like, no. What you mean to say is, you as a woman don't want a virgin man, right? Most women want a man who is experienced, because if you have sex with 100 women, Phil, and you met a virgin, does she hold you having sex with 100 women against you?
No. Historically, that's never happened.
It's never happened, Nick. I can meet a good girl right now, but that's why the good girl, bad guy dynamic. No woman has ever looked at a guy like this. You were banging thoughts for the past decade? Nope, can't be with you. No, because she wants you for provision and protection, right? So conversely, a man knows these women can't pair. Now, you know this, Phil. These thoughts out here can't pair bond. They've been ran through, right? So thus, absolutely. Dudes don't commit. They're like, oh, she's giving her body to how many dudes, Nick? Well, it's just my turn. I'm going to go in, smash, dash. Why won't anyone commit to me? Because you have a rep, right? You have a reputation. You remember in Rocky, Nick, he says that to Little Marie, they ain't going to remember you. They're going to remember the rep. Yeah. He was trying to tell her, you go out here with these bad people doing bad things, you get that rep, you become a whore, that becomes your moniker, right? Oh, that's Little Marie. That's the whore from around the corner, whatever. And when she comes back, I don't know if you ever saw that movie, Phil, Rocky Balboa. Oh, yes, Little Marie is now grown up. Where is she at? In the projects with her little mixed kid. The dad ran off. You see what I'm saying? Like, that is a story that gets replayed over and over because there's someone in your life telling you, don't go this route.
You know, it's a Bible story, right?
What's that?
Well, it's the people get confused with this. It's kind of a Bible story. Paul is talking about having a clean reputation. Mm-hmm. And so Paul says, don't be drunk is kind of the translation. Don't be drunk. Mm-hmm. But the better translation of that is don't be such a drunk that your name is associated with drunkenness.
Correct.
And it's Paul's, I believe there's, promiscuity. Like, don't be so promiscuous that people only know you by this reputation.
Correct.
And that's the difference that people, there's a difference between, oh yeah, you banged a couple dudes and and you got tattoos of all their names and it covers the entire inside.
Well, did you tell Phil what a certain cheerleader said in college? You ever tell Phil that line? This is great, Phil. So
our one of our mutual buddies was potentially going to date this girl. She was a decent looking girl. And she says, I'm kind of looking for a non-sexual relationship right now because I'm just tired of having sex. And he's like,
I really do applaud him for that because he could have cucked out and been the nice guy, right, Phil? Been the little beta simp that she could have just used as an emotional tampon, right?
And what's funny is this guy wasn't looking for a sexual relationship.
No.
Like if you knew him, very, very conservative guy and was not looking for that. But the fact that she was tired of having sex, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna find someone with some goddamn integrity.
She when I tell you like now, Nick, after the stream we might have to go look her up. I bet you she looks rough now.
I have no idea how to find her.
Well,
I don't know how many last names she's been through.
She had Phil. I'm not even joking when I tell you this. No. She could have done, I kid you not. Do you know those porn stars, Phil, that shoot cougar and MILF porn when they're 25, like Sarah J?
Oh, God, yeah.
She had that face. I'm not even shitting you. And you know it's true, Nick. Sure. She could have passed for MILF porn as a sophomore in college.
Not big enough tits.
Well, other than the tits.
Yeah. But yeah, other than that.
Like her face, her body, her voice, you're like, oh. How old are you?
She reminded me of the girls we went to high school with, frankly.
Hey, Phil. We have chicks that we went to high school with that they have body counts that you wouldn't even believe, man. We had a chick, I kid you not. Do you know what her nickname was, Phil? The People's Vagina. I can't make this up. Nick knows who she is. CW.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
You know.
I was walking with my friend who had borrowed a skirt from her, and like she's like, "Oh, I got to return this skirt to her locker." And so we're walking, and she pulls the skirt out of her bag, and it was like a strip this wide. That's it. This girl is 16.
Yep.
And I was like, I know that skirt. I didn't tell her why I knew that skirt because my other buddy sat across from her when she wore the skirt, and it was a good day for him. Anyway, we're getting deep in the lore here.
Phil, these chicks got body counts in. I'm not even shitting you. Some of them, it's pushing the quadruple digits, Nick.
Oh yeah,
these women in the
putting up
service.
Shaq numbers.
Yeah, look, Wilt Chamberlain. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's 5 figures.
Phil, you know this is true. These chicks in the service.
Oh God, yeah.
They get. I'm not even Nick. Their body count. I shit you not. 300.
Yeah.
Think about that. 300 dudes ran through you in the few years you were in the service. So a dude wifes them up, and she's coming home with me. She's a prize. She's a senior airman, bruh.
So
she's
wait,
been ran through.
So are you saying the she comes home to me at night is not the valid approach to life, where she may be out with other dudes during the day, but she comes home to me at night?
That is like the cuck national anthem motto, everything all in one. Fucking bitch asses.
I can't. Okay,
Yep.
Next. Bob Newby, Lord of Noob, says, Drex, look up video of Hawaii Best Buy asset protection woman blocking thief from leaving store. Smash or pass? I don't want to do that right now.
Wait, what was that? What was it?
Hawaii Best Buy asset protection woman blocking thief from leaving store.
That's quite a bit.
You look it up while
Hawaii Best Buy
Yeah.
thief.
Some nobody says you realize they outlawed dolls before that point. I don't think they're going to outlaw dolls, Phil. I'm more concerned that they're going to require you to buy like multiple ethnicity dolls. Like,
Well, we can do that already. You can have in any skin color that you want. That's not a problem.
They're going to. This is how they'll burden you out of business, right? Is like, well, if you want to buy a white doll, you also must, by law, buy 2 others of different races or whatever. Or you have to buy a fat doll to go with your skinny doll, for example. Or you have to buy a male doll to go with your female doll.
That's assuming, of course, it's a sex doll. So what we'll end up doing is sealing up all of the love holes, as we call them, and then it just becomes a mannequin. And you can open those up with various instructions yourself. Then it ceases to become a mannequin and then becomes a love doll once again.
That's how we got around the manufacturing your own firearms. We just make it 80% complete and you mill out the rest.
Yeah, exactly. So prohibition doesn't work. I mean, we've learned that in the US, if nothing else.
Pushed by women.
Yeah, well, tell that to the dudes who want to ban porn, right? Like, prohibition doesn't work. It's not going to work. Stop. It's going to create.
I mean, all it's going to create is a black market.
Yeah.
And the internet is there to make it so much easier.
Of course. Reaver Barash says, I swear every woman I meet is depressed and has anxiety, and I'm like, where are all the women who don't have these issues? Also, what do you think of the synopsis of the books I sent you, Nick? I haven't read through them all, but thank you. I was going to thank you on stream for them sometime soon. I've got a couple gifts to thank people for. So, some nobody says Evangelion is not hard to market, license it. Some nobody says, Phil, Google refuses to put you on the first page results, by the way. Yeah, I do have trouble finding the Dollhouse on Google. If I just type in the Dollhouse, it gives me like how to build a dollhouse, which is rude.
Yeah, do you put in the-doll-house?
No, if I did that, I'd find you immediately, I think.
Yeah.
But if I just put in the Dollhouse.
wasn't the best choice of names, although it seemed very intuitive at the time.
I think, well, I would wager you've probably got some pushback from Google. They mess with the SEO stuff from time to time.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, no, in terms of footprint, compared to some of the other vendors,
Yeah.
we're arguably one of the larger ones because we're in the EU at the moment. We're in the UK, 2 in the US. We've got 1 in Mexico. And we've also got 1 in New Zealand.
Oh, that's on your end. I didn't know they had police over there.
Oh no, that's just the local gangs masquerading as police.
roving bands of machete-wielding bandits. Let's see. Some nobody says trade-ins are partly because the thicker girls are too heavy and hard to penetrate. Put my Haley in my closet like trying to boink a trampoline.
Yes, they are that big, those Haley dolls.
You better be a lift if you're going to pick up a thick doll.
Well, they got to be heavy.
Yeah.
I mean, because Phil, what is the weight of an average doll?
Now, your average doll, in terms of pounds, you'll be looking between 70 to 80 pounds for a reasonably heighted doll. Now, the Haley doll comes in at just over 110 pounds.
That's a
Now,
big doll.
you'd think, well, I can bench press way more than that. That's not really an issue. But you're picking up, which is something very soft and squishy, and you're trying not to damage it and move it around at the same time. So it starts moving in your hands.
Yep.
So it's very difficult to keep hold, unlike a barbell, which you can just grab.
Correct.
So
Well, no, I was going to say that,
it's very
Phil.
difficult.
So,
Buy your doll a Peloton.
Phil, have you noticed that the dead weight that you carry, like even with a human, right? If you were to lift a 110-pound woman, 110 pounds doesn't feel like that heavy, though.
It feels real heavy when they don't move, when they're just dead, though.
Yeah,
and
it's going like this.
spill
Like,
out of your arms and stuff like that.
yeah, they literally just
is
give you like
quite
an
hard.
ounce of help, though. Like you're like,
We have experience lifting women. We're professionals.
Now, once you've done it once or twice and you've kind of got a knack for it, you kind of, right, now I understand how this works. It becomes a lot easier. But most people who've never lifted a doll before, they'll often actually just whip out and say, no, it's too heavy. Take it back, Phil. Sell it on for me.
CJ says, on Drex's segregation, Cherry 2000. I don't know what that means. What is Cherry 2000?
It's from a science fiction film, like a female android sex book.
Okay. Gotcha. Raider J says, the real question is who gives a damn about the royal family? It's an obsolete bunch of nonsense that the Brits should have burned to the ground a century ago. Americans laugh at this BS.
Well, perhaps. TFM brought this one up. And like he was saying, much the same thing. As it happens, the royal family brings in slightly more money than it takes out of the pot. So it's worth it to just kind of keep the money flowing and turning within the economy. The moment it costs us more to have the royal family than it has to keep it, then we've got an issue.
Yep. And that's probably coming. I mean, frankly.
Matter of time.
Some nobody says marriage being a death pact and religion doesn't help. Peter Pete says, my ex-wife is 40 and thinks she can find a rich man and said she have a child to keep him. Well, good luck.
good luck.
Maybe should have taken a biology
Same old
lesson.
strategy.
Skeet Neat says, Nick, my fellow Zionist man, you should invite Doug Walker or Linkara on your show. I don't know about Linkara. I'm not familiar with Doug Walker, but I don't know if Linkara would be a good fit. Alma John 1 says, are you Flash, Tug, and Hay still streaming tomorrow? Yes, 9 p.m. Central. Corin says, MBA is a rapist. New solid proof on Kiwi Farms now. So the Kiwi Farms has not been kind to Mad Black lately. Howling Warwolf says, as a boob sexual, I'd most Eastern European women since they tend to be the bustiest. So he says the Eastern European women have the biggest chests.
I believe that. I would go with
They've got
that.
nice high cheekbones.
Yeah.
Correct.
Peter Pete says, I spend a lot of time in Dominican Republic. The women treat me like a god, even the pros.
I believe it.
Some nobody says, as an inept male, I do find mean women arousing. Okay.
That's weird.
Rural says there's a
get rid of
vid.
that idea.
Rural says there's a vid out there of a chick with 2 vaginas.
What?
They need to hook up with that dude with the 2 penises. They'd have a beautiful twin babies or whatever.
That'd be like double penetration all the time.
Right?
Yeah, it's all sorts of strange. Stooge Muffin Stuffin says Batman the animated series is the best version of Batman.
That's
So-
actually a valid argument.
Yeah, well, I hate all of them. So some nobody says Phil's right, missed the boat and parents don't get it. Foxwood says don't forget Cuck by Dog. Some nobody says Drex's dad is Red Fox funny. This is true. Big Red Bear says Drex is just promoting the British broadcast channel. Come on, Nick. Don't have such a dirty mind. I stopped dating when I saw what a cesspool it was. Then he said the tism may be related to more to antibiotics and digestive problems than their mothers being old spinsters. Also, tism affects men more than women.
It does.
DCV Titan says having to husband the resources of your house and wife. That's a definition to wife husbandry that I'm accustomed to. Helt Skelt says it's Jeremy Kyle, by the way, for the UK version. I don't know what that's in relation to. These
Kyle?
Jeremy Kyle. These are still from a little while ago.
Oh, Jeremy
okay.
Kyle's a UK TV.
Oh,
thing.
Springer.
Yeah, he's very like Jerry Springer.
He's the UK. Jay says Jeremy Kyle was UK version of Springer. Got canned 8 months ago because Steve Diamond failed a lie detector. Question was, did you cheat on your fiance? Who's Steve Diamond? Any idea? Some politician.
I remember it going into the media, but
Steve then killed himself a few days afterwards.
Oh.
There was the answer.
Oh, shit.
yeah.
Did you cheat on your fiance? No. Get a rope.
Damn.
Matt Field says another 7-hour stream. Good night, boys in chat. Andy M says, Nick, I want you to explain how you will kick Drex's ass because I don't see how you do that without him letting you. Hey, listen, maybe he's into that. Talbot Link says,
You're the
yo.
boss rooting self-defense.
Yeah. Dang it.
Oh, God. He's classic.
Now we play Hide the Bottle. Talbot Link says, yo, didn't know this was happening. Glad I caught Drex and Phil in a show together. Stay chill, guys. Stephen A. Smith says, heard Drex bring up Mad Black. You know, he raped his daughter's best friend when unconscious.
Wow.
Victim's story is on Kiwi Farms. 100% true. I was shocked. Opinions. My opinions are, I've heard about that. I have no idea about it. I don't know the validity of it. I haven't even found the story. So, some nobody says Japan overvalues their innocence. It's cultural. Heinrich Berndowski says, Kanaiga means book in Russian. Alman John 1 says, are you guys butt men or tits men? Gentlemen.
I'm a face man.
Face man.
Yeah.
Okay, to be fair, I think every
deal
man
with the
is,
girl
though.
who's like a little bit fat. As long as she's got a cute face, I can deal with like some of her failings.
Okay, so Phil, provided she has a good face,
Yeah.
boobs or butt?
Ooh, the deep question.
I'm not really a breast. Well, in terms of breasts, I prefer small because they're firmer. Now, if
Correct.
they're large and they're firm, then that's fine, as long as they're firm. But as long as there is one there, I don't care.
Damn. Well, I don't have to answer this because, you know.
Yeah, you do. It said guys.
Oh, God. Everyone already knows the answer. Ass.
Yeah, but your version of ass is different than other versions of ass.
Is it?
Well, I think so.
And Nick, your version?
God, it changes by the day.
Oh.
But I think the majority of the time, I'm a tits man. I think.
You know what? You were coming around for a while with the whole Ice Loves Coco show. I remember you told me that. So, Phil,
Look,
Nick called me and told me he could. So Nick never liked butts, right? This is right after college. He calls me and he goes,
Like I said, butts are different for you than me. Like, we like different shapes, I think.
yeah, them asses, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, look, here's the thing. We as men are biologically designed to appreciate the female form. I will say this, though, Phil. Going back to what you said, we as men are much more lenient, Nick, in understanding of and realistic with our expectations, right? So, Phil, you know this about men. Men have preferences, not absolutes, right? Women have absolutes. He has to be 6 foot. They can meet the perfect guy, but he's 5'9". They will reject him, right?
As they should. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
Right? Whereas a dude goes like this: I love blondes. Well, if the girl of his dreams has everything he wants, but she's brunette, he's gonna be like, well, I guess she's brunette then. Like,
I'll diet.
You or do that, right? Like he can always compromise, but it's like,
Well, get
he will,
stilts.
he'll embrace her.
I'm just saying, for the 5'9" manlet, get stilts.
Oh God! Oh please. but Phil, have you kind of noticed that, like, with your own family?
Wrong in what our criteria are, because let's say she has to be a 7.5, but I always think that like blondes are always an 8.5, but I managed to find a 9, but she happens to be brunette. Is that what we're kind of talking about?
Well, no, just the idea that how much more realistic men are with dating in general, in terms of like, so because we don't have the same hypergamy as women, a man is not going to say she has to be this height. Men have preferences, right? We can prefer a woman who's tall, short, thick, slim. If you prefer, let's say someone says, hey, Phil, you prefer firm B cups. If she has firm C cups, you're not going to go, no, because they're not B. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, hell, she had firm F cups. It doesn't matter. As long
It's
as
like saying I need to get paid $50K a year, and it's like, well, I'll take 65 though.
Yeah, right. Well, but like in Phil, I'm sure you've seen women do this where you have seen women. Tom Likas did a video about this, Nick. It was a radio show about his years ago where he was basically mocking women. Like, I wonder if old spinsters have like a mental Rolodex, Phil, of all the men that they turned down over their life. You know what I'm saying? Like all those good men who because think about it, Nick, if you were an attractive woman and you wake up one day and you're 45, you had to have at least had 10 guys in your life who said like, I love you, I want to be the man in your life. At least 10 if you're an attractive woman, right? None of them were good enough, right?
Yeah.
Dudes go like this. Hey, she's not perfect because no one's perfect, but I like her. I'm going to go with it. You see what I'm saying? Dudes don't say she has to be 5'7" because you know what? I'm 6'7". She has to be. No, they like this. Dude, if I like her, I like her. That's why we don't put an onus on ethnicity, on height, on whatever. Like if we like her, Phil, I'm sure you've had this, right? If you liked the girl that you were dealing with, then you liked her, right? Like she was game because like, hey, I like her. What do you want me to say? Like, I enjoy spending time with this woman, not because I gotta disqualify her, Nick, because she's from this region or she has this last name. It's stupid, superficial shit. I've seen women disqualified.
We don't need it to be qualified by our guy friends, whereas I think women need to have their men qualified by their girlfriends.
Correct.
Dude, I know this guy who's a white supremacist and ran into a moral dilemma because he was super into a half Jewish chick and he didn't know what to do with his life.
Oh my God.
Dying. Oh, it's so funny. Alma John 1 says, did you guys hear about the Impossible Burger and how it's filled with estrogen, soy, and how it gives you man boobs? I don't want to eat something that's not beef that's supposed to taste like beef. I'll just eat beef.
Right.
That's the weirdest thing. Do you
the
want
nearest I would get to that is if they could start to vat grow like perfect meat. And I don't mean a meat substitute. I mean actual meat, like grow it in the laboratory. So you didn't have to kill an animal. I'm fine with that. I've known some people who said, oh, no, I wanted to come from the animal. I wanted to slaughter the animal every time. I couldn't see the point.
If it's meat, I'll eat.
Yeah.
There we go. Rhyming stuff always makes it true. I've learned this.
Of course. Exactly.
Talbot Link says you guys are bringing up the 5-6 compromise. Save them whammons. That's the homeless problem. Andy M says, Drex, the thumbnail for the stream was all... I don't think he has seen the thumbnail. The thumbnail for the stream was all you knew of Nick. Would you say he was a beta off that picture? Rude. It's the picture of you and me at the old house standing next to each other.
Oh, I like that picture.
Yeah. So I guess, I am the beta there. Rude. Bad Vibe says, interesting allegations floating on Twitter. Link in Twitter DM, maybe worth further investigation. Okay. Heinrich Berndowski says, 1, the Crown Estate brought in £300 million in 2017, 2018. Number 2, anti-monarchists / Republicans are mostly Corbynistas and rabid communists. So there you go. Alman John 1 says, in addition to you, Flash, Hero Hey, and Tug streaming tomorrow, you should see if Flash can get Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers to join. Would be perfect.
Great channel, by the way. I like
Geeks and Gamers.
Jeremy. Yeah, I like that one.
And then Jack Riley says, hey, Nick, turned 21 on the 5th. Gonna have sake as my first drink. Also passed my national registry for EMS in close proximity. Feels like things are coming together for me. Well, good, buddy. You're in a good season. Things are going well. Take advantage of it while you can. Save up for the time that things aren't going well. All right, gents. We're at 7 hours. We should probably be done.
We can do 7 more, man.
No, we can't. You'll go take a 20-minute nap.
I just need that 20-minute nap.
Yeah, I did a 24-hour stream a long time ago. This guy's like, he's helping me out. And he says, I just need to go lay down for like 20, 30 minutes. 5 hours later, he comes back. I'm dying. I'm dying in my seat. I'm like, where have you been?
So now, hold on, Phil. What he doesn't tell you, Nick doesn't tell you the whole story. He got to get some rest. I had driven. I was up all day, had to go get my daughter, drive out here. I was exhausted. And then Nick's like, oh, I just woke up. I'm like, I got any time to take a nap? No. Let's go. We're on in 7 minutes. I'm like,
maybe you should have been punctual. All right, guys. Well, thank you to the chat. Thank you to my two guests. It's been a blast. And did you guys want to say anything before we peace out? I mean, Phil, obviously, advertise your business.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't buy waifus and don't get them from the Dollhouse.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice. Well, I would just say, first of all, thanks for having me on again, guys. Happy New Year to everybody. Belated New Year. Phil, it was a pleasure to meet you because, like I said, I follow guys who have talked about you. So, I mean, like, you know, your reputation definitely precedes you. And
let's do it again.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, this is what it's all about. But it's like, you know, Phil, some people just have that it factor, right? They just have that it. You just have it.
We gotta go to the UK and hang out, I think.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Just gotta, like, some Thursday you'll wake up and there'll be just Drexel and I sitting at your doorstep. Like, yeah, we not only doxed you, we also are here.
Right.
So.
Oh, you can't get any more docs than I.
Oh, have you been? Oh, that's not good.
Oh, no. I mean, I dox myself. Everyone knows who I am, where I live, telephone number.
Oh, well, you are in the UK, so yeah, I guess so. It's true.
Yeah.
The government already knew, but yeah. No, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. I've never been to London or England.
Yeah, I could take you around the Muslim centre that is known as London.
Yeah. That'd be great. I'll make sure to always face east. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. All right, guys. Well, thanks, chat. Thanks for hanging out, guests, and we'll talk to y'all later.
Hey, have a good night, everybody.
Thanks. Yeah. Have a good one.
Peace. Catch you later, Phil.